It's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. In Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Well, the Cavaliers team president, Kobe Altman, is going to talk with the media later on this hour. It's his end-of-the-season press conference. Cavs reaching the conference finals, but then got swept by New York. Head coach Kenny Atkinson on the potential roster moves that could be coming this summer.
Our front office has done a phenomenal job, giving us a great roster. There'll be decisions to be made like every summer. We're doing pretty well with those decisions.
Press conference set for 10:30. We'll have it for you live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Thanks to sweeping the Cavs, New York Knicks getting a very nice extra long break before the NBA Finals. However, it may not be long enough to help center Mitchell Robinson. Reports say he's dealing with a broken right pinky finger. No word for the moment on how much time Robinson could miss in the Game 4 win in Cleveland. Robinson had 8 points and 10 rebounds off the bench. Guardians continue their homestand tap. They will begin a 3-game series against the Boston Red Sox. The Guardians coming off a 3-2 win against Washington on Wednesday. Guardians did lose 2 of 3 to the Nationals, but still have won 12 of the last 16. Slade Cecconi is going to get the start for the Guardians tonight. He is 3-5, a 5.18 ERA. Now, the Guardians will be lacking Gold Glove outfielder Stephen Kwan for the Boston series, placed on the bereavement family emergency list. Kwan can be in that list 3 to 7 days. Guardians will call someone up before tonight's game to take Kwan's roster spot. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The answers you want. You want to know what's next with the Cavaliers? Will we get the answers you want? Kobe Altman will speak. It is coming up, 10:30? Is that what we think? 10:30 press conference from the Cavaliers, so we'll hear from that. Everybody, welcome to Baskin and Phelps. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan is here. Meredith Kane is here as well. We got a big day for you. We're going to play that press conference for you. Tom Withers is also going to join us at high noon, so he'll post break down some stuff. We're going to dive, deep and into the earth to try to find out answers about the Cavaliers moving forward. Biggest question I have is, why would they want to bring it back after what we saw in the Eastern Conference Finals as a whole? And I wonder what they want to bring back and what was successful and what wasn't. And are we still too close to losing and getting blown out by the Knicks to fully understand what was accomplished, good and bad, throughout the season? So we're going to hop into that here, especially in the first hour of Baskin and Phelps, 216-474-0092. Jeff, expectations and thoughts and questions you want answered from Kobe Altman today as he gets to speak at his press conference, the end-of-season press conference.
Before I give you anything there, I'll tell you why you'd roll it back. You were one of the Final Four teams playing in the NBA. That's why you would roll it back. But is that good enough? That's where you might have to ask some questions. That to me is the thing for Kobe Altman. Hey, you were one of the Final Four teams playing, one of the 2 final teams in the East. But do you think this team is good enough to take the next step? Because Final Four isn't good enough for most people.
Is it good enough for you?
I enjoy watching teams, Andy.
I know.
I've always said I don't need my team to win a championship for any personal satisfaction or anything. Sure is cool. Sure is fun, but I don't enjoy sports any less.
I think the biggest thing as we head into this press conference towards the bottom of the hour is, what is the thought process on Kenny Atkinson? And I start to wonder sometimes when you see...
Meaning what? Why is he back?
Yeah, why is he back? I wonder. I thought the only way he wasn't back is if they just totally fumbled the Eastern Conference Finals, and they did. I mean, it's what happened. They got swept. It wasn't even a gentleman's sweep. It was a sweep. And, you listen to the bizarre, and they played it on the morning show today. I think they're 100% correct. The bizarre analytics "we're up" answer is going to haunt him moving forward. I'm still not quite sure what he was thinking, but
It's led to a lot of really fun jokes.
Yeah, but
we made some right before we came in.
Well, that's true. But if you're making an answer like that, I'm actually wondering how much coaching you're doing, and it's not on him. I do think he's a good coach, but
that's why he's back.
Yeah, but is he back? And I never used to think this at all. I used to think head coaches coached, and that was their job, and that's what they did. But the fact that he spit out an answer about analytics makes me think that sometimes the decisions that are happening on the floor are not coming from the head coach. They're coming from, the UNIVAC that spit out alternatives and said, okay, if there's 4 minutes and 36 seconds left to go in the game, this is the lineup you need to have on the floor. Rather than getting a feel for the game or understanding, did analytics say don't call a timeout while you're watching a lead just dissipate when the whole world's looking? I mean, I truly wonder when a coach spits out something like that if they're just executing the orders that are coming from a front office. I think we see that in baseball a lot more than we do in maybe other sports.
Baseball's the game where that happens.
Although football is probably another one where it probably happens more often than we think too, because you can plug in all the variables too. Third and long, you got a back or a quarterback that might be more successful, or a success rate is higher based on this play or that play or this blocking scheme or running this route. So football clearly is analytics driven, but we don't look at it the same way sometimes. We look at it as, okay, you got a play chart in front of you. You can call your own play. I don't necessarily know if that's true. And when Kenny said that last week, it made me wonder if Kenny is executing what the front office wants.
Well, they better be, or he won't have a job.
But does analytics say to you, though, when to call a timeout? You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that I worry about. I don't want a computer running the team. I want someone who's watching the game with their eyes.
Basketball, more than anything, you're making decisions in game, I think, more than the other sports. But remember, these NBA arenas are equipped with tracking systems that track every movement of every player on the floor at all times. And you can be sure it's all fed into some kind of a computer system, and they track everything, and there's data like crazy. You don't use it, you're going to fall behind. So you better rely on some of that stuff. But you also need to coach and go for it.
Yeah, but don't you I look at analytics this way, that it should be a supplement and not the primary driver. And I think over the last
I don't know
years,
if it is. I just know it exists.
No, but we do know that it is the primary driver in some situations. We've had players tell us that before. Brian Anderson, to me, laid it out years ago just by saying, yeah, I don't know who really the manager is there. I think it's actually a computer from somebody sitting in the front office that's making all the calls on all the decisions and, how to do everything. And that's just not, I don't know. It just takes away from you talk about the human element of the game. People who don't like the ABS system, they like the human element of an umpire. I don't know. I think the more we get away from the human element, it's not good. But maybe it's so good that sometimes we don't even notice it, and maybe that's when it's working right. But for me, I wonder what's the thought process for Kobe about running it back with Kenny Atkinson and his staff. That's where it starts. Then I think also when we get to this press conference a little bit later this hour, what is next and where are we going with? I would probably say James Harden is the top person that I think of when I want questions answered about what is James Harden's future? How does he play into this? Was it successful? Did they give it enough time? These are the questions I want to know from Kobe Altman, or the answers I want from Kobe Altman, to see how they're going to move forward with the rest of this.
Mine's Donovan Mitchell. I think I know what the answer is going to be, but I'd love to hear an explanation as to why that's what the answer is going to be.
What do you think the answer is going to be?
Because we think he's the guy who can lead us to a championship.
Do you expect him to say anything else from anybody else, though?
What do you mean?
Evan Mobley? Do you think he's going to say Evan Mobley is the guy?
Of guys. No, Andy, they're all in on Donovan, and that's okay. But you better be right. You're already all in because of a huge trade haul that you sent to Utah. And now if you sign him to the contract extension that's being talked about, it's like, well, you better be right. Because then you're double in. You know, we've seen that in this town with a quarterback, and that hasn't worked. Donovan's a very different type of person, and he's really produced. But again, you got to just look at it and think, is this the way to win a championship? And if you determine that the answer is yes, and we laid out yesterday, you know, how can you win a championship with Donovan? I think it's possible, but not with this team the way it's built now. I don't think.
I also think that we're in like this, and we've talked about it for a long time, but are you better being guard dominant or big guy dominant up front? And I think both of us agree. Don't you think it's more? I think you need a super strong guard, one at least, and then I like being big guy dominant. I like that route. We've talked about it, where it's kind of more proven that you're not going to have great success if you're banking on two small guards for success.
Well, James isn't small, but if your best player is a smaller player, you're.
I mean,
NBA,
guard.
NBA,
I just assess small with forwards and centers compared to guards.
NBA history will tell you it's very difficult to win a championship when your best player is a smaller player. I mean, we've talked about Becky Hammond's quote that resurfaced this week with Jalen Brunson numerous times, and I couldn't agree more. Doesn't mean it can't be done. It has been done. Steph Curry, at least one of those years, was the best player on Golden State's team, during their titles. Isaiah Thomas, but it's a short list.
Do you think he'll give us any indication on what direction they might be going? I can't expect him to come out and say, "Yeah, we're done. We're going to walk away from this," or we've decided. I don't expect that. Well, there were a lot of talk about Harden, but I think we're going to go in a different direction. I don't expect any of that.
If you're a Cavs fan and you're listening closely today, you will get some nuggets that will give a little bit of insight, but you'll also get about, and this is because he's supposed to, you'll get about 80 to 90% of corporate talk.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what Kobe's
where you leave every door open. Really,
right. That's what Kobe's supposed to do here. I mean, he the last thing you're going to hear today is, you know what? We've decided that the way this is put together isn't going to work, and we're going to do everything we can to trade for Giannis. So Giannis is our target. Well, you can't do that. You'll get fined. And you just can't do that. And then everybody on the team's like, well, what do you mean? So we're going to hear, we'll look for every possible way to improve the team. And, all doors are open, but we like our crew, and, we're happy to bring it back. So
can they win?
But listen closely.
Yeah.
And listen closely, and you'll get some stuff today.
I still think, I think they can win.
Win what?
With the two big, I think they can win the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't know what the other side is going to look like next year. They're just missing that other piece. It's that, for me, I think they could win with this. I think part of it's basketball philosophy that cramped them up here in the Eastern Conference Finals. I think being gassed in the Eastern Conference Finals didn't help. But I don't know if that's, and being a year older doesn't necessarily mean that's going to help you health-wise, being able to walk forward into the NBA Finals. But I still think there's that one missing piece. And I know it's easy to say LeBron to try to put him in, but I don't know about having two guys over 37 out on the floor and trying to win a championship. It's not LeBron. It's that piece. It's that piece that I think they could win with Mitchell and Harden in the backcourt, the big guys up front, and then whatever that piece is, that's what I think they're missing.
I think they're missing numerous pieces.
A bench would help too. More of a bench. But you got to use the bench anyway, so what's the difference if you're not going to use them? You need 8 players.
I think I wouldn't touch the two big guys. Your best trade asset might be Jared Allen if you want to move on from somebody, because I'm guessing they don't want to move on from Evan. But they could, certainly. But I think this team could use anywhere from 1 to 3 guys who are between 6'7" and 6'10" and can play the game. And by play the game, I mean have basketball skills. Our buddy Campy Russell was way ahead of his time. Campy was a 6'8" guard, basically.
Right.
He was a small forward, but Campy had guard skills way back before the 6'8" guys had the guard skills. That's what this team needs. They need 1 to 3 guys out on that wing who can do some things and impact the game. And I don't think, every argument you could make that they have this guy who can do that, I think can be shot down.
All right, let's do this. We're going to regroup. We'll get set. We got a big show for you today. Obviously, Kobe Altman's having his press conference. That is coming up in just moments. And as soon as he hits the air, you will hear everything he has to say about the future of the Cavaliers as they get to be spectators for the NBA Finals after making it to the Final Four. Your thoughts on what we might hear and what you want to hear and the answers that you want from Kobe Altman. 216-474-0092. That's all straight ahead on Baskin and Phelps.
Zodiac never lies.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
All right, we are moments away from going out to Independence, and that is where Cavs Central is. It's where their practice facility is for the time being until they move until they move downtown
for further.
So we were waiting. Kobe Altman is going to speak. We are hoping to get some answers, or at least we'll get some of the background on why they may be making some of the decisions that they're going to be making moving forward into the future. And I'm interested to hear what he has to say. I think we all are. And this is going to be a really, really interesting offseason. And, you make it to the Final Four. You've gone a step farther than you went last year. Now how do you make that next step to get into the NBA Finals? And, obviously the goal is to be better than the Knicks right now. Who knows what other teams are going to look like next year, but the Knicks definitely seem to have something rolling, and they're going to catch another team heading to Game 7. So, this is the perfect storm for the Knicks as far as their opponents are concerned. And, if they can shoot the lights out like they did against the Cavaliers, the Knicks, I think, are looking pretty good going into the NBA Finals. But we'll see who wins that Western Conference Series.
They'll be rested, and somebody out of the West will be gassed. That's for sure.
Yeah, so they're able to pick up that momentum again. And I don't know if maybe this is the way the NBA wanted it, but I'm sure they're happy to have the Knicks in the finals. I'm sure that they don't get mad when the market number one has a team in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, correct. Sir.
How far away do you think the Cavs are from the Knicks? Like,
from what?
From being that team, at least pushing it to a couple games.
Not huge. I mean, the problem I see, Andy, for the Cavs, I don't know that they have a championship caliber roster, but I also don't know that other teams in the East do either. Give me the team in the East that you think has a championship roster. Without question, this team, that's a championship caliber roster.
A healthy Boston Celtics?
Maybe. And there's talk, the continuous talk, we're going to bust up Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
They haven't. If I'm a Celtic fan, I hope they don't. I mean, those are the two types of guys the Cavs. If the Cavs had one or two of those guys, that'd be phenomenal. But I don't think you can look at the East and think, yep, there's a championship team, which means everybody's going to tinker and tweak a little bit and maybe try and develop one. I think the Cavs are in the conversation as a team in the East that could do that. I think the Knicks are. The Knicks might have the closest team because they're deep. I think they're deep. And they play a great brand of team ball. I give Mike Brown and Chris Gent a lot of credit, man. I really am.
Do you think Mike is a better coach today than he was when he was here?
He better be, yeah.
Well, because he has a job or because?
No, because he's been at it for 20 more years. Hi, I've coached for 20 more years since I went to the finals with the Cavs in 2007, but I haven't learned anything, and I'm worse. That's no way for success, young man.
Well.
I would think Mike's a better coach. His team certainly looked it. I think the Knicks
Jeff,
are close.
I'll be honest. His team, the way they were hitting baskets, is that coach? Unless they're working on shooting technique.
Andy, they shared the ball like crazy.
Yeah, but
you get open shots, they have more of a tendency to go in.
Did you think, though, that people, we're talking about the way the Knicks were compared to the way the Knicks are now, is that buying into, what Mike Brown was selling? Is that a Mike Brown?
I don't know.
I don't know
I'm
either,
not
but
close
I read
enough
some
to the
stuff
Knicks to know that.
Well, I read some stuff that, especially because it looked like Mike could be in trouble going into the playoffs if they weren't able to.
Well, it's New York.
Yeah, I guess
they fired Tibbs.
But the stand-around offense with Tibbs was much different than Mike had to get those guys to buy in. And like you take the one game where Brunson had all the assists, and when the Cavs went to go double team him, that was their big strategy. And All he did was just dish the ball off and let everybody else hit their buckets.
You know the Pistons are going to get better. You know, they need to pick up a couple of scores. They will. And they have Cade Cunningham, who might be, well, if he's not the best player in the Eastern Conference, he's one of the top 5. So he's not going away. I'm not counting out Philly.
No, I'm not either.
You know, although Embiid's a tough situation for them. I love Orlando's talent. We'll see what they do. They've been beat up a lot, but they have that long, athletic type of team that I think can cause some damage. Boston's going to be good. Cavs are going to be good. I mean, there's a really good team and I think Washington's coming on. A really good team in the East could finish 6th in the Eastern Conference. And then you look over in the West, okay, well, who's better than the Spurs? Who's better than Oklahoma City? Probably nobody in the East. Knicks could win the title this year and not be the best team. Circumstances could lead to that. You know, they've been sitting around, they're rested, and maybe somebody's gassed. But that goes back to it. You weren't good enough to knock out the other team in, a fewer number of games, so you got to pay the price.
All right, we are standing by for Kobe Altman's end-of-season media press conference as he talks to all those good folks that you hear their voices throughout the season, and he will be answering questions. There are plenty of questions going in to the offseason. Donovan Mitchell, his future with the team. I mean, it's James Harden, his future with the team. Kenny Atkinson, who we've already heard that is coming back for next year with the staff.
Not officially, though. We haven't heard.
Right, maybe we'll hear that today.
Yeah.
That is something I would expect, especially early on in the press conference. What is the future of Evan Mobley? What is the future of Jared Allen? Maybe you're a big Max Strus fan. Maybe we'll get some insight on that. Are they happy with the way things played out through the regular season and can understand the fact that they made it to the Final Four in the NBA, but just came up short, 4 games away from
Gentlemen,
making
we
it back.
now go live to Independence for Cavaliers general manager, I guess president of basketball operations, I should say.
Correct.
Kobe Altman.
Before we open up for questions, he's going to give some brief remarks. I will ask when we get to the question and answer period.
All right, they're just getting set up, so he's probably going to roll up to the podium any second. So we're just going to make you listen to the bylaws of how a press conference.
Thanks for coming. We had a longer journey this year, which was great, and I wanted to say thank you and appreciate all the coverage this year, from the rocky start to everything in between, to the trade deadline, to our journey all the way to the conference final. So I appreciate you guys being here on a Friday morning to debrief on the season. Going into my opening comments, and then obviously we'll open it up for questions. The last few days have been difficult, and we've looked obviously internally. We've had deep discussions with Dan and Grant and the Gilbert family, with our players. We met with every one of our players, Kenny and I. The staff, the performance team, and I think we all agree that the way the season ended was disappointing. There's certainly some pain and some hurt with the way it ended. I think the good news is everybody is aligned in where we want to get to. From ownership on down to front office, coaches, the players, we all know we need to dig deep to take that next step. And we did take a big step forward this year. And having that perspective, right? And I always say 2 things can be true. We hated the way it ended. We were disappointed with the way it ended. I think the reason for that is we have higher expectations. We've built this thing to a level of standards, of excellence, and we know we could be better. But the other thing that could be true is we could be proud of what we've accomplished here, be proud of what we've built. Very, very strong foundation. We believe in the culture that we built. We believe in the players that we have in-house. We have incredible ownership with great resources that helps us achieve in every aspect of this really difficult game that we're in. So it'd be disingenuous to sit here and not tell you that we aren't disappointed and about the way it ended. But I think across the building, I think we're all very aligned, and we have a foundation here to put us in a position to compete for championships. And it's been a long road to get here, right? It's been 5 years of sustained success, and we're still doing this. But, you know, we have to figure out how we break through it one more time, and that's going to be the most difficult step. So we're already looking internally of how we can get better, having those discussions, and like I said before, completely aligned in a few things. You know, obviously the disappointment of how it ended, but also in a position of strength to continue to fight for what we know the goal will be, is to compete for championships here in Cleveland. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Kobe, you were talking about the breakthrough that you're hoping for as an organization. Does that come internally, or do you have to go externally for that?
It's a good question, Chris. I think first we look internally. I think that there's still growth to be had. And once you get to this level, it kind of gives you another perspective of how hard this thing is. We still have young players on the roster. We still have Evan Mobley, that's 24 years old. This group is still kind of new when you talk about adding James Harden at the deadline. You know, we're hopeful to have him back next year and have a full summer with him and training camp with him. You know, but we've also always looked externally as well. We've over the last 5 years retooled this roster, added to this roster. We've looked internally, we've grown internally. So we have we're operating at a position of real strength in terms of our foundation. And I think those discussions happen now. You know, do we have enough? Do we add around the edges? This is certainly not a place where we're like, we need to blow this up and start again. That's certainly not where we're at. But those discussions will happen. But certainly internally, right now, there's more that we have that we can get to.
Kobe, when it comes to Harden and the option and a couple of the veteran bench players, how soon do you want to make a decision on that and on how to approach free agency?
Well, James is interesting. Obviously, you know, he has a player option. Not going to go into. We have to talk to his representation about what that looks like. We're hopeful he comes back and we have a full training camp with him. You know, I think in regards to James, he was remarkable for us. I think people need to take a step back and realize we didn't trade for MVP James Harden. We traded for James Harden at the end of his career that has transformed himself to becoming one of the best point guards in the league. He helped stabilize us, right? He helped re-galvanize the group. We were kind of shaky there in terms of our belief. And when he came on board, he gave us a real belief and swagger. If I remember, we traded for him and shot out of the gate 5-0, right, with some real swagger and confidence. And we're not in the conference finals without James. So that's a real important piece. But we need to figure it out. You know, obviously we're in the second apron as of right now, and we need to figure out what pieces we can bring back. Those are hard decisions. The CBA puts that, you know, if you have a really good deep roster, you have to make difficult decisions. And so we'll start to deliberate what that means and who we can bring back.
Hey. Donovan turns 30 in September. You guys can put a big extension in front of him this summer. At what point does age start to factor into those conversations?
We're still playing the best basketball of his career, right? Look, Donovan is our guy. He loves it here. I think he's professed how much he loves it here emphatically. You know, through this, and it's interesting, like 2018 was the last time he made a conference finals and 8 long years to get back here. The 4 years without him, no playoffs, right? The 4 years with him, playoffs. Multiple conference semifinals or conference finals. He's elevated everything about this franchise and this organization. So, you know, when he professes his love for being here, you know, we're fortunate to have him, and we'll work out those details when it comes time. But right now, he's still playing the best basketball of his career. I think this was, you know, second highest points per game, another All-NBA caliber a year. And he finally broke through to get to a conference finals, and he wants more. And so we're getting him at his peak right now, and we hope that continues.
Cameron.
Hey, Cameron.
We've asked you for the past couple years, right, questions about the fit of the bigs and the guards together. But when it comes to the bigs, with Jared and Evan, what did they show you, maybe even through this playoffs, that was different from years past, or how have you seen them grow together and as individuals on the court?
Well, we need them. They're almost like our cheat code in terms of defensive prowess, but also just in terms of our net rating when they're on the floor together. They both grew. They both grew tremendously. And again, this is an evolution of where we've been the last 5 years. There's been times when we failed and we fell in our face, right? It's only come back stronger. And, I think we're going to add to the moniker like Game 7 JA, right? Game 7 JA. That's going to be etched in the walls somewhere in Cleveland history, and it really will be, because we needed him at those times and at those moments when our season's on the line. He was incredible. And then Evan Mobley, who you can argue was consistently our best player throughout the playoffs. I know everyone wants to jump from him, right? And he does himself. But this playoffs, he was tremendous for us. And you think about Game 5 on the road in Detroit, scores the last 7 points to bring us to a tie ball game. There was a 3-ball at the top of the key, right? That went in, that gave us all belief. Okay, now we're going to be able, we can do this. We didn't see that from him 2-3 years ago, right? To be able to step up and knock down that 3, and then, oh, by the way, hit 2 key free throws to tie up that ball game on the road. These are all things that we're going to grow from, right? That he's going to grow from. And so when I say we have a strong foundation, these guys have been through failure. They've bounced back and come back stronger. And those two specifically find great ways to play alongside each other. Big-to-big action, and then Evan stretching the game out. I think Evan, throughout his career now, in the playoffs, has shot 36% from 3. So he's evolved his game. And they're still relatively young, right? Still relatively young, but older in terms of experience and playoff experience. And so those two fit really well together, and we're excited about their future together.
Hey, Kobe, when we had the chance to talk to Donovan and James after the Game 4 loss, a big factor they pointed to was just the grind of a schedule they had playing every other day. They said they didn't really feel like they gave themselves a chance headed into the conference finals. I'm curious, just with all the meetings you guys have had with players over the past several days, does that stand out to you as a large factor to where the series went how it did?
Let's make sure we emphasize this. The Knicks were tremendous. The Knicks were really, really good. The Knicks have been really good. And I don't want to take anything away from their performance. I think over the last 10 games, they're playing at an offensive efficiency unlike anything we've seen in the playoffs. I think for us, if we're being honest and transparent, when we lost Game 1, that really impacted us, right? And that was the time to sort of put them on their heels and stop that momentum that they had. And we gave that one away. And I don't know if that was legs. I'm sure it was. There was some emotional fatigue coming off Game 7 on the road and going right to Madison Square Garden and trying to get that one home. But let's make no mistake, like the Knicks they're a great team, and they're well deserved to represent the East in the finals. We got to get better in terms of, okay, we want to play longer. If we're going to use legs as an excuse, then that means we got to start now in terms of our preparation, in terms of our endurance, in terms of our durability, because everyone's going through that right now. Everyone's going through that right now. I will say that the Knicks lost in the conference finals last year, and now they're in the finals. The year before, Indiana Pacers, or a couple years before, Indiana Pacers lost in the conference finals. They made the finals. There is a pathway here now that you've gotten here and realize how difficult it is. And so we need to take all those learnings. There's some of that. I'm not saying there's not fatigue and mental fatigue, but you got to give yourself a chance. And that's why we're disappointed, because we built ourselves up to a level of expectation and standard now to where we want to get to the finals and compete for that championship. And so anything less is just excuses. We can't go there.
What do you think you guys need to get better from a basketball perspective to get over that?
Well, I will say that we missed a lot of open shots. And that's not a get better thing, right? I don't know if that was legs. I don't know what it was. You get to this level, shot making matters. And so, when looking back at that series, and again, we need to zoom out again and just take stock in where we are as a franchise. But that series in particular, we missed a number of open shots. And so, shot making was big. And matching their offense was a big part. And so, from a basketball standpoint, I still think we were doing some really good things. I believe wholeheartedly in the personnel that we have. I think we have enough talent in-house. That doesn't mean you can't reconfigure, retool, bring in some aspects that we can get better at. But I think the biggest question was, were we going to be tough enough? Were we going to be able to compete? And we went through 2 knockdown, drag-out series, some of the most physical series that we've seen, and emerged. Won a Game 7 on the road. So we answered a lot of those questions. And now there's another step that we need to take, and we're gonna dive deep and figure that out. But that's a good question.
It's the Cavs' Kobe Altman postseason press conference.
About Evan and Jared a lot here. Can you say definitively that Evan Mobley will be on your team next year?
Evan Mobley?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's part of our future. I don't know what you mean by.
Well, because all these Evan for Giannis.
Yeah, we're not gonna speculate on any players outside these walls. All I can tell you is, since Evan's been here, we've had the 3rd best record in the league for 5 years. 3rd best record in the league. Now we don't have a championship to show for that yet, right? Boston and Denver, the other 2 ahead of us, they have a championship to show for that. But all Evan has done is impacted winning. He's been remarkable for us in terms of our ascent. Right, the last 5 years, he's a huge part of what we do. He knows he needs to get better. When we sat down and talked to him, we talked about the intangible stuff. Not even so the skill set stuff. How are we going to get stronger, right? How are we going to build your body up so you're going to be able to sustain? We played him a lot of minutes this postseason, and so 5 years in, 24 years old, we are very fortunate to have drafted Evan Mobley in a spectacular rookie class. You think about that rookie class, right? Cade Cunningham, right? MVP candidate. Scotty Barnes, who has emerged to be one of the best players in the NBA. We saw that for 7 games. That was not fun. Franz Wagner, right? Evan Mobley. That's a spectacular class. And out of those guys, who's the first to the conference finals? Evan Mobley. So we have to be proud of that. We have to take pride in that. It's easy to knock someone down. We're in the weeds. We can point to this. We can point to that. He's a franchise caliber player, and we're very fortunate to have him.
Kobe, at your trade deadline press conference, you mentioned Jalen Tyson kind of connected to that future as well.
Yes.
When you talk about a player who's in his 2nd year and got first playoff minutes, does that give you an extra belief that he can continue to impact this team going forward?
We need him. And again, talking to him, he was disappointed in his overall playoff performance, and I think it was that was tied to shot making. But you could tell how much we needed him, even in some of these these later series. Just his toughness, his tenacity on the boards, the fact that he can pick up full. We were, again, to get him at 20 last year, really huge, because he's going to be a big part of what we do, especially on rookie scale, right? And so he's always going to outplay his coverage, if you will, in terms of his contract. He's a big part of our future. We need his tenacity, his toughness, his defense, his shot making, and the fact that he put himself in a position to be a real rotational player on a conference finals team speaks to who he is as a person. His work ethic, his drive, his hunger. He was equally as disappointed. He could have been in here like, man, I'm playing with house's money. I'm a 2nd-year guy. I was playing the playoffs. I had 39-point games. I started for a large majority of the season. Like, I'm good. And he was visibly very disappointed how we finished and his play. And that's only gonna help him drive him forward. And he's gonna be a part of this thing for sure. Hey, Nate.
You mentioned the Knicks lost in the conference finals last year. We know that they made a coaching change after that.
Mm-hmm.
With Kenny coming back, how do you see Kenny's 2nd season and in the playoffs? How do you see the decision to stand pat there? And And how do you and Kenny work together moving forward in your mind?
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we heard a lot of noise after that loss to the Knicks, which was unfortunate. I don't think it was a story. There was never a conversation about Kenny at all. You know, when we win as an organization, we win as an organization. When we lose as an organization, we all own it. And there doesn't always have to be a fall guy. Kenny has been remarkable the last 2 years. I mean, if you just zoom out and look at his resume, right? 64 wins last year, Coach of the Year, gets us to a conference semis. This year we get better, right, in terms of our playoff success, get to a conference finals. 52 wins. I think the most extraordinary part of Kenny this year was, you know, we out of the gate we were hurt and beat up and a lot of starters missing from the start of the season, and we go 17-16. For him to stabilize that with 41 different starting lineups, I think was incredible, and to get us back to 52 wins. He's able to move and adjust on the fly really, really well. You know, we trade for James Harden, add a couple pieces, obviously, in Dennis and Keon at the deadline, and now we have to shift and change the way we play a little bit, or dramatically in some cases. And he was able to adapt and make and mold and build around that. So to get us back to 52 wins, home court in the first round, which was huge, he's done a remarkable job. And, you know, obviously, Ethan, you had a question about the player development, which we brought him in for, to make sure we have a stable pipeline to continue our growth. Jalen Tyson, Tyrese Proctor, Craig Porter Jr., like all these guys have elevated even the Sam Merrill, right, like have elevated themselves as basketball players under him. And so it's easy to point to the loud loss and just say, man, like we all want some of those possessions back, coach included, players included. We want that series. I want that series back, right? But we have to own that as an organization. How can we get better? The players own it too, right? And so this is not a Kenny discussion. It never was a Kenny discussion. It was an organizational discussion of how we can break through to that next level. But I think if you're looking at his resume in totality, the last 2 years have really been remarkable from a record standpoint, from a player development standpoint, and obviously breaking through to a conference finals is a real achievement for a head coach and for us.
Kobe,
yes.
You kind of touched upon it there a little bit with James. We spoke a lot about just, you know, learning things on the fly, only being here a couple of months. Now that you guys are going to have this extended time this offseason with James for him to really get integrated with the organization, what do you want to see from him from a long-term perspective to maximize what James Harden can do?
So there's two parts to that. Is yes, and you know, obviously we have to have a plan in place for James to continue being as available and durable as he's always been. You know, that's a big part of who he is. The other reason why we brought James in was he elevates people around him. He makes players better. Even the Donovan Mitchells of the world will give him credit of, man, I've never played with a player like that has that vision, that has that basketball intellect. What he did with Jared and Evan, that's what we're really excited about. Elevate the play of everyone around him, to be able to study that, watch film, movement, where we need to be on the court, having the vertical lob threats, the pick and pop threats, the spacing threats. He's a savant. And that's largely, I mean, what we traded for is like point guard James Harden to help us set us up for success. And that's what he brings. But the other thing that he brings too is there's a toughness about him that people don't realize. There's a routine and work ethic that people don't really appreciate. It's every day. You know, to be his age, to do what he does day in, day out, to be available for games with bumps and bruises. You know, he breaks his finger a few games in, and he's fighting this to play right away. We're telling him, take a couple days, let the throbbing subside, and he wants to play. That resonates with the group. If he's playing that many games, right? And then you have Donovan that meets him and plays 70 games this year, you know, which is the most he's ever played for us. So it brings bravado, a toughness that I don't think people see. They see the numbers. Obviously, they see James Harden, like this massive figure, right? But I think there's intangibles that he's brought to the table that are invaluable to us, and certainly brought us a swagger. You know, during the year it was very up and down of can they get back? You know, does this group have belief? And the moment he got here, he gave us that belief, and our chests were puffed up again. But we can do this, and we did in large fashion until the end. And I think that's going to drive us into the summer. But to your point, yeah, very excited about having him around for summer and training camp, and hopefully we can figure that out with his representation.
There you have it, Kobe Altman's press conference. He'll continue on. If he says anything else, we'll get back to him here shortly. But he did talk about some major things going on with the team, coaching, Mobley, Harden. We're going to discuss all those things when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. What'd you think? 216-474-0092.
I think first we look internally. I think that there's still growth to be had. We still have young players on the roster. We still have Evan Mobley, that's 24 years old. This group is still kind of new when you talk about adding James Harden at the deadline. We're hopeful to have him back next year and have a full summer with him and training camp with him. But we've also always looked externally as well.
Doesn't feel like there's going to be a ton of movement for what the Cavaliers are doing. Yes, it does sound like that. At least that's what I got from Kobe Altman while we were listening to his press conference that you heard right here on 92.3 The Fan. Again, I am Andy Baskin. He is Jeff Phelps. It's Baskin and Phelps. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. I wrote down a number of things that I thought was interesting, but when I just to look over it and just kind of get a bird's eye view of everything that he said, he looked very much at the big picture of what was going on, the accomplishments that have happened over the past few years, and not just limiting himself to what the results were from a 4-game series, which was actually a best of 7, where the Cavaliers were eliminated quickly by the New York Knicks. I think he took the big guy approach and a big picture approach is probably what I should say, more than big guy approach. I'm not thrilled with everything that he said, but I don't know what else he could have said. And as you go through it, it's just there doesn't have to be a fall guy was the one line that kind of stood out in the back of my mind, just because there was talk about Kenny Atkinson and what his future may be, and it sounds to me like his future was never in question based on what he said today. Now, who knows? That's media press conference stuff, but I don't know, Jeff, what was your overall assessment of what he had to say?
First of all, he's not going to say we're going to make moves. We knew that.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can say there aren't going to be moves.
The closest thing he said was we'll look
externally.
Yeah.
But looking internally, certainly. Because I knew, you knew, we all knew he wasn't going to say. I mean, what would it do to his team if he walked in and he said, you know what, I think we need to have some major shakeups here, so we'll be looking. You don't hear that very often.
It'd make you feel lucky if you made it through the shakeups, I guess. But.
Oh, or maybe unlucky.
Yeah.
You made it through the shakeups.
You're on the phone with your agent.
If you wanted to be somewhere else.
Yeah.
I found it interesting, and I listened for this, and first player he mentioned unsolicited was Evan Mobley.
Yes, it was.
He wasn't asked about Evan. He brought Evan up. And I thought he talked about two guys in particular a lot, Evan Mobley and James Harden. And he kept, because he has to, James has the player option. He kept using the word hopeful about James Harden for next year. And, we'd like to have him in training camp and blah, 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 blah. He didn't bring up Donovan until he was asked about Donovan. And the question I thought was interesting, at what point does age start to play a factor here?
Mm-hmm.
And Kobe said, he's our guy. We're fortunate to have him. He is still playing the best basketball of his career. That was about all that was brought up about Donovan. Does that mean anything? I have no idea. But I thought it was interesting that Kobe didn't bring up Donovan until he was asked about him, and then there really wasn't a whole lot of follow-up. Do you
think that's by design?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I think his comments about the big guys might be telling. Might be. Game 7, Jared Allen was an interesting thing. If the Cavs needed any kind of a reminder of what Jared can do for them and what he can bring to this team, Jared gave them that in the playoffs, I thought, especially when they decided to use him more. And if he ever needed to enhance his trade value, he did that in the postseason too, Andy. So there you go. If you're looking for external options and you're looking for big external options, you have to give up something.
Yeah, that's the problem. Although he did seem to lean like he could bring it all back. Did you get that feeling?
No. I never think that's going to happen.
No, I'm saying, but he didn't give you any reason to think that maybe he wouldn't bring it all back.
But he wasn't going to do that.
No.
He can't say, yep, we think we need a really key piece and we're going to trade one of our key 4 guys. You can't. That doesn't happen. One thing I wonder about, and he talked about Kenny Atkinson a little bit, and the development. I wonder how much internal they're looking at. I personally like Jalen Tyson. And I threw this out the other day with the James Harden situation. Could you play Tyson, and could it be Tyson and Mitchell as your starting backcourt? Jalen's 6'6". I sure like that. And James is 6'6". And Jalen wouldn't be as ball dominant. That's not what he does. I wonder if they think there's more there for Tyrese Proctor.
Yeah.
Who actually is a point guard and is like 6'5". I wonder. I like Naquan Tomlin. He's 6'8" and he's active. But does he have enough of an offensive game to fill that role that you're kind of thinking of, or is he an auxiliary big man? So I just think this team is screaming for talented, reasonably tall wing players who can both score and play some D.
Did you get a feeling there was a player they could walk away from after listening to that?
No. I mean,
he talked about Harden in the future.
They will walk away from. I'd be surprised if Dean Wade's on this team next year. I would think somebody is going to give Dean a better contract than he will get here in Cleveland, and maybe a bigger role. Dean is underappreciated. I don't think.
I mean, he was a starter for the majority of the playoff games.
I don't think by the team, but I think he's underappreciated by the fan base. But he's also
when you walk away with no points in a game and you don't take any shots,
exactly
that's going to make the fans
right.
underappreciate you.
Exactly right. And maybe Dean thinks I've got one chance at a contract and this is it. And I'm going to go take it. And guess what? He should.
I don't disagree with that.
I mean, these guys, especially a guy like Dean, and I say that meaning not one of your top 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 options in your offense. Somebody wants to pay you and give you, okay, I'm good for life after this contract. He needs to go take that.
I definitely think he planted the flag on Evan Mobley, unless he was trying.
Sure seemed to, huh?
Unless he was trying to create this aura that the Cavaliers would never walk away from him if somebody else is looking at him. He said most important player in the playoff, most consistent player in the playoffs, most important player in the playoffs.
Consistent.
Okay.
Consistently our best player in the playoffs.
All right, sorry, it was close to that. He started talking about Evan Mobley, then he let you know that since he's been here, they have the third best, record in the league, and gave him credit for that.
Of which is odd.
That
Evan's been here 5 years. Donovan's been here 4. Who's been the catalyst for the third best record in the league?
More Donovan than Evan.
I would think so.
He gave him all these accolades about things that he's doing, all these good things, but then he came back and said he needs to get better, stronger.
Well, sure. But Andy, we all know that, right?
Yeah, but it was interesting that he said it. He built him up, and then he kind of tore him down a little bit at the end. But
I'm not tearing him down.
I'm not hanging on. It was a little strong to tear him down. It was. There are things to work on.
Sure.
It's not ended. It's not. We're not anywhere near perfection. Because it's some of the things he said in the beginning. It was like, well, he made it sound like the reason they were winning was because of Mobley, and I was like, I do think he's better. I do think he played consistent throughout the playoffs. I don't. Would you say he was their best player in the playoffs?
That's not what he said.
I'm asking you the question, though. Do you think he was their best player?
Consistently our best player. I can't really argue with that. I thought he was very consistent. I thought Donovan Mitchell was up and down.
Yeah, I thought he was inconsistent, too. I thought Harden was up and down.
After the big, was it 39-point second half, or was it 38? Whatever it was, Donovan had some tough shooting games.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder. But clearly Evan has to get better. I mean, who doesn't, Andy?
Yeah.
James Harden probably doesn't have to get better. Probably has to get more comfortable.
He did. I thought it was interesting that he recognized where he is in his career too. But it's. I mean, we all know it, but you normally don't hear general managers say, "Well, he's on the other side. He's on the other side of the back nine, and this is where he's at, and we see exactly what he's
James
become."
James is on 17, Andy, and he's already teed off.
Okay, so
I don't know.
I did think it was interesting he laid that out, but he also said we want to maximize, James Harden. Did you get a feeling that Harden's back based on what he said? I know we've all talked about it.
He danced around it because, again, he has to, because it's James with a player option, and then there's finagling financially to
help this team get under the second.
Well, and
apron
to make it comfortable for James. I would assume he's back. I would assume Donovan's back. I would assume Evan is back. I'm not going to assume that Jared Allen is back, and if he's not, then you have a huge hole to fill.
So you're assuming everyone of those four, everyone but Allen? Is that what you said? I just want to make sure I heard you right.
I'm not going to assume that Jared's back because it seems as if they're going to move on from somebody. I think he's probably the most likely candidate. I think that'd be a mistake.
I do too. I don't know why. There were times, he talked about the first two series, and he's indirectly answered the question when people say, well, this team is soft. And he came back and said, no, he didn't answer it like he came back and told you the reasons why he thought they were able to survive the first two series is because they were tougher. I think he specifically was going at that, hey, we're not a soft team. And we proved that in the first two rounds of the playoffs. And he also recognized in a slight way that they were a little out of gas going in, playing two tough series, going 7 in both of those. And he said, I don't know, but and the other thing that I thought was interesting is that he clearly said, we missed, and we all saw it, we missed a lot of our shots, wide open shots that should have been made. And was that the difference in not being able to compete in the Eastern Conference Finals? Yes, it was. Missing all those shots, tired legs, shots that normally would go down, you would think most times.
Not being as good as the Knicks.
Well, truthfully, that's the real answer. They're not better than the Knicks. But he was trying to give you an answer of why they're not better than the Knicks, and that why he believes in what they have. I don't know, as an excuse. We missed a lot of our open shots, he said.
I think if anybody looks at circumstances and misses the fact that you weren't as good as the Knicks, you're fooling yourself, and you're probably doing the franchise a disservice.
He did recognize the Knicks were a better team.
You weren't as good as the Knicks.
Yeah.
And why? Well, you missed a lot of open shots. Well, why? Maybe because you're not as good as the Knicks. You were tired. Why? Well, maybe because you couldn't do what the Knicks did and get yourself some days off.
Or maybe the Knicks are just in better shape, even if they had days off.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that at all. But I don't miss the big picture here. You weren't good enough to advance. Now try to get good enough to advance. All right. I think the East is going to be it's going to be tough next year.
It is. Will they be one of the teams that can hang? I think so.
Well, sure.
I think
they're one of 6 teams that can hang.
It's better than being on the other side and being in the lottery. I'll tell you that. It's more fun for us.
Sure.
Right? So,
of course it is.
So, and then go back to that tear it down question, and he answered that at the beginning of the segment. You heard that clip again, that they're not in a situation where they feel like they've got to tear this thing down. Was that right? Did you? And then we didn't even talk really deeply about the thought process of bringing Kenny back. So we'll get into that. I want to know your thoughts from what you heard from Kobe Altman. Is it what you wanted to hear? Do you feel better about the franchise? I don't know. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Falcons are expected to call someone up from Columbus to fill in for Quan in his absence. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Kobe Altman checking in with the media today, letting you know everything that's going on with the Cavaliers, his thoughts on coach, players, future, all of those things. If you missed any of it, well, you know where you can catch that. You know it's always there for you on the Odyssey app. And if you missed a moment of our show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. All those things for you from our good friends at Integrated Restoration. Your number to call in, 216-474-0092. You heard Kobe Altman. Is that what you wanted to hear? A lot of status quo stuff. Still seems like they're willing to look at some stuff on the outside. And, you know, will they change? Will they move forward? How will they adjust with the cap? Still questions will be up in the air, but he did he, Jeff, give us some sort of guidance on what you think they might be thinking towards the future?
No, I don't think he did.
You didn't get any of that.
No, Andy, I thought he said things about his players, which when he was asked questions, he should. I don't have any qualms with what Kobe said or did. He just can't tip his hand, and you're not going to say anything about anybody here that we're not sure if he's going to be back or not, except for James Harden because James has a player option.
Yeah,
everybody else, here's why he's here, and this is what we're thinking moving forward, which is what he has to do right now.
Somebody tried to sneak in, I can't remember if it was Jeff Shadell or not, just sneak in a lot of talk about Evan Mobley getting moved for Giannis, and
I got shot down.
Quickly. We talk about our players here.
That'd be called tampering.
Yeah, so that's bad. So he's smart enough to stay away from that. Kobe did talk, though, about Donovan Mitchell after we left the press conference. He had a couple more things, and we want to make sure you hear what he had to say. So he talked about Donovan. Here's the first thing that Kobe Altman had to say about Donovan Mitchell.
July 7th, would you offer Donovan an extension? And if that depends on if he wants one now, then are you comfortable with going into the following summer where he could be a free agent?
Understand the question. All I can tell you is Donovan has been steadfast in how much he loves it here. And so there hasn't been any question of will he be here and does he want to be here. So I think that's the biggest thing, right? That's the best thing, right? When we have a superstar of his caliber that wants to be in Cleveland, that's our best ambassador, that's our best recruiter. There's guys that are here that wouldn't be here without him, quite frankly. So I think the bigger question is the one that's been answered is does he want to be here? And does he want to be here long term? And I think he's answered that.
Well, I do think it's important. I also, if I was him, though, if you were... if
Donovan is a smart businessman.
Yeah, if I'm Donovan Mitchell, I'm not signing now. I'll wait another year. Why wouldn't you? Are we talking about, you're talking about
why?
Guaranteed money now compared to if maybe something happens to you over the year?
Yeah.
Okay, that I can understand, but we're talking about a lot of money.
Yeah, except it's also 1 year shorter. There's another year on the other side of that maybe you could make some money in. I get it, Andy. It's just, how much do you need? I can't answer that.
It's up to the person.
Right, I can't answer that for Donovan. He knows how his legs feel. And he looked like a different player after that big second half. Don't you think? I thought. And are his legs in great shape? Probably. But $270 million. Yeah, I think I'll pass.
Well, if you think you're looking at $350 on the next year, that's why you would pass.
Yeah, $270 because it's going to be so much.
It's
going to be so much more bottom line for me to pick up that extra $40 million. That sounds stupid, but
that
so
does sound stupid.
But so does passing up $270 million.
Well, it's the injury part, right? And you just go out and get an insurance policy to make sure you're going to get there. That's all.
At his age, is he old? Nope.
No.
Is he an NBA player and he's in his 30s? Yep. That's
Yeah.
I mean, these things come with an expiration date.
Mm-hmm. All right. Kobe had more to say.
Can I throw in one more thought?
Sure.
Donovan is smart enough to say that he loves being here in Cleveland. And he might love being here in Cleveland. I bet he does. He's been nothing but top-notch since he's been here.
Especially when you go
not
back.
only on the floor, but all of his comments about being here, living here, saying he loves it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's necessarily the best professional situation for him. And I'm sure that is a factor that he and his representation will think about as they move forward. Personally, I think he'd probably want to be here, and I'll bet he is here. But, keep in mind, you loved Montana.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't wait to get to Cleveland, right? I loved my time in Texas.
But mine was about...
I couldn't wait to get here.
The majority of it for me was family. Like, I wanted to be with my family.
Well, and financial.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can't eat the mountains when you're
Exactly
qualifying
right.
for free cheese.
That's correct.
One of the smallest markets and one of the cheapest companies in the country. So
I would think, ask most any of these guys, have you enjoyed being in Cleveland? Yeah, you know what? I really have. Hey, San Antonio's on the phone. They'd like to trade for you. Oh, you know what? I like the Riverwalk. I mean,
I'm staying because of the Riverwalk.
Well, I've always thought my approach, if any pro athlete ever asked me for advice, nobody has, I would say this way. Congratulations, you are entering the NFL. You are entering the NBA. And your career will be in the NFL and, the NBA,
Right.
Major League Baseball. Don't lock yourself into one spot because they might decide you're not going to be here anymore. And you might get an opportunity to go somewhere else. So just go along for the ride. And that's why Donovan might love it here, but if another opportunity presents itself, trade or something else, maybe that's something that he would consider doing, which he is perfectly allowed to do.
All right, we'll come back, and Kobe had a couple more things to say, but I do want to hear what you have to say, especially knowing the press conference just wrapped up. So let's go to, I think it's Marcus in Aurora. Hey, Marcus.
Hey, Marcus.
Hey guys. Good morning. All this, whatever they want to do with Harden, or if Mitchell wants to be traded, which I wouldn't, like you said, I wouldn't blame any of these guys for.
But
trying
he
to
didn't give us a
explore
feel that
something
Mitchell wants to be traded.
No.
There's zero.
No,
but
neither one of them.
Nor
have
is he
ever-
going to.
No, but I don't. The feeling is like when a guy is vocal. Myles Garrett was vocal about wanting to be traded. There's nothing to it with that situation. So with Mitchell. So I don't finish your thought. I'm sorry.
Well, he needs to find a wing or two wings. I mean, it's redundant. We've been saying it, but like I told Dan, if they had Scotty Barnes, they'd probably come out of the East. If they have Barnes on this team, he has to find a wing. I don't know what kind of deal he's got to make. If you can keep Harden and Mitchell, and you get a 6'9" wing that can really good, or a couple of them that can rotate, that makes everybody on the roster better. It makes them harder to defend, and Mitchell doesn't have to kill himself every game, because we saw what happens when the Cavs play all these games and the Knicks get 9 days off. It's like they just took a bunch of steroids, and the Cavs were like, after the 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of the first game, it seemed like they were an eighth note behind everything, and it just perpetuated itself the whole series. So my deal is we have to find a wing. Maybe they can find a wing in the draft or a free agent guy, but or maybe give Tomlin, make him work hard and work on his game. Maybe they can stick him over there, but they really need to find a three. That's all I have to say, guys.
Marcus, thank you. Appreciate it. That was one of the other things that Kobe had said, too, is that he was really, really happy with the development that Kenny Atkinson's been providing these players, that he feels like he is taking these young players and developing them. Not enough to trust them to play meaningful minutes in the playoffs.
Thank you.
That's the problem.
Thank you. I was just going to go there. It's like, okay, you develop them. Then why didn't they play? I mean, seriously.
It's like going to the old photomat.
Didn't you kind of like Naquan Tomlin this year?
Yeah.
The hell was he in the playoffs?
So, but is it, if you want to go real old school, remember those old photomats? It's like taking your film to the photomat and just leaving it there and never picking it back up. Hey, they did a great job of making sure that Crotacombe came out, but I don't know because I didn't pick him up.
Seriously, if you've done a great job, they're young guys and they're coming on and everything else. And Jalen Tyson got benched and wasn't dug up until a little later, remember?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he got in trouble there. And then
Well,
I think he went to the
probably.
doghouse. Yeah, a little bit. Let's go out to San Diego, one of the most beautiful cities in America. Jeff. Hi, Jeff.
Jeffrey.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for calling.
I listened to Kobe's press conference. I may be in the minority, but I'm one of the people who thinks I agree. I don't want to change this team. This team was so much fun to watch all year. Of course, the ending was awful, but I put it all on the incredible loss in Game 1. Had they won, I don't think the rest of the series would have played out the same. And of course, if they had lost in 7, I think a lot of people would be saying the same stuff. Oh, we didn't get past the Knicks. We need to change the team. We made it to the final 4 teams, and it was a great season. Game 1 was as painful a loss as I've ever seen in my life. And it had to have been for the guys, too.
Jeff, you're
Not
right.
to blame anyone. Yeah, Kenny really messed it up. We should have won Game 1. Once that happened, though, the writing seemed on the wall, and it was a disappointing end to a great year. I love the guys on this team, and I think they'll be better next year. And if they can get to the championship or to the conference championship, it's going to be a great year. So, I'd like to see the whole team return. Yeah, could the team be improved a little? Probably, maybe, but no one knows for sure. I mean, it's chemistry, it's everything. So I say congrats to the Cavs on a great year, and I'd like to see them all back next year.
All right, there you go. Jeff in San Diego checking in.
Nothing wrong with that either.
No.
If you combined Jeff's phone call with Marcus's phone call, you might have a team. Because Jeff said, bring him back.
Right.
And Marcus said, get a wing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was kind of what I was.
Combine those two phone calls, Andy, and you got something.
Then maybe we're going to the NBA Finals. Maybe we're winning the NBA Finals based on those 2 phone calls.
I'm not.
Analytics says we've already won 4 games in the NBA Finals.
Rim shot. I'm not backing away from that. I mean, seriously, if you could put a really good wing player on this team and you rolled it back with what you had, why not take a shot? But you need to do something. I truly think this team needs an addition. And I think you have some pieces that you might be able to use to get that addition. Max Strus.
Yep.
These are bits and pieces, and you'll have to find the right guy. Max Strus.
You're saying keep Max Strus or let him go? Let him go.
You're going to have to trade something.
Yeah.
Max, Schroeder. I don't want to trade Tyson. I don't think Proctor has any value. Tomlin doesn't have any value, at least in the trade market. Porter doesn't have any value in the trade market. That doesn't mean you can't put these guys in a trade because you got to make salaries, whatever, make it work somehow. Dean Wade, you could do a sign-in trade if you had to. There are things you can do to do what Jeff wanted, which is bring it back, while doing what Marcus wanted, which is add a 3. Sam Merrill, I love Sam. You just heard Kobe Altman say we didn't make enough shots. Well, Sam makes shots. I don't know that you want to trade him. But if you want to find a small forward on this team, and you could make the argument you had one, and for whatever reason, DeAndre Hunter didn't work. I'm still wondering about that. Tom Withers is going to join us. I want to pick Tom's brain on that. But I just wonder.
All right, still more of your phone calls when we come back, because we know you heard the press conference, the Kobe Altman press conference. What did you get out of it? What do you think? Did he say the right things, or do you think we're heading in the wrong direction? He also talked more about Donovan and outside roster moves. That's coming up, plus Tom Withers at noon. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
The Open Road. No limits. You, your family, your schedule. The freedom to go anywhere. Make it happen at RCDRV. Shop from the most trusted brands. Adventure together. Make lasting family memories. RCDRV.com.
Sunny skies for your Friday, high of 70.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis. a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible.
$245 million with a floor just over $171 million. The Players Association has yet to propose a counteroffer, but the players are not expected to accept the deal. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play us, 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, as we've been telling you for months, The Fan is on YouTube. It includes the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. That's the morning guy, 6 to 10. Andy, me, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and you can subscribe to that channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You had a chance to listen in, and we heard from Kobe Altman on his press conference, end-of-season press conference. All kinds of questions kind of getting answered, or at least giving us some sort of insight into what the team might be doing in the future. So he talked about some of the things that are going on. I think fans want to know more about the future of Donovan Mitchell. So he talked a little bit about that, and he had more to add about he talked about his contract a little bit, and he had more to add here.
I would say that Donovan is uniquely ours, right? And he's our guy. And when you are constantly a All-NBA talent that is a great leader, that has incredible work ethic, that adds to the culture, that adds to the mystique of our program, you embrace that. And it's easy to point to other players and say, oh, I wish I had. No, like Donovan is uniquely ours, and we're very, very fortunate to have an all-star, superstar caliber player that's here in Cleveland that loves it here. So let's lean into him with his faults. Right? They all have faults. They all have warts. If I went and got another player and brought him here, we'd be pointing and poking and prodding, and because we've seen so much. We're in the weeds so much. but he has tremendous respect of his peers and tremendous respect internally. So he's broken through to a conference finals, his first in 9 years, and he wants more. No one was more disappointed in our exits than he was. And so he has high expectations. And so do we think we can win with him as the best player in the championship team? Yes. And we're going to keep pouring into that.
He's not going anywhere. Based on
maybe
that,
not, but he just summed it up with the assumption that's either going to work or fail miserably. Do we think we can win a championship with him as our best player? He said yes. History will tell you no, but Kobe thinks that they can change NBA history. And if they go all in, then I hope they're right.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I just think he needs to be a part of going forward, not the end all be all. And just because if you
just heard the end of what he said, though.
Yeah, but he doesn't. It doesn't have to be the end all be all on him. They need another piece
without
beyond him. And so if you're sitting two guys with max contracts,
what did he just say? He said the best player on a championship team, and he said yes, and might happen. But NBA history tells you that is not a good recipe for winning an NBA championship. That's all I'm saying. Here, you ready to get mad?
Yeah.
I play fantasy sports like crazy.
Yeah.
I have had Donovan Mitchell on my team since he was a rookie.
Okay.
I love the guy. He's phenomenal. He puts up huge numbers. He's a great player. He's a great teammate. He is a great Cavalier. He's a great representative of the city of Cleveland. I want him on this team.
Okay.
NBA history will tell you don't win championships when your best player is a 6'2" guard. That's all I'm saying.
Unless you're Steph Curry.
I can't once.
Okay.
Because the best players on the other Golden State teams, as my buddy Jeff in Cleveland pointed out, was Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Twice.
Yeah.
Twice.
2015 and then
yeah. And they won twice when Steph was probably the best player.
And Zeke. Zeke is the other one in that argument.
And I was going to say, and the Pistons won when Isaiah Thomas was their best player. It can happen. There's no question it can happen. But NBA history tells you it's really tough to pull that off. And that's why I've talked about, okay, if you're going to bring back Donovan and you're going to bring back Evan, maybe you should clear the runway so that Evan can become the man or find out if he can be the man. I'm not even convinced he will be the man, but let's find out. And if James is back, I don't know if James can back off enough that becomes the case.
Yeah, but did we learn anything from the Knicks, too, with, Brunson and the Knicks under Thibodeau where it felt – I mean, again, this is all based –
yet.
No, but okay, let's just say they do win, okay? Let's assume. I mean, they're only 4 games away from winning the whole thing. But, the Knicks felt like they needed to make a coaching move, a philosophical basketball move to make their team better. It appears to have worked. But Brunson can't do it unless, Brunson's got to be able to not only be the man on any given night, but also be the distributor on any given night. And maybe that's Mike Brown's philosophy in the way they handle it. I just don't see how you couldn't also have a team where Mitchell is the facilitator or the scorer, and then you have another guy that can be there. Because maybe I'm just kind of leaning backwards on what we saw with the Cavs with Kyrie and LeBron. It's not all about, it wasn't all about Kyrie. It could have been, though, if Kyrie would have had his way in the beginning. But why would you'd be a fool not to take LeBron at that point? So now you've got the 1-2 punch, and then you throw Kevin in there. So why couldn't you be sitting with 2 max contract guys, kind of have to redistribute your money and make that happen?
Well, you're talking about max contract.
Well, that's because every time we get in the conversation about, Donovan being the man, it always comes back to $70 million. Well,
that's what it's going to cost to keep him, Andy.
Okay, but if you can put that aside and say we can get another guy who fits the bill, who can be maybe on nights better than him, maybe complimentary to him, so that the two can complement each other.
Great.
And it's not big 3 theory either. Okay,
that's what I laid out yesterday.
Yeah.
How could you win a championship with Donovan Mitchell on your team? Bring in somebody who's as good, if not better than he is. That's how.
Jeff is in North Homestead. Hi, Jeff.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for calling.
You know, I first I want to touch on Donovan real quick. I'm never going to question his character, leadership.
How could you? You can't. He's terrific.
Any of those.
He's terrific.
Any of those things. I'll be honest with you. You guys know I'm a West Sider. He lives on the West Side over here. I've run into him a bunch of times in the grocery store.
Oh, that's
Does he pick up the tab for you?
Yeah.
No. And I don't even talk basketball with him. He is the exact same person he is on TV all the time. Like I'm talking about with the media, everything. So here's the deal that I have a hard problem with, Jeff. You know this. If you play a lot of fantasy basketball, Donovan's fantasy numbers, when he has big nights,
are silly good.
But are typically when he has big scoring nights.
Correct.
So here's the deal. If you're looking at box scores, aside from the dominant scoring, how many times do you usually see Donovan affect the game in other aspects? And I'm talking about rebounding, assists. It's not consistent. It fluctuates.
That is correct as well.
So here is what I'm trying to wrap my head around. Jalen Brunson's making around $35 million a year. Shea makes around $45. We're about to pay a dominant scorer $70 million a year.
Who is 6'2".
I'm not saying I don't like it. I love Donovan. But go back to 2016 when we won the championship. Where was our number one dominant player from? Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time. But what position did he play, guys?
That'd be a small forward.
Yeah, that averaged 25, 7, and 7. Anytime we're looking at championship runs, you're seeing a player, Jalen Brunson scoring a lot. He does affect the game with the assists. SGA, two-way player, two-time MVP. Spurs, Wemby, Castle. Like, there's a lot going on with these other teams. It's not just predicated on scoring. Where we're going to struggle, and I 100% agree with both of you guys on this, Donovan has to accept a role where he is the Robin. If he's going to want to win a championship, he's going to have to accept that role. I'm not saying he's got to take a back seat, but he's got to split it and realize that, you know, he needs more, and he's got to be more efficient. It's weird to think that $70 million gets floated around so easily in today's times. And a player of his caliber, if it's just going to be on scoring, it's not enough.
Yeah,
and
but Jeff, here's the catch with your thought, with my thought as to how you can win a championship with Donovan. How are you going to get a guy in here who's as good, if not better? How are you going to do that?
It's up to your general manager.
But even then, Andy, how are you going to do that? With the way this team is built right now, it would mean trading Evan Mobley and other pieces for that. If that's not what you want to do, then maybe you should find out if Evan's the guy. You tell me. I don't know. Is he or is he not? All I know is that he is under contract here through 2030. So that means the next 4 seasons you have Evan Mobley under contract. That does 2 things. Locks him up here as a member of the Cavaliers or makes him really valuable in a trade.
Let's sneak out to Bedford. Cool Ray's in Bedford. Hi,
Cool Ray.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for calling.
So I heard the interview, and I listened to what people say. So that, to me, is saying Mobley isn't the unicorn. Like, if he's saying Donovan Mitchell is the best player on their team, that means Mobley isn't. For the years, we've been hearing how Mobley is this unicorn. So
no, Mitchell's Cool Ray. Right now, Mitchell's the best player. I don't think anybody's making any argument about that.
So here's how they're going to have to win with Mitchell. I mean, this is the only way I see it. They have to go like what OKC is doing. He has to play the role as the best player all the time. Give me the ball, everything runs through me no matter what. Now, you have to go get shooters and not just starters. You have to go get people that can come in off the bench and put that ball in the basket. That's how OKC is winning. That's how San Antonio is winning. That's how Detroit got us. That's how they got us. That's how the Pacers got us last year. Like, we have no scoring, especially off the power forward. Mobley has to develop a fast-paced game where he can get that ball up, shoot it, not just because he's playing the center position, but in a power forward spot and clogging up the middle, and we're never going to win a championship like that. You have to spread the floor, especially in this day and age where they're what they call it positionless basketball. So you can win with Donovan Mitchell being your best player, but you have to get people like Merrill to hit the basket, put the ball in the basket more efficiently. Yes, he can shoot great threes, but he has to do it when it counts. And that's what I've been looking at all year, is that when that ball needs to go into the basket, or they're making a run or trying to slow down the run, no one seems to can make that basket, and that's the type of player they have to find. You can win with Mitchell, but you have to get productivity from those other positions, even if that means trading Mobley to get someone who can do that.
Thank you, Cool Ray.
Thanks, Cool Ray.
No, there's no question you can win with Donovan. The question is, can you win an NBA championship with Donovan as your lead guy? Kobe just told us yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just played off
let's
Cool
see
Ray.
it.
I can't believe that, man. Friend of the show, Cool Ray, just got played off.
Get a cheesecake in the oven.
All right, well, let's give it one more shot, because we do want to get one more phone call here before we talk to Tom Withers coming up top of the hour. Here's Ken in Brooklyn, Mr. Mayor.
Kenneth.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning to you.
Look, Jeff, you talked about something when you opened the show about guys that are 6'8" to 6'10", or 7 foot. That's what you need. I agree a little bit with Cool Ray said, but I just want everybody to remember one thing, too. You know, they throw out Jared Allen and all this stuff. Jared Allen, remember what the owner of the team said to Kenny Atkinson?
Yep. And
He's not going
Jared.
anywhere, Jeff and Andy. He's not going anywhere.
Ken, I sure hope not.
I don't want him to go anywhere, so I hope you're
want him
right.
here. We want him here.
As I've said all year long, and you said it also, Jeff and Andy, the other day, the team is too small. They need those 6'8", 6'9" guys or whatever, better than 6'7". You can't have all these small guards. Somebody's going to take a cut. And there's three guys, and I'm realistic with this because of where they're drafting, unless they would move up somehow or whatever, and they don't have any draft capital. So here's what you do. You go get Joshua Jefferson at Iowa State, or Graves from Santa Clara, and I want my guy from UCF, or USF rather, Isaiah Nelson. These are realistic guys that you can get, and you can bring them in here, and they have size. Size, you can't teach size, and they need to get whoever's working with the big men, get them to move their feet better, and they have a little 10 or 12-foot jump shot.
Ken, thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Live from his office in Independence. Ken,
you know what the Cavs need to do, Andy, among other things?
Stretch these guys out, put them on stretchers, and make the short guys taller. No?
Get lucky.
That's true, too.
Our buddy John Ireland, who's the Lakers play-by-play guy, Austin Reeves has become a player for the Lakers.
Yeah.
Austin wasn't drafted. And John told me he came into workouts, and what John was told was, oh, my God, this guy is killing everybody. Because they brought him in as an undrafted free agent. Boom, get him signed now. Get him signed. And they did. But he was killing everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta get lucky.
Well, you also have to give those guys a chance, though, because I do believe the ego of general managers, no matter where you are, no matter what sport is, you've got to be able to recognize that if somebody's coming in as an undrafted free agent, that you got to there, and then the coaches got to want to put them on the floor.
But if you don't have good draft choices, and the Cavs don't, then and they don't this year.
We're 29 this year, I think.
Well, they're picking 29th.
Yeah,
and so good for them. If you don't have good draft choices, man, you got to get lucky, or make the right trade. Clearly, there's a lot that they can do. We'll see how they pull it off. But the way this team is built right now, if you bring it back, you're not going to win. Will you be? Could you get back to where you were this year? Yeah, but Kobe just said our goal is to compete for championships. I don't think you can look at the Cavs team right now and think that's a championship caliber team. And my guess is they think the same thing, because they'll be making some moves to try to improve it.
Yeah, I think they'll be making moves too. I thought, he definitely dug his heels in on Evan Mobley. But
that doesn't mean they can't trade him. Now, the last two guys on the team.
Next hour, I want to play this because there's another cut that happened after we get off the air that was about outside roster moves. So we'll play that in the next hour. We're also going to talk to Tom Withers. We'll talk to him about not only what's going on with the Cavs, as we've been talking about all morning here with Kobe Altman's press conference, but I want to get into a little bit of Guardians with him too. And the Browns obviously are doing their offseason stuff, and he's going to be in tune with all of those things. That's why it's not news until Tom Withers says so, and he is going to join us shortly here, right after the top of the hour on Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is Rob Manfred's Gary Bettman in 2004 moment. Look it up, kids. Bettman took one on the chin to put the NHL in a better place financially, and the game has grown exponentially over the last 2 decades. If the Major League Baseball Players Association wants to willfully ignore the part of the league's proposal yesterday that suggested a salary floor around
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to our show. You can listen to all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We got a lot of stuff we're going to talk about throughout the rest of the day here, too. We're also going to get to the Guardians. And then there's some little college stuff going on, too. But I do want to get back to what the big story of the day is, and that's Koby Altman and his press conference from earlier today. And, you know, Kenny Atkinson coming back and all of the other storylines that are happening. So for more information on that and all good things Cleveland sports, we turn to Associated Press Emeritus. Does that sound a little bit better, Jeff? Does that sound?
Sounds fine to me.
It sounds a little snooty if you ask me.
No.
And that's not what he is. He is Tom Withers. It's not news until Tom Withers says so. And, of course, he is on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Tom. How are you?
Hello, Tom.
I'm not often called snooty, but it's okay.
It's not. I get it. Like the word emeritus is something
pompous.
Yeah, right. That's
emeritus implies like old and washed up, and thanks for your service. But that's all good.
Either that
How's
or
everyone?
I'm out of here, but go ahead and honor me anyway. I like that one.
Maybe Hall of Fame. Can we make you an Associated Press Hall of Famer? Yeah, that implies old too, though. That means you're done. Yeah,
I'm not worthy.
Well, you are to us. All right, Tom, did you get a chance to listen to any of Kobe's press conference today?
Yeah, I did. In between, like most Northeast Ohioans, ordering mulch and trying to get the take advantage of this unbelievable stretch of weather we're having right now, which we've earned over the various months and the various years. So yeah, I did.
Hours?
Listen, and
it'll be gone by the night. Well, snow tomorrow on the forecast, I'm sure.
I did listen in a little bit, and it was basically what I expected to hear from Kobe, which is not too different from what we've heard from him each of the last few years. And I think he hit all the right notes in terms of the successes of this season and what have you. What I'd like to do for 1 second, you guys, is kind of what I did in the Detroit series, in that I think we're forgetting to acknowledge this other team. The Cavs just ran into a team that is on a historic playoff run. The Knicks are doing things that have been done 2 or 3 times in the history of the NBA. So I think you got to give them a little acknowledgement while also accepting that this Cleveland team had numerous flaws. I think we're all guilty, and I say that meaning with all due respect, my media colleagues, fans, et cetera. We kind of ignored defensive deficiencies most of the season. We thought that they could be this team could, shoot their way out of trouble, if you will. We expected Donovan Mitchell to take us to places that only LeBron James has taken this franchise. And I think some of that is unfair. But I think I'd like to begin by just acknowledging the fact that the Cavs just ran into a better team. And I know we can go back to game 1 and think about what if this, that, had they called timeout, this Merrill shot goes down, all of that. I think the Knicks were going to win that series either way. So I'd like to begin there only because I think that's fair to the Knicks and what they're doing. And I think it also maybe puts a little bit of a different spin on how people are dissecting this Cavs team right now. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I would agree with it too. The Knicks are doing a great job. Good for them. I'm anxious to see them in the finals, regardless of who they're playing. Donovan Mitchell. Donovan's in line for this extension, Tom. And there are factors involved here that make me really wonder. $70 million for an extension, $30 has had some leg issues, and history in the NBA tells you, number one guy being a smaller guy, you're not going to win a championship. That's a tough spot that this team is in, I think, especially considering what they gave up to get Donovan. What do you do if you're Kobe?
Well, I'll spin this back to the Knicks for a second. Is Jalen Brunson a big guy? Hardly.
No.
I think you can win an NBA title that way, Jeff, so long as you surround that player with the right pieces. This Cavs team, I'll be honest with you guys, went as far as I thought they were capable of going this year. I thought before the season that the Eastern Conference Finals would be a nice next step, and they got there. Now, granted, the path there was, and the journey there was different than any of us expected. But I still think Donovan Mitchell is one of the arguably 10 best players in the league, Jeff. I don't think those players don't come by easily, right? They made the big trade to get him. He's still playing great ball. I still think this Cavs core is very solid. Now, what they tried to do in midseason, and we'll get into Kenny Atkinson, I'm sure, here in a second, is they added on a player, a dynamic player that completely reshaped the way the rotations looked, the roster looked, how Mitchell was supposed to play, et cetera. They tried to build the plane and fly it at the same time, which is an impossible thing to do. How many times have we ever seen that kind of move work that ends with a championship? You guys may know. I can't think of a single one, not in the NBA anyway. So, listen, Mitchell has had injury issues. He's still playing at a very high level of basketball, Jeff. I think you would agree with that. I think it's more important to nurture him and figure out a way, because you're kind of all in with that still. Now, granted, you could make a move at some other time, but are you going to get back a reciprocal player of Donovan Mitchell's stature? Well, you better if you're going to make that move. And I just don't see an easy way to make that without, upsetting the apple cart, if you will, without completely demolishing what you have and what you've already built. So I do think, and I think it's important for fans to accept the flaws of this team, acknowledge the successes they had this year, and then think about rebuilding this in the offseason. And that's not my job nor yours. And this is what Koby Altman has been hired to do.
How do you bring in that talent to surround Donovan with without taking significant talent away, Tom?
Yeah, well, that's what you got to first decide internally. Are the 4 top pieces or the 5 top pieces, however you look at it, are they all untouchable? And I think we could all make good arguments for, if you move Evan Mobley, you're going to get back, a player of Giannis's stature, if you will. So then how would Giannis fit with Donovan? How would Giannis fit with Donovan and James Harden and Jared Allen, who I think proved to us during this offseason that he's about as indispensable a player, I think, as the Cavs have right now, Jeff. I think he proved himself in this postseason that he is a valuable piece to hold on to going forward. People might differ with that. They may say, he doesn't spread the floor like you need to in today's NBA. I think you need him inside for rebounds. I think he's shown, different parts of his offensive game that can continue to evolve. I was really disappointed in the way that it didn't seem like. Well, let me back this up for a second. I thought when Harden got here, it did a little bit of Evan and Jarrett in some ways, but I think it also hindered the way that they played together big to big. We didn't see those connections nearly enough as we would have hoped to in the playoffs, and particularly in the New York series. So, to make a bold move, and I do think one is coming. I'm not exactly sure what it is right now, Jeff, but, to add other pieces for Mitchell is going to be very tough to do. I'll say this as well. Championship teams are typically won by players 6 through 10 on the bench. And to me, that's where would be a good starting point for the Cavs, is to figure out how can we get some reserves that are going to support this starting unit and support Donovan to get him where they want to go.
How do they get here with the salary cap issues they have, though? That's my big question. You're
right. Well, that's what's going to happen first, Andy, is that you're going to see a couple of some ancillary moves, whether it's Dean Wade, whether it's Max Strus, what have you. There's going to have to be some contracts that are cut for them to get under the second apron, because you can't do maneuvering of the bold type until you're in until you're in a good financial situation where that enables you to do that without breaking the rules. So that I think there'll be some moves coming. I don't expect the big ones to come necessarily now. Listen, Jimmy Haslam has already put out there that the Giannis move needs to happen before the draft. And, oh, by the way, the clock is ticking on that. So, these next couple of weeks are going to be fascinating to watch. And we'll see where this goes. But I do think, and I don't want to, echo everything that Kobe said this morning in terms of propping up what they've got, but they've got a really good team and they've got a good core. And I think sometimes we get caught up in this, guys, and I'm as guilty of as anyone else, of viewing this team through those glory years that we had from 2014 to 2018. Yeah. Everybody wants to get back to that, and I totally get it. But, those were the LeBron years. That's why I encourage people to, embrace those days, because those were the good old days. And I think sometimes we get caught in that trap of looking back to what we had instead of looking forward to what could be.
Can Jimmy Haslam just trade Myles Garrett for Giannis? We just do that?
Would that be a 1-for-1 swap? Yeah, that might be.
That's an easy switch, isn't it? I'm still I'm curious your thoughts on Kenny, and the way that Kobe laid it out today was look at the big picture, look at everything we've accomplished. This is it. But I got to tell you, Kenny's got some image control things or some damage control going back. I'm still trying to figure out the analytics answer and the lack of a time. I mean, I know that we're pinpointing it, and Kobe kind of said, hey, you can't just look at what we saw. This is why this is a no-brainer, and it's never been about Kenny. And I was like, ooh, really?
Yeah, all very fair. By the way, backing up for 1 second, I did have an interesting moment when I ran into D and Jimmy Haslam at halftime of Game 4. That was interesting. So, Kenny, listen, Kenny had a tough postseason. And I think, you just pointed it out, Andy, Game 1, he and those 27 assistant coaches over there on the side froze up. And, unfortunately, that lead went from 22 to 15 to 5 in the blink of an eye. After the game, it was interesting. The couple days after I had spoken, and one of my colleagues had as well, to NBA assistants that were watching it from afar, who said, the rule of thumb at the Garden is you don't call a timeout, only because that just makes that crowd crazier. But if you're going to try to let your team play through that, you'd have to have veterans that are going to be able to withstand that tidal wave. And unfortunately, the Cavs didn't have it. But Kenny's, comments on the analytics were, unfortunate in that I understand. I think all of us understood what he was trying to get at, and he was looking for ways to get his team to believe in the process and to understand that, hey, we are a couple made shots away from really hanging with this team or getting this series, back under control. It's just that, publicly that's going to sound terrible, and I think he would acknowledge that was probably the wrong thing to say at the time. So, and I think in fairness to Kenny too, Jeff and Andy, he's still a young coach by NBA head coaching standards, right? I mean, he had his small run there in Brooklyn, which didn't go well, only because, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving basically pushed him out the door. And he's only in his second season here, right? Considering that they won 64 last year, 52 this year, took another step, went a little step farther. You would hope, like your players, that your coach would learn from the postseason experience that he just went through. And so I like Kenny a lot. I like him personally. I think he is a good coach. I think he's got good coaches around him. Again, I'll go back to I just think they ran into a bigger, stronger, better team at this moment.
The East is going to be really competitive, Tom.
Yeah, it is. You're right, Jeff.
That's the catch here. Okay, you've got this. We understand the pieces. Do you like the idea of James Harden back on a different deal that might help both of them financially, or is that something the Cavs maybe shouldn't do?
Yeah, well, it seems like they're already down that road.
It does, yeah.
He probably wouldn't have come here in the first place without some kind of a wink deal, like we're going to take care of you and we're going to sign you to a couple of year contract. So he's got the player option. He'll decline that. They're going to sign him probably to a 2-year free agency deal. I think the important thing, Jeff, and especially, I think there were moments that you look at James Harden and you're like, okay, I see why they made the move. He does make the offense better. He still does have that. He is a playmaker. He knows how to make smart basketball plays. But then there were too many of those other moments where you were like, who is he passing it to? And why is he shooting? And would you please stop dribbling? And then, forget about the defensive end. I mean, that Game 1 stretch of about 4 minutes where we were all screaming, like, why are they switching it and get him off the floor and what have you? So I think if he does come back, Jeff, and that seems inevitable, he's going to have to reinvent himself again, right? I think he's going to be at 37. I don't discount James Harden's basketball intellect. I think he's a terrifically smart player. I just think right now where he is in terms of his age that, the physical and the mental don't match up sometimes. So I think a James Harden back here next year has to be a different kind of James Harden. And I think then that's going to be up to Kenny Atkinson and his staff to figure out how to best use the James Harden that they have now. Again, like I said before with the LeBron situation, you can't look back at what James Harden used to be. You got to look at what he is now and what he can give you now. And I think it's going to be imperative for the Cavs to figure out what that is and how that best serves Donovan Mitchell and the rest of the team.
Tom, is there more to Evan Mobley's offensive game than what we've seen? And if so, how do they unlock it?
Yeah, I hope so. And I do think there is. I think we saw snippets of it during the postseason. I thought there were times where, he was Mobley that we all, want to see when he, puts the ball down on the floor and takes 2 dribbles and dunks on somebody with that left hand. There were also times, though, where he drove into the lane and at first contact, he stopped and had that feeling of like, get the ball out of my hands. I'm not going anywhere with this. So he's still got to develop some of those moves. And I know we say this every postseason, he's still young. Well, that excuse is starting to expire, right? I mean, I think he's gotten to the point in his career where he's really got to establish some kind of a go-to move. I don't know what it is right now, Jeff. I still think he falls in love with the three-pointer too often and kind of settles on it. Now, all that said, and I think Kobe mentioned this today, that was a big moment for him in Game 5 up in Detroit, knocking down that big three, making those free throws. I mean, I was worried all year that that this season was going to come down to Evan Mobley on the line. And in many ways it did, and he knocked him down. And so I do think there was growth. In terms of there being another offensive level, I'm not sure. And, I just hope he gets back to, I'll say this, I think he needs to get back to the defensive level he was at last year. I don't think Evan was nearly the defensive presence this season as he was a year ago. Not to say that he was bad by any means. I mean, he's still one of the best defenders, interior defenders in the league. And so you got to kind of hang your hat on that. And I think whatever you get from him offensively is a bonus. But I think we need to be realistic to think that he's not going to be a 22-point scorer per game, particularly on this roster right now. But if you can get 18 and 9 out of Evan Mobley all night, I take it.
All right, big picture, just kind of wrap up this whole conversation. You think that big move coming, but they'll be able to do it with the nucleus of what they have now? Is that a fair way to assess it?
That's kind of how I feel. And listen, and everybody's asked me 50 times in the last 3 days about the LeBron situation. In talking to NBA people that were here during the playoffs, there's still a sense that, LA is where he lives now. And I think there's probably still a pretty strong feeling that he's going to fix things with the Lakers. Now, that's not to say that he's not going to look at the Cleveland situation and be intrigued by it. But you guys know LeBron as well as I do. He's not coming back here to play for $5 million a year or any mid-level or 3 or whatever they could afford right now, or any mid-level exception. So, and listen, I know they're good. They've already had talks with the Bucks in the past about Giannis, and I'm sure those will happen again. The name I think that interests me as much as anybody else during this free agency or during this offseason, guys, is Jaylen Brown and the Boston situation. Like, what's going to happen up there? And I don't know. I don't know if there's a fair swap that the Cavs could make to get him. I'm not sure Boston's too willing to let him go. Things have gotten to the point with him and Tatum where it's unworkable. So yeah, I think, Andy, that they'll try to keep. That's not to say it's going to happen, but they'll try to keep this core that they believe in intact and try to make some ancillary moves to improve the roster otherwise.
It's not news till Tom Withers says so. Tom, thank you very much. You're a great member of the team. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas.
Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. He is Tom Withers, 92.3 The Fan. Wow. I said some stuff there, especially the end. That's interesting. 216-474-0092. We'll talk about that when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Time now for a 2020 with Meredith.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
One of the questions surrounding the Cavaliers this offseason is whether or not James Harden will be back in Cleveland next year. The team brought Harden in to help win a championship, but they fell short after getting swept by the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. And speaking with the media, Kobe Altman talked about Harden's future.
We obviously know he has a player option. Not going to go into, we have to talk to his representation about what that looks like. we're hopeful he comes back and we have a full training camp with him. I think in regards to James, he was remarkable for us. I think people need to take a step back and realize we didn't trade for MVP James Harden. We traded for James Harden at the end of his career that has transformed himself to becoming one of the best point guards in the league.
After the Cavs lost to the Knicks in Game 4, Harden did say he wanted to be back in Cleveland. The latest reports are that he plans on opting out of his current contract and signing a new team-friendly deal in Cleveland. Guardians are back in action tonight. They'll be kicking off a 3-game weekend series against the Red Sox over at Progressive Field. While the Guardians lost their last series, they dropped 2 of 3 to the Nationals. The team has still won 12 of their last 16. Slade Ciccone gets the start tonight. First pitch is at 7:10.
Sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
to add other pieces for Mitchell is going to be very tough to do. I'll say this as well. Championship teams are typically won by players 6 through 10 on the bench. And to me, that's where would be a good starting point for the Cavs, is to figure out how can we get some reserves that are going to support this starting unit and support Donovan to get them where they want to go.
Interesting take on, what the Cavs need. We sit here and we talk about Allen and Mobley and Harden and Mitchell, but maybe part of the key to this thing, and I think outside of money, is talking about Strus and Wade and Tomlin and Merrill and Tyson and Porter and Ellis and, all the other things that went into it.
All the other guys they didn't play.
Yeah, all the other guys that they didn't play. And by the way,
maybe that's the point, right? If you didn't play them, maybe it's because you didn't think they could help you win. So maybe you need to find some guys on the bench who can help you win.
Do we think Schroeder's back next year?
Andy,
I think
how
it's all...
How many 6'1" guards do you need?
7.
Okay. Well, they're on their way.
Is that just dealer's choice, or do you think that's by design?
You know what? I forgot. I wanted to ask Tom.
Yeah.
And I forgot to. And now's not the time anyhow. Kobe just sat and talked. I would love to know, really, what didn't work with DeAndre Hunter. You traded a 6'8", 3-and-D wing for a 6'1" guard who's on his 11th or 12th NBA team, and a 3-and-D 6'4" guy who you didn't play much at all in the postseason. Not that DeAndre is an all-star caliber player or anything, but he's pretty good. And I remember him saying when he was here, "Why would I want to be traded?"
Yeah.
And he was traded.
Maybe because he said so.
I don't know. I
doubt it.
To me, that's the kind of guy you need to add to the team this offseason. Like 2 or 3 of them. I don't know. But I just think, and when they got DeAndre, I thought, okay, nice pickup. I never thought DeAndre was like a phenomenal NBA player, but I thought he was a good NBA player. I still think he is a good NBA player.
I do too. I liked him too.
And I just thought, that trade doesn't make much sense to me, and it still doesn't, because that's what you need. You need guys like that. I mean, you don't. And I like Dennis Schroeder. You didn't need another 6'1" guard. Play Porter.
Maybe they just liked his attitude. Maybe
Porter.
they thought he was going to bring. If you were questioning the toughness of the team, maybe he was a guy. I mean, he's an undersized guy who is very tough.
What does tough mean? Does tough mean mentally, or does tough mean you're going out and trying to beat on people?
I think it means first and foremost, when you say tough, it's someone who is going to battle to get rebounds. So if you ask me right away, what does tough mean in the NBA? Having size and the ability to grab a rebound and give you a second or third chance on the same possession. So that's where tough begins. The next part of tough is not allowing people into the lane and making sure that they are obstructed from easy baskets. That's probably the 2 best ways I can describe what I think.
Well, I don't know if a 6'1" guard is the guy to pull
No,
that
I know.
off.
But then the third point of it is what that 6'1" guard had in Schroeder was just tough, as in just like back-breaking.
And I like Dennis.
Hitting buckets when you know they're going to slice right through your heart, especially three-pointers. I mean, we all know about that because the Knicks had plenty of it against the Cavs. So, all right, last point here on Kobe Altman, and this was something we did not play over the air. That happened after we went off. But he talked about outside roster moves, and maybe this chimes in on exactly what Tom was talking about.
I think we're pretty diverse in our youth and our age. I think we kind of run the gamut. Outside of James, I think every one of our rotational players was under 30. So this wasn't an age issue. It's an interesting question. We definitely still have young guys in our system that we want to get better. But I think, look, Terry, I think the bigger question is, like, will we look outside these walls? Will we look internally? Like we always have. For the last 5 years, we've retooled this roster. We've reshaped this roster. We've looked internally. We've used trades. We've used every single facet of team building you can possibly do, right? From trading for Jared Allen, who was young at the time, right, to acquiring Larry Markkinen, another underrated move that we did that helped us then get Donovan Mitchell, right, to even trading for James Harden. We have internal growth that we've had over the years, from our G League, from Sam Merrill to Dean Wade, our draft process. So I think, when we look at it, it's not just, we need to get younger. If it's the right move to get us better, I think we've had the track record and proven success that we're going to go and do it. We're going to go and do it.
Okay. And I don't think they ever let money stand in their way, although the NBA is trying to make money stand in their way with the second apron. So,
wait a minute. The NBA is standing in their way.
Yeah. To
everybody's playing under the same rule.
To be able to financially do what they want.
They could do it if they
would. If this
didn't
was
spend
baseball,
all that money.
If this was baseball, I think they would keep spending no matter what. But it's not.
Well, but it's not. Yeah.
Oh, you mad? Did I pick on the NBA? Did I make you upset?
No, it's not the NBA. NBA is not standing in their way. They put rules out for everyone to follow. And the Cavs have followed it to the extent where they are financially handicapped in their abilities to make moves. And that's on the front office, and that's on ownership, and they have to figure out a way to maneuver around that if they'd like to make some moves to improve the team.
Kobe brought up another point, and I'm curious to hear because we didn't really dive into this. He said there doesn't have to be a fall guy. In particular, he was talking about Kenny. There doesn't have to be a fall guy. Yet, when you look at all other sports, there always seems to be a fall guy. And I don't know if that's a new philosophy for the Cavaliers because they've been pretty good at, there have been coaches normally end up being the fall guy for the Cavaliers. But maybe it's a new, fresh approach to the game with Dan Gilbert, who has kind of backed off on some of the things he may have done earlier in the ownership tenure of the Cavaliers. I just thought it was interesting that he said there doesn't have to be a fall guy because a lot of people were pointing the finger at Kenny. There doesn't have to be a fall guy. Does that fall in line with the rest of pro sports?
Sure, there doesn't have to be, but there always is.
Right.
There always is. If things don't go wrong, somebody takes the hit. Ask Kevin.
Exactly. There's always a fall guy.
I mean, it's not as if things, for instance, with the Browns, it's not as if things aren't going well, so we really need to, clean everything out. No, things aren't going well. Who's the fall guy? It was the coach. In this situation, who will the fall guy eventually be if it doesn't go well?
It's
probably Kenny
or Kobe.
I would think Kenny first, but you never know.
Or one and the same,
or both.
Yeah. So at some point, if they don't, I wonder what the expectations are going to be next year. And I also wonder, based on what Tom Withers said, is if they are going to try to make some kind of big move, what kind of big move would that be? What did you think about the Jaylen Brown thought there at the end? If he's not happy in Boston,
how do you do that?
Financially, or
I wonder how you would acquire him.
I have a problem.
We read the story the other day from the Celtics writer who said, if the Cavs come calling, and they will, do not answer the phone call.
Yes. They will go calling, though, right? Don't you think?
Well, it's his job.
Yeah.
But are you going to put Jaylen Brown next to Donovan Mitchell, next to James Harden?
Maybe one of those two guys isn't there, or Harden in particular. Switch out Harden for him. Now what? Now what do you see?
What are you trading James Harden for Jaylen Brown?
Well, you're not. I don't know that
Brad Stevens wouldn't do that.
No, but what else did we?
It would be Evan Mobley.
Yeah. Maybe both.
And more. Yeah.
Maybe both. I have. You know what? It's weird. I don't want to make deals with Boston, and maybe that's just the aftershock.
You know why?
Isaiah Thomas. That's why.
No.
In the back of my mind, that's why.
It's because Brad Stevens is married to a local gal.
That's why?
That's why. You don't want to do that.
Did they get married here? Did that matter?
Yeah, I bet they did, probably.
Oh, yeah. Were you there? Were you at the wedding?
I was invited, sure.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, we're going to switch gears here. We are going to come back. We've talked a lot about the Cavaliers today. You heard Kobe Altman's. Yeah, I think we have.
We sure have.
Hour and a half? Is that more than two? Almost 2.5 hours since the press conference. You heard the press conference here on 92.3 The Fan. If you missed it, go check it out on the Odyssey app. Let's come back. Let's do some headlines. Find out what else is going on in the world of sports. It's coming up next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
just over $245 million with a floor of just over $171 million. The Players Association has yet to propose a counter offer, but the players are not expected to accept the deal. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Big weekend of sports coming up. Guardians, Red Sox. Looking forward to that. There's some college stuff to talk about, too, here in a couple minutes. We went through, what Kobe Altman had to say at his press conference to kind of guide us towards the future of the Cavaliers. All of those things have happened. If you missed any of those things while we're talking about them, well, you can always catch them on the Odyssey app. But we are going to take a little time out here to give you what's really going on. It's headlines. Just live. Here's Dan Manigan.
All right, gentlemen. Do we want to start convoluted or do we want to end convoluted? You tell me.
Start.
It's 4 hours a day right here.
Yeah.
Well, this is about as convoluted as they are going to get.
Pepto-Bismol, good for convolution, too.
I think that's in the song somewhere.
I think so.
Nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, convolution.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway.
Close.
Have you guys seen the 3-2-1 offer has been agreed to by the NBA to curb draft lottery issues and tanking? Have you guys seen this thing?
I did. I read over some of the headlines. I just didn't get a chance to kind of. What does it mean?
Speaking of convoluted.
That's where this is all starting. So look, Andy, you can pull this thing up in front of you. It's still not going to make total sense. We are going to do the best we can to explain this because I have often believed that if you can't describe what a business can do in a sentence or less, it's probably going to be corrupted and a mess. I feel the same way with this 3-2-1 lottery thing.
Okay, explain it.
We are going to try our best. So, the lottery odds have been flattened. I'm grabbing this directly from the NBA, so we will get this as right as possible. So each team participating in the draft lottery will receive 3, 2, or 1 lottery ball from the drawing. Teams that do not qualify for the playoffs or the play-in tournament will receive 3 lottery balls each, except that to provide an increased incentive to win, the teams with the 3 worst records will be, and I quote, draft relegated and lose one of their lottery balls. The number 9 and 10 play-in seeds in each conference will receive 2 lottery balls each, while the loser of the 7 and 8 play-in game for each conference will receive only 1 lottery ball each.
I feel like that right out of the gate, you're increasing the chances then. Like, I feel like the chances have been increased for the lottery losers. I feel like they have a much better shot at getting the number 1 pick than they have in the past. Because that was all based on mathematical percentage, wasn't it?
Can I ask a logistical question?
Sure.
Fire away.
You're talking about ping pong balls.
Yeah.
Correct.
They did away with that.
Correct.
So are they bringing that back?
They're bringing it back.
And they're just going to have, however many number of ping pong balls in the little thing, and that's it, and losing the computer equations?
Right.
Well, you already know how many. So it's. I don't really want to do the math, but you're 6 for the bottom 3. You're 6 times 3.
You want to borrow my toes?
18. 6, 18, and then add 1 for the losers. 2, 4, 6. So there aren't that many ping pong balls in there anymore.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
There didn't used to be ping pong balls. It was number of mathematical equations or something like that in the computer picked.
Although, didn't they still use a ping pong ball and then associate that with a?
I don't think so.
I thought they did. I don't know.
So
anyway,
lottery balls will be
regardless.
allocated to the 16 participating teams. They will be drawn to determine the order of selection for the first 16 picks of the first round. Each draft relegated team will receive, at worst, the 12th pick in the draft. All other lottery teams can fall as far as the 16th pick. No team's pick will be permitted to be the first pick in 2 consecutive drafts or a top 5 pick in 3 consecutive drafts. That's the other side of this to prevent the 1993, the Orlando Magic getting back-to-back first-round picks that got everybody all hot.
Hakeem and Ralph back in the day.
So there are only
Hakeem and Ralph.
Well, that too.
If I'm right, then there's only 30 lottery balls total.
Okay.
Nice job, Andy.
Thank you.
So
I could be wrong.
The highlight of this is that it's going to be done for the next couple of years. They're going to reevaluate in 2029. This was ratified by the owners 29-1. The one team, the Memphis Grizzlies. Why, may you ask the Memphis Grizzlies?
Why?
Well, that's because they hold the Utah Jazz draft picks, and the Jazz now, with all of these protections, could basically just tank their way out of having a high draft pick if they want to, and basically give the short end of the stick to the Memphis Grizzlies. So, gentlemen, do we like this? Does this help? Does it I don't know if making sense is the way to put it, because it's kind of like someone smart's going to have to explain it to me, but is this a good idea? Is this going to help curb tank?
Oh, probably. It probably will.
You're going to try to get to 4.
I've been wondering when the Utah Jazz will start to accumulate talent, and this might be the year. They have the second pick, Darren Peterson from our area, from Canton, went to CVCA. He's probably going to be the number 2 pick in the draft, and this might be the year they go get a guy, and then they put their foot on the gas and go. This whole situation worked very well for Danny Ainge when he was in Boston. See if he can pull it off in Utah.
I'm good with it. Let's see how it looks. I'll leave it at that. We're not really in a spot where we're worried about this right now. So when we have to worry about it, that's when I get mad.
That's the way to look at it.
That's how I look at the play-in tournament in general. I hated the play-in tournament. I can't stand it.
I don't give a flying crap about any last bit of this until I'm in the middle of it, and then I'm screaming at it.
That's right. That's how it works. Then we sit around and go, man, this is stupid.
That's perfect.
Way to do sports talk right there.
Don't fix
That's not sports talk. That's real person analysis there, because I think most people won't care unless their team is there.
Don't fix the dam until I'm knee-deep. Perfect. That's the way to go about life.
I'm listening to you. But you guys go chastise somebody else. I am representing the people, and unless you're in this lottery scenario, you don't care. Be a team that goes out and wins a championship.
Yeah.
That's what I say. Rip out your rearview mirror. No one cares who's behind you.
Yeah.
Go get a victory.
Why am I knee deep in water? Well, we told you 5 years ago about this draft thing.
Yeah, when you get there, you can say this sucks. Otherwise, if
Mitchell
you
Robinson has undergone surgery on his broken right pinky finger. He plans to play Game 1 in the NBA Finals. Rumbling in it is that with about 5:35 left in the third quarter in Game 4, he missed a rebound, and he grabbed his finger in between there. But Mitchell Robinson going to get surgery on his finger and then play. Jeff? It blows me away when you hear the guys do things like that, because, I mean, granted, it is the little finger, but it's still a finger.
He may never see the NBA Finals again. And it's not like it's going to affect his shot.
That's valid. Really can only get better.
You tape that thing together, right? Surgically repaired pinky, tape it to the ring finger, and go grab some rebounds. That's all he needs to do.
Maybe it'll help his free throw shooting.
Well, it can't hurt it. That's the point. Yeah.
Aim for the box.
As Austin Carr told us.
Put a little lift on there too.
You don't even need lift. Just aim for the box.
Aim for the box on a line drive. It's going in.
Yes.
Disagree.
You disagree with a guy who scored 61 points in an NCAA tournament game.
I'm more going to point out with the fact that you can throw it at the box as hard as you want, and sometimes it'll hit too hard. That's the only reason I mean.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes it hits.
The man has no touch.
Agreed.
So throw it up at the box. Take your chances.
With a skosh more loft.
Yeah, skosh is not the word I would use for his free throws.
A touch. 76ers looking for a president of basketball operations to take over for Daryl Morey. Cavalier GM Mike Gansey and former point guard Jameer Nelson are the leading options for the position, according to Mark Stein.
Jameer.
Yeah.
Philadelphia native. High school or college teammate of our buddy Delonte West.
Yeah. Just things to keep an eye on. Things to keep an eye on, because the rumors are going to start swirling. So, Major League Baseball proposed a salary cap system on Thursday, marking the league's first proposal back and forth. The Major League Baseball Players Association, good gravy, put one forth. They have denied this and declined the idea.
Well, there's a shocker.
Would set a hard cap at $245.3 million and a hard floor at $171.2 million to shrink the disparity. It also called for a 50-50 revenue split between the owners and the players, centralizing on the television revenue.
It's just the beginning.
What happens when television revenues dwindle, if they do? In the
they
NBA,
own most of the rights on some of these local broadcasts.
In the NBA, they rethought it.
All these deals are only 4 or 5 years anyway. I mean, it's not going to go from 60 to 0 that fast. I mean, I don't think we're going to hit a wall that fast.
So you hope.
If there's also salary floor in there,
correct?
In their proposal, $171.2 million,
correct?
And it's not a big window there.
No.
Yeah.
Between
the difference between the floor and the cap, it's not huge.
245.3 is the ceiling, and then the floor is 171.2.
I think Dan just said that.
Yeah, but I was talking more about the Guardians in this aspect. That would mean they'd have to add.
A lot of teams would have to add a whole bunch of dough.
Oh yeah.
I could pull them all up if you would.
Guardians
like,
would have to more than double, wouldn't they?
We would have to put together an Animaniacs song if I started reading them.
If they're, let's just say the Guardians are at 97 million, which would be the high end, I think. So it's not true double, but oh boy.
See, that's where you're going to end up. What are you hitting? 175. Hey, get a raise.
Hey, by the way, we got to pay you. Okay.
We have no choice. We must pay you for hitting 175.
Or let's not pay you and try to bring in more players, and maybe we can, I don't know, start paying minor leaguers, I guess.
Again, it's the first. We'll see where it all goes from there. But, yeah, right now it's seeming like the players are saying no to the cap, and the owners seem like they're sticking their feet in, at least for right now. Again, we'll keep you up to date as it goes.
It's a first offer.
It's the first offer. At least they're talking. That's the biggest
thing.
And
that's nice.
Yeah.
At least they're talking.
We're all convinced they're not playing after the season for a while. They could end up sitting out all next year, right?
Not.
I am not. I don't think they'll sit out all of next year. I think we will have partial next year, but I feel very good in saying we will not be starting baseball in late March.
All right.
14-year-old won the spelling bee yesterday.
Oh, what was the word?
I can't find it.
Really?
I was searching all over to find out what the word is because they ended up having to go into an overtime lightning round tiebreaker.
I hate those.
Where the young 14-year-old was able to get the win.
Isn't there a 14-year-old age limit on the spelling bee?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
He was the favorite as well.
Sure.
ESPN wanted to make sure I knew that.
They check birth certificates on this?
By the way, if you're gambling on the spelling bee,
he was the
God
waging
help you.
favorite there.
Yeah.
Was he? I have the word.
Andy had a sawbuck on him.
If you're gambling on the spelling bee, you're about to come home to a chair and a bunch of people around you in a circle telling you how much they love you.
That's fine.
You want the word?
Sure.
Bromocryptine. Bromocryptine. Would you like me to use that in a sentence?
BROMO.
Why in the hell are you making me
No. Start again, Jeff.
Bromocryptine?
Bromocryptine.
I don't know.
Final word.
BROMOCRYPTINE.
Close. You want a shot?
Oh, God.
You don't?
I sucked at spelling when I had to actually do it for a grade.
14-year-old. I can't. It's a polypeptide alkaloid that mimics the activity of dopamine.
Because why wouldn't it be?
Of course.
Of course it is.
Why wouldn't it be?
I put bromocryptine in my water. I have no idea. What am I even talking about? I can't stand the spelling bee. I really can't.
I think it's highly of you.
Not a spelling bee fan. I don't know.
I went to school with a young lady who won it.
Oh, congratulations.
Mm-hmm. We Woodridge alums.
I can't believe the company that sponsors it even put $15 in for a cup to give to the kid at the end, but that's another story for another day. What else do we got? That's it? All right. You good?
I couldn't be finer.
I mean, we could quick do Champions League final, PSG versus Arsenal this weekend.
I got Arsenal. 6 goals.
Usually these are blowouts. I'll go PSG 3-0. I think it's going to be, yeah. PSG.
Did you stop with the nil? You live in America, man.
PSG 3-0.
None of us say nil. 3-0.
At Saint-Germain.
Oh, man.
I cannot do a French accent.
It's like I don't even know you. Red Sox are in town this weekend. Can this team score more than 3 runs? I don't know. We'll talk about it. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Look who's in town. It's the Boston Red Sox. They will be here. 7:10 start tonight. Guardians still with that 3-game lead in the American League Central. Want some good news on the Guardians? He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan sitting in there. You just heard from Meredith Kane. Want some good news?
I love good news, Andy.
The Guardians currently rank 6 in ESPN's power rankings. And what do they say? What did Buster Olney say this time? Travis Bazzana moved himself into the leadoff spot for the first time over the weekend, and it wouldn't surprise anybody if he establishes himself at the top of the Guardians' order when they face right-handed pitchers, given his unusual set of skills. He has an unusual set of skills. Love it.
Thought his name was Bazzana, not Neeson.
No, it's Bazzana.
I'll be.
His on-base percentage is hovering below 400, and his command of the strike zone is exceptional, despite being called up late April. He's already among the team's leaders in stolen bases. How you feeling about this team, Jeff? I'm going to feel a little better if they can just put a couple more than 3 runs on the board, but if they win, doesn't matter. You only need 1.
They're doing a fine job. Still early in the season, but I like what I've seen so far. Love the fact that a couple of the young players have come up and contributed. Martinez building on last year, and clearly DeLauder showing that he deserved to be called up for the playoffs last year.
Mm-hmm.
And Bazzana looking really solid. I like that.
They are also at an interesting point in the schedule with 3 against Boston. Then they get New York for 6 of the next 9 games after this weekend. So hopefully they can make some hay against Boston, Ciccone going tonight, Messick, and then Bybee on Sunday. So that's your weekend rotation for the Guardians. Thoughts on the rotation, Jeff? Because it's been not a traditional lock them down, feel good about rotation.
No, but it's still pretty good, don't you think? Tanner Bybee's had an up and down season. He's looked really, really good at times, and has had a couple of rough ones and doesn't have wins, but I'm not really worried about him. I like Cantillo. Joey's kind of establishing himself, and we'll see what Slade Ciccone does tonight. We like Slade.
Yeah. He's been pretty consistent at least giving you 5 innings. At least over the last 5 starts, he's given you at least 5 innings in 4 of the 5 starts. And then that game against Detroit that they won 8-2, he went 7 1/3. So it'll be interesting to see what he's got tonight. Red Sox, not having is it not having a Red Sox year? Is that a fair way to put it? I don't know. They're scuffling a little bit. It's a good time to be playing them. I don't know. I look at the series as an opportunity at home to face the Red Sox. They are 23-32. They are 12 games out behind Tampa Bay in the AL East, and they're they're coming on. They're coming in here losers of 1 straight. So, your thoughts on Boston this year?
Good question. Can I get a good look at them over the weekend?
You
get
sure
back
can.
to you?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Why wouldn't you? Dan, why do you think the Red Sox aren't the Red Sox?
Well, let's see here. Depends who you want to ask at any given point, because Red Sox fans will yell from the mountaintops at the fact that the Red Sox stink, or because the owner is a cheapskate who is more interested in dumping money into Liverpool Soccer Club than he is running a professional organization of a high-end ability.
Randy Lerner bought the Red Sox?
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
It's LeBron's fault.
Well, yeah, of course.
Stupid LeBron. If he'd care more about the Red Sox, we wouldn't have this problem.
That is true. It's all on LeBron.
Yeah, it's all LeBron's fault. But no, the reason the Red Sox are kind of scuffling a little bit is, the beginning of the season, they were awful. And then ended up firing Alex Cora and everything in between, which caused Red Sox
by the
fan
way, why would you fire a good manager?
I have no idea.
Okay.
The people of Boston are still in the same camp of it's not his fault. It's
Well, if
the guy
LeBron's
who
the
put
owner,
this
I mean,
nonsense together.
we could call David Blatt and get the answer on that.
See, there you go.
Yeah, that's how it works.
There you go.
Everything comes back to Cleveland. Yeah.
No, the pitching staff isn't where it needs to be for the Red Sox outside of Crochet. They've dealt with some injuries in between.
Yeah, he's been hurt.
And the kids are not
They
exactly
have some really
playing.
nice young talent, though.
Right,
Roman
but they're
Anthony's
not
a
playing
good
at
young
that level
player.
they should. Anthony has kind of had a down season compared to what they thought.
I know, but don't you want that guy?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
The arrow is pointing up, but
Sure.
the problem is Craig Breslow, their general manager, has made a huge, not exactly investment into the team that's here, but into the minors. And they went, okay, we've been waiting for these kids to show up, and these kids have been bad. And that's why the Red Sox fans are all grumpy and the Sox aren't where they should be. And you traded Mookie Betts for a handful of Magic Beans. And then traded Rafael Devers for another handful of Magic Beans.
Stephen Kwan will be out this weekend, bereavement. So, thoughts going out to his family. Bereavement list only lets players take a temporary leave from your team because of a family emergency involving your immediate family. They've had that since 2003. I don't know if everyone on board with that. So, sending prayers to him. Then, if you're taking a bereavement leave, that's never really good. So, just thinking about him, and I'm sure that the Guardians family is thinking about him as well. But he'll have the weekend off here at least. I think you can take up to 7 days off on that. 3 to 7 days on bereavement leave. So, maybe it's just an interesting time too. Just maybe kind of catch his breath too, and I don't know, maybe reevaluate life a little bit too, because it's not. I'm not belittling bereavement, but it just makes you realize there are more important things in baseball sometimes.
Yes, that's true.
Just saying. But they have shaken up the order here. We'll go back to that. With Bazzana leading off, do you think that's the catalyst for the uptick here then? Because the offense hasn't been, again, they're struggling to get over 3 runs. It's been a while since they've done that, but they're winning and they're in first place, and I don't know that anybody expected that. And like I said at the top, they're 6th in the power rankings there for ESPN.
I think Stephen Vogt has options. I think Martinez is an option. I think Bazzana's an option at the top of the lineup. And though I would hesitate to do it, I would prefer one of those two guys. Brian Rocchio is an option.
Totally agree with you.
But I wouldn't put Brian there. I would leave Bazzana there. Better on the bases, I think. And I would leave Martinez up there. Rocchio would be my 3rd or 4th choice. Kwan would probably be my 3rd. Put him back up there.
It does seem like every time when I look at the lineup and I see that you've got, arguably Rocchio's your second best hitter right now, percentage wise, and to see him be at the bottom of the order kind of sometimes makes me wonder.
He's not your second best hitter. Do you think?
He is right now. If you want to play the hot hand,
use your eyes and not the numbers. Is he your second best hitter? No. I'll take Jose.
No,
I'll take Angel
Jose.
Martinez.
I would take DeLauder.
I'll take DeLauder.
Yeah. Dan, would you move him up in the order? Because I think we're kind of Jeff. You're good at just leaving him at 9, right?
For now, yeah. Or I would drop Stephen Kwan to 9 and move Rocchio up a little.
I'm not doing that right now, but
why not?
Why would I not move Kwan to 9? Well, first of all, he's not going to be here this weekend.
Well, yes,
and we
obviously.
know why. It's bereavement. He's already trying to adjust to being. We've asked him to play center field and left field. Then you asked him to be your leadoff hitter. Now you're dropping him down because he's only hitting 207 to 7, the 7 spot
or 6.
Yeah, I need him to. I like Stephen Kwan. I want him to find himself right now.
Of course you do. So do I.
And obviously it's an emotional time for him too. So I'm not making too many major adjustments to him. I'm leaving him where he's at right now. He's had an opportunity to kind of settle in over the last week to not hitting leadoff anymore. So I just there's some psychological stuff there where I'm just kind of keeping him comfortable right here and letting him stay. When he comes back, that's your spot. Let's go get it. Let's go be the hitter we know we can be afterwards. I don't know. Go back to this, Dan Rocchio. 9, don't mess with it. Just be happy he's hitting almost 300.
I'm good. If he's good being down at 9, I'm good with it. I don't think this team has been in a position where they're scuffling to score a whole bunch of runs and all that kind of stuff that you need to move it if he's comfortable there.
Are you concerned about this under 3? How many games in a row has this been now?
That what? They're scoring under 3 runs?
Yeah, it's 3 runs or less.
It's a very silly sport. It's the reason why you do the wonderful thing to me all the time where you go, oh, my God, you scored 8 runs. You save some of those for later.
Well, that's you. You say that all the time. I think you're goofy when you say it.
I hate that phrase.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's how you live your life. You're the guy that always wants to save runs.
But I think it's fine as is if he's comfortable there and he likes having that amount of time to see these different pitchers before he has to face them. I don't think that's the end-all, be-all that holds anything back. I think that might be one of the levers you yank if they start scuffling.
So no concern for me, the one of you, that it's been 8 games since they've scored more than 3 runs. You're both good with that? It's baseball. Is that what
We've seen them win divisions doing this, Andy.
Well, that's true, too.
The White Sox are in second right now. It's baseball. What do you want?
Who are the White Sox? Is that the other team in Chicago?
Yeah, the other Chicago team.
Although they have turned it around. I mean, there's some fun stuff about there. Yeah, that's true. They got the Pope. It's over.
The Pope.
I don't know. All right, so
and Murakami, who either hits home runs or strikes out or walks.
True.
That guy's on pace to strike out like 300 times. It's really funny.
Well, I thought strikeouts aren't bad anymore.
He's going to hit 50 bombs.
Analytics will tell you strikeouts aren't bad.
Hey, you don't have to tell me.
You know,
True outcomes, baby.
Rather see him strike out than bunt single, right?
True outcomes, baby.
Is that? Would you rather see that?
You'd rather see home runs than sacrifice bunting? Yes.
No, I'm just saying. What if you had the? You're still your philosophy on bunting to me is
correct. Yes, you are right.
Yeah, in your world, it is. I mean,
don't bunt unless you're fast.
I agree. I'll buy that. I'll buy into. Yeah, I don't need slow guys bunting, but if I do need to get guys over and try to get 1 run, I'll take it. I know. Let them swing away. Don't worry about it.
You know, I can hand you a chart right now that would show you every time you
can do with your chart.
All of a sudden, your ability to score runs goes down.
Okay.
Every time you give up outs.
Yeah, and I'll make up a chart that'll give you something that will tell you that bunting is the right thing in certain situations.
Mine has 100 years of analytics, and yours has 100 years of guys with their socks pulled up to their thighs.
Do you look in the mirror and just go, I've got to live like this my whole life?
Let me chain smoke cigarettes in the dugout while I make decisions.
You're good. I mean, you're always good when the manager doesn't have to manage or use any kind of gut feeling or understand that you need a run, so why not play for the run and bunt and get a guy over and then, oh my God, you might actually win, rather than saying let's swing for the fence on a guy who can't hit a home run anyway. Oh, and walks. Are walks bad in your world too? Are you allowed to take walks, or are they good? Are walks okay?
Through true outcomes, baby. We're here all for through true outcomes. That's how we roll.
What kind of outcomes?
Every outcome that the hitter can control, which is home run, walk, strikeout.
And you're for that. So you're good with walks.
Let's roll.
Unlike the other guy over here who says if you take too many walks, you're going to end up in the minors.
Well, if you can't hit.
If you can get on base, you should be in the bigs. Doesn't matter. What, there's 7 different ways to get on base? I don't care.
Though I do have to clarify, I am here for all high Sox at all times. I have to clarify in that insult.
Done with you. Is the SEC right about what they think about the NCAA? At least one theory. We'll get into that next. Also, still want to talk a little bit more about what we learned about the Cavs earlier today. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
emergency list. The league allows players to be on the bereavement list for 3 to 7 days. The Guardians are expected to call someone up from Columbus to fill in for Quan in his absence. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. He's Dan Bennigan. Here's a surprise story. The South wants to secede. New news? What do you think?
It's either new news or extremely old news.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the new news on the South wanting to go out on his own. Earlier this week, Kirby Smart from Georgia talked about how he'd be all in favor and has supported for a long time the idea of the SEC, there's your South for you, operating independently if schools continue to keep running into roadblocks.
Independently of what? The
independently
NCAA?
of the NCAA, yeah. If they keep getting these roadblocks with rules, governance, and enforcement, and you have issues, obviously, we've talked about this, NIL, transfers, eligibility, and, kind of the Wild West that we continue to see in college athletics, but in particular in college football. So I think there are kind of two tiers to this argument. One, I could totally see it. Like, if the SEC doesn't want to be in the NCAA as far as football, knock yourself out. Because you know why? You can still play in the college football playoff. The Division I isn't NCAA. It's not. It's a different. It's not. While the NCAA recognizes it, that highest tier, not, the difference between the championship subdivision and the bowl subdivision, that bowl subdivision is managed by the College Football Playoff Administration. So it doesn't really matter whether you're in the NCAA or not. If they chose to want to have those teams in their playoff, they could. And so now you get this, split off. Where I do think it hurts would be in every other sport. But I do think.
Do the other sports actually matter anymore?
Well, yeah, they do. Yeah,
I know they do. I know they do, but in the financial landscape that is college athletics,
basketball matters.
How much do they matter?
Basketball still matters.
Okay. And?
I don't know. I'm watching softball yesterday. It's got to matter there too. Someone's making money on this stuff. So I think for the NCAA, yeah, it does matter.
Okay.
I just randomly said softball because Alabama was on last night. And I was just kind of flipping through the channels. I was like, oh, this is interesting.
Saw some of that.
Do we need the NCAA anymore? Let's be honest. Is he right? Do we need the NCAA, or should they just be this independent thing? And if you want to play in a league, and to be honest with you, with big time college football, what do you need? You need the Big Ten. You need the SEC. You need Notre Dame. I'll give you a couple other schools. I don't know. Do we need the NCAA anymore? I think we do. Because they need some sort of governing body just to kind of keep things in line.
No, they could put together a football governing body of non-NCAA people in a heartbeat.
So can you still be in the NCAA and choose to have football somewhere else? Because most schools, if you think about it, already do this without the NCAA, and they call it club. And that's where you are. And these schools already have club. You want to play club football somewhere? Okay, well, maybe now club football becomes the most important team at the school rather than this group of football players that want to continue just to kind of play on. I don't know. I don't know what the future is here. And when you start hearing guys like Kirby Smart go out and say, well, you know what? Maybe the SEC just needs to break off. We have our own TV contracts. We can do whatever we want during the regular season. Big Ten, talking about playing 10 Big Ten games a year. They clearly have the teams to do it. Do they need to play other teams? I don't know. I to be honest with you, I kind of like the idea of SEC playing an all SEC schedule during the year and Big Ten playing an all Big Ten. And then when you get to the end of the road, now you get to face off head to head in the playoffs. While I enjoy watching, Ohio State and Texas play, could I live without it? Yeah. I'd rather watch Ohio State and Michigan play than Ohio State and Texas. Any year. It doesn't matter. But the question becomes again, do we need the NCAA? And when you have a conference that's willing to secede from the NCAA, does that raise eyebrows? How can they? And we've talked about this for years now. How do they fix it? I don't think there's an answer. I don't need the government to get involved in college athletics. And by the way, Division II and Division III seem to have it figured out. It seems to be what college athletics is all about. But the big boys in football, they have a different idea. Your thoughts?
Football's a different beast because of the money that gets generated. The NCAA has served its purpose and probably still does for other sports and for D2 and D3. But college football is just going to continue to evolve. I personally see a day where you have a 30 to 40 team, whatever you want to call it, level of college football, and it's like the mini NFL, and everybody else is on the outside looking in. And to be honest, with the money that gets generated by those teams and the money that those teams spend in comparison to other Division I programs, it's probably not a bad idea. I would think it would work myself.
Dan, do we not?
You could relegate?
Yeah, you could relegate.
Yeah.
Dan, do we need the NCAA or not?
You need some kind of overarching governing body. You need something. It can't just...
Yeah, but a big football conference like that could go ahead and put together its own governing body, Dan, in a week.
Personally, I continue to look around and say the same thing over and over, which is the right people are complaining, therefore you're doing the right thing. When the right people are complaining, you're probably doing right. And when the coaches are sitting here whining, oh, these kids have all the power. Oh. Like, that's what you want. That's what it should be.
Do you want the kids to have any power or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
Hell yeah. You know why? Because college football has been awesome ever since they started this. It's been an awesome product.
Oh, I think it's been awesome way before that.
It was awesome before it. It's become, at least to me, it's become better. It's truly become any given Saturday.
Because you have more big teams playing big teams.
Yeah. And what has happened is exactly what we thought, which was that the players are not going to all join one particular team or four particular teams. Nope. It's spread it out to a bunch of different schools.
Because if you have cash...
And they get to play. It's both of those things. It's playing time and cash. We are no longer in this era anymore where these guys are going to sit there behind so-and-so because coach has you on a 4-year scholarship. You're not going to play me. You sold me a bill of goods in my living room. You're not living up to that. Bye. Take care of yourself. Appreciate it. I now have some level of power to keep you accountable.
I don't disagree.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It really is.
The innocence is way gone. If you want innocence in college athletics, look at Division II and Division III then, right? Is that what we're saying? Even though NIL's available there too. It's just...
The right people are complaining. That's all I continue to do. The right people are complaining.
The one byproduct of all of this is the fizzle of bowl games is gone. Other than the fact that we've renamed these playoff games after the bowl games. That's really all it is.
The fizzle has been gone for a while on these bowl games. I don't know how many people were getting up for the Poinsettia Bowl. I don't know how many people were getting hot, all excited for the Armed Services Bowl.
Especially poinsettias during the holiday season.
The Holiday Bowl, the Outback Bowl. Outside of the fact that it was on New Year's, everybody's kind of laying around on New Year's Day anyway.
Well, odds were Ohio State could have been in it if John Cooper was still around, so... If he was coaching the team.
How many people...
A lot of 11 o'clock kickoffs on New Year's Day for Ohio State in Tampa over and over and over again.
How many people are looking down and going, boy, I got to get home by 7 tonight for the Idaho Potato Bowl? It wasn't happening anyway.
Folks in Boise.
So that's the whole thing with this bowl system is, the bowls aren't. So the bowls have been suffering for a while. This isn't new.
Yeah, I could live without the bowl system.
Outside of gambling, let's face it, gambling's going to keep the bowls going.
It depends. How many teams do we end up with in the college? And that's one of the reasons the SEC is complaining because, I don't think they agree on the number for the college football playoff.
Yeah,
it's one of the reasons.
They want to boatload in because they think that
Though I think the entire SEC should be in.
Pretty much. And it's like, well, sorry, you put together your super conference. You got to deal with your super consequences.
All right, so give me your big picture. Then what happens? I don't think the NCAA is going away anytime soon.
I don't think so either.
Only because they need it for other sports.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean football can't bolt. And what would the NCAA do?
I just don't know how.
They would continue on in Division II and Division III football. They would continue that.
But what would they do with the other Division I things? Could they could say,
I mean, the NCAA
we're not going to let you have a wrestling team if you don't join us in football. And they'd say, okay, fine. Let's make our own wrestling thing. I think that's where it is.
I just don't know how. I mean, that's the one problem with this, because you'll never get the SEC or the Big Ten to agree to promotion and relegation or anything along those lines. I don't think you will ever see that in an American sport, as much as we all think it would make total sense.
I think it would be really cool
for college football and would make it fun.
Be really cool in college football.
I just don't think we're ever going to live in that world. I can't see these colleges agreeing to take a pay cut at that level to play at a second tier.
No, but in order to pull off the super conference, you might have to.
Right, you're going to have to.
What if the TV money stayed the same?
Then why would you do it? We're back to the producer's theory once again. For those of you who don't know the old Mel Brooks movie, if I can make just as much money with a flop that I can with a success. So why not create a flop?
Isn't that true in pro sports, though?
Exactly.
Plenty
That's
of
why
teams that are
exists.
making. Yeah.
That's why you can get away with tanking, is that the owner looks down and goes, well, I'm still making money.
That's why we have NBA 3-2-1 now. Or what is it?
That nobody
1, 2, 3,
understands. As convoluted as I'll get out.
You don't need to understand it until you need it.
That's right. So don't care. Are you with me on that?
Right. Which is the problem we're in right now with college athletics, which is we're knee deep in water, and we could have done something about the crack in the dam, but we went, forget it.
I don't know how to fix it. I don't. I don't know that the NCAA matters in college football. I don't. Other than trying to implement rules, these schools now would laugh at the NCAA. Oh, you're going to lose 5 scholarships now because of tattoos. Think about how stupid that sounds now. How ludicrous that is now. I mean, and are you going to put a salary cap on this thing? How many? Do you again go back to does the SEC want the 5 in 5 years? Because that'll be an NCAA rule, right? 5 seasons in 5 years. That's what we're talking about. 5 years to play college athletics.
Well, it's been kicked about. That doesn't mean it's going to happen.
I feel like that's going in the right direction, though. I think I think schools would embrace that. And you're not getting, although if you leave high school and join the military, why should the clock start on you? That, to me, is like...
Oh, here we go.
Well, no, that's the only thing I'm talking about. The military would be the only reason why you would have an exception. For me, right? Why else? If you're going, here we go, why else? Give me another reason to deviate from 5 and 5.
I don't have one.
Okay. Well, you just said, here we go, so.
No, I thought this was going to turn into, why can't some 31-year-old deciding to go back to school to complete his degree as an engineer after being a plumber for 20 years can turn around and join college athletics?
Which actually you can.
Right.
If your
the
clock
one that always got me is, if I'd like to be in college for 17 years, shouldn't I still be able to play?
Right.
What if 17 years means your master's and you want multiple doctorates?
My 16th year of college athletics.
Here I am on a bowling scholarship.
But if you're going to go the club route on this and forget about the NCAA, guys, and let's say you could still make money doing college athletics, why? Again, I say you're a student at that school. Why are you being discriminated against?
I'm here for esports, getting my doctorate.
Well, guess what? That's a real deal.
Nothing wrong with esports. Not trying to trash esports. Just thinking of something that
all for esports.
68-year-old could do.
You can't stop someone from playing club, can you? If they're right. If you go to school there, you can play.
I don't know, Andy.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Now you do. You're smarter. Maybe that's what you'll say at the end. That's right. Here come the kazoos. I can smell it coming. Just saying. All right, let's come back. I want to go back and go over the big headlines from the Cavaliers today. They had a huge press conference. Kobe Altman, we'll talk about that when we come back. Get you ready for the weekend. 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin talking.
$155 million, with a floor just over $171 million. The Players Association has yet to propose a counteroffer, but the players are not expected to accept the deal. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. What a show we've had. Tom Withers joined us today at high noon. He helped us break down Kobe Altman's press conference today, just letting us know what's going on with the Cavs. We'll go through some of the big headlines of that in just a moment. Jeff Phelps is here, and so is Dan Mennigan. I do want to go through one other story that we didn't get to today that I just found I don't know, is it comical or if it's sad or what it is. I don't know if you guys caught this story. I know Dan did. Jeff, I don't know if you get a chance to see it or not. But baseball player for the Tulsa Drillers. They're the AA affiliate of the Dodgers. His name, Kendall George. Kendall George on base, and he gets driven in. Now Kendall George is very fast. There's a hit. It goes to right field, and then here he comes. He crosses the plate. And as he is going back to the dugout, something very interesting happened. He had to avoid the bat dog. That's right, the bat dog. The dog that goes out to get the bat rather than a bat boy. They have a bat dog, and he gets tripped up by the bat dog, and he is injured. You could see it because he had to jump up in the air, and then he comes down, and then he's limping, and then all of a sudden he's got knee issues, like his left knee. And they came back and said initial tests were not that optimistic about the leg injury. Could you imagine that? The reason you're out for the rest of the season is because of a bat dog? That sucks. Sign of the apocalypse, right?
My cousin's wife had her dog run into her and blew out her knee.
I've had friends have serious injuries from walking their dogs, and the dogs started to chase and took down friends of ours that had that too. But it's just so, I don't know. I like the bat dog idea. I think it's kind of cute. It's funny, but I could probably assume that I don't know if the game was at Northwest Arkansas or at Tulsa, but do you think that dog is probably done for the year? It's not the dog's fault.
What are you saying? They're taking the dog and euthanizing the dog?
No, not over this. No, I'm just saying he'd probably be done as the bat dog, right? Would you stop using the bat dog?
Well, they put the dog there for a reason. They think it's cute.
Kids and dogs, man. It doesn't get any better.
That's bad for Kendall, though.
I feel bad for him. Would you eliminate bat dogs? Dan Mennigan, yes or no?
No, it's not the dog's fault.
I don't think it's the dog's fault either.
It's the human that let the dog run out.
You saw the injury, right?
It's not the dog.
It's the human that let the dog run.
Get rid of the human. Don't get rid of the dog. Dog's the best part.
Well, the human is getting rid of because he's probably going to miss some games because of this.
No, I meant that human who let the dog go out and get the bat.
Okay.
Yeah. The one who went, go get the bat boy, and goofed it up. Or go get the bat girl and goofed it up. Get rid of him. It's not the dog's fault.
I feel bad for the dog. I'm just saying. It's one of those stories.
Why would the dog run right into the guy?
I think the dog saw. It's not that the dog ran into him on purpose. He probably took his normal path from the dugout. I think he's actually in like the photographer's pit there, and he flew out to get the bat, and he was going to bring it back in. I gotta be honest. I'm not a big fan of maybe having the dog even pick up my bat with his mouth and then bringing it back, and then
Get dog saliva on your bat?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So maybe they shouldn't do that in the beginning.
Those grips that they put on the bats now, like lizard wraps.
Exactly.
You don't want teeth marks in those.
Good point. Biggest takeaways, Jeff, before we say goodbye for the weekend. Biggest takeaways from the press conference today.
The fact that he brought up Evan Mobley first, unsolicited.
Kobe Altman's press conference, in case you missed it.
I just found that, and that was something to think about. Does it mean anything? I don't know, but it made me think a little bit.
I thought when he said we don't You don't have to have a fall guy for what happened and tried to put everything into the big picture. That's his job, to make sure that you can kind of, he went through and he said, you had 41 different lineups for Kenny this year. And then he was able to manage that in the beginning of the season, get them through this. So I think at the end of the day, there's going to be a story that we missed something. Whether it was an injury or someone was telling Kenny to do something. Something just didn't seem right in the Eastern Conference Finals to me as far as his coaching was concerned. There were just little things that most coaches would have done that he didn't do.
It was.
What was it?
The New York Knicks.
Is that at the end of the day, it's just the Knicks were that much better?
I think so, Andy.
But I'm still like chapped about not calling an earlier timeout during the run in Game 1.
Should have. I mean, that was pretty obvious.
Not using the bench, too. That, he talked about.
I don't have a problem with that.
I think they needed to. And again, I wasn't looking for huge impact. I was looking for maintenance from the starters that you left out on the floor and the bench guys, giving the other guys a little bit of a breather. It's almost like you forgot that you played 14 games in 28 days before you hit the series. And that you've got to, as much as we dissect playing time, I think you need to dissect rest sometimes too. And I felt like it was like, well, Eastern Conference Finals, man, everything goes here. Let's not hold anything back. We're going to run you into the ground. And I just felt like they were, after they gave up that big lead in Game 1, see ya, over.
You've gone to the bench and made a defensive replacement for Harden there. That's one thing I would have done.
Yeah. I don't know. I look at it that way. Big takeaway for you, Dan?
Just, it seems like business as usual. Can I bring back an old bit to end the show with?
Sure. Knock yourself out.
That's right. Our Cavs rumor roundup. I think we got to bring this back at
least for a little
Wow.
bit. Love that. You have a new one?
Yeah.
With our one great feature, which is, for anybody who remembers this bit, the whole idea was we just liked hitting the whip crack.
Yeah.
That's really what it was here for. It's just how many times can we-
Well, we're gonna have to do this, for the next month and a half, 2 months, 3 months.
So get used to it.
All right.
Remember, sometimes these big trades happen in August, right before training camp. September, right before training camp.
Saddle up, the doggies. Let's
All right,
go.
so
draft
from
and
Mark
everything else.
Stein and Jake Fisher off of their Substack, the Cavaliers are unlikely to trade Evan Mobley for Giannis Antetokounmpo. If you go into the piece, it says another obstacle for the Bucks. Mobley, at 24, is regarded in Cleveland as the sort of player who could offer a legitimate bridge to a successful post-Mitchell future. The Cavaliers, remembering how hard life was after LeBron James walked away from the franchise twice, are reluctant to surrender Mobley and the staying power he is projected to represent unless there's a sure thing trade. So, gentlemen, Evan Mobley might not be easy to move as you'd think because they want him as an off-ramp just in case Mitchell leaves. Andy, you agree with that thought?
Yeah. I think there is post-LeBron residue that affects the front office. So that's where I agree on that some decisions are made based on what's happened before in Cavaliers history. And I do think that they are motivated to prove to the world that this is an organization that can put things together from scratch and not have to bring a superstar player like LeBron James back to make it happen. To win in a post-LeBron era, I think is important to the front office. So therefore, yeah, I agree with what they've said. Jeff?
I think you get better by having better players on your team. So you trade Evan Mobley, the only way you can do
I heard that at my last Mensa meeting, too.
This is really pretty simple stuff. You find somebody who's better than Evan Mobley and you can get him in a deal. All right. And you want to go for a championship with an older guy? Great. You make a trade. Otherwise, why would you trade a young guy? And as Tom Withers said, everybody likes picking on Evan Mobley. Give me 18 points and 9 rebounds. Would that be okay? Yeah, okay. That'd be fine. Would it be what you're ultimately looking for? No, but 18 and 9 is pretty darn good, Andy.
Yes, it is.
I counted up the other day. Only 6 guys in the league averaged more points while averaging more rebounds. So that's a very select group.
I like both the big guys, so I really hope they don't move off both the big guys. But everyone seems to think
if you move off one of them, you got to find another.
Yeah. So why?
Because if one big guy can bring you back something you're really missing, which would be a really impactful wing, you can go find another big guy who can rebound.
All right.
I don't like the idea myself, but I'm sure that's what the thinking would be.
All right. Get off the horse or no?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for any other rumors that are going to be coming through in the Cavs rumor roundup, which, as always, is a pathetic excuse just to play the whip.
It's going to be great for the next couple of months.
Yep.
I think we need a daily.
What was great?
Need a daily on that.
It depends on the rumors. We're not just going to start making stuff up. We're not the
Yeah, why not?
Why stop now?
We're not the internet.
We are the media. You can make anything up you want. Meredith Kane, I ask you, do we have a moment of the show?
Sure do. Moment of the show comes from Tom Withers, and he was talking about James Harden and his future in Cleveland.
I think the important thing, Jeff, and especially, I think there were moments that you look at James Harden and you're like, okay, I see why they made the move. He does make the offense better. He still does have that. He is a playmaker. He knows how to make smart basketball plays. But then there were too many of those other moments where you were like, who is he passing it to, and why is he shooting, and would you please stop dribbling? And then, forget about the defensive end. I mean, that game one stretch of about 4 minutes where we were all screaming, like, why are they switching it, and get him off the floor and what have you. So I think if he does come back, Jeff, and that seems inevitable, he's going to have to reinvent himself again, right? I think he's going to be at 37. I don't discount James Harden's basketball intellect. I think he's a terrifically smart player. I just think right now where he is in terms of his age that, the physical and the mental don't match up sometimes. So I think a James Harden back here next year has to be a different kind of James Harden. And I think then that's going to be up to Kenny Atkinson and his staff to figure out how to best use the James Harden that they have now.
But can that happen?
Yeah, and he said, we got to figure out a way to maximize James Harden, too. That was said in Kobe Altman's press conference today. I ask you this question, the very important question. Why are you smarter for listening to Baskin and Phelps? And it is brought to you by our good friends at QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you are in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Let's start with you, Dan Menigan.
Smarter today, courtesy of Tom Withers. A lot of really good thoughts for Tom about the Cavaliers, what he saw in the playoffs, what he heard from the press conference. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast. Give Tom Withers a listen. It was always great.
Meredith Kane.
I will second that. I'm always smarter when Tom joins the show, either as a co-host or as a guest. He always has something incredibly intelligent to say.
And our social media mentions are powered by Scheib & Jewelers.
Jeff Phelps, why are you smarter for listening to Baskin and Phelps?
I always like listening to the guys, people who run our franchises. So even though Kobe Altman had to speak in guarded tones, I think, Andy, for most of his press conference, I still think there are things that you can take out of those and just listen to maybe the overall thinking that is going into the organization. I don't know if it means anything, but I think the interesting facts that he talked about Mobley so much, and then later said that they think they can win a championship with Donovan Mitchell as the best player on the team. Okay, I think they can if they build it the right way, but can you build it the right way? Because I don't think the team, the way it's built right now, with Donovan Mitchell as the best player on the team, is going to get that done.
Yeah, I'll go back and double down on what you said about Evan Mobley, that he came right out and started talking about Evan Mobley.
Unsolicited.
Talked about his importance in the playoffs and where he felt his relevance was, which was player number one in the playoffs. So I thought that was interesting. I thought that, when it came to talking about your head coach, who a lot of people were ready to say, see you later, he said you don't have to have a fall guy. You don't always have to have that. So I thought that was super interesting, too. All right. That'll do it. Have a great weekend, everybody. We are back again Monday at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. You know what's coming up next. It's the afternoon drive. Enjoy the weekend, folks.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The two best words in all of sports, Game 7. That is what we are now getting. That staggering 20-0 run the Spurs had last night in the third quarter completely turned the game on its head versus the Thunder. SGA and the Thunder are facing a grueling 48 minutes.
best recruiter. There's guys that are here that wouldn't be here without him.
It's all about making the bucket.
He's broken through to a conference finals, his first in 9 years, and he wants more. No one was more disappointed in our exits than he was.
I'm sorry for the city of Cleveland for it to be like this in a sweep. That's ass.
He has high expectations, and so do we think we can win with him as the best player in the championship team? Yes, and we're going to keep pouring into that.
Oh, boy.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Gardos and Bo Sox in Cleveland for the next 3 days. Browns, mini camps, all that kind of stuff. And we got Kobe Altman's Pollyanna press conference. Nothing to see here, folks. Everyone's happy. Everyone's grooving along. And really, this was an accomplishment. But that open, when you heard some of Kobe's Pollyanna press conference, Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader because if we did not, there would be consequences. We got Jake Byrne manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and producing for us today. As always, you can watch all 5 hours long. You can see our faces on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. It is free after all. Ring that bell, y'all, except for you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito.
With love and respect.
No love and respect on my end, Cornelito.
But just a little bit for me. Not a lot, but just a little bit. And of course, like our videos, we desperately love to be liked around here. And I think that was just Matt Corrali there on the 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
It's good. Last day of school for a lot of people, out there. A lot of the young kids out there, meaning parents now get into summer mode. So we got that going for us.
Yeah, Charlotte had her last day yesterday of her pre-kindergarten. Because, she's like 3. I think they call it young 3s or whatever it is.
Yeah.
At least, yesterday she was like, I got you a present for finishing the school year. I'm like, one, she didn't finish the school year. She goes there and just plays all day. Like, there's no school that's happening here. And also, is like an end of year present a thing? I never heard of an end of year present before. I don't hate it. I just need to adjust to it.
So we usually like to do something like I took Liv out for breakfast today. And Ness is going to take the girls out for a treat tonight. So we like to do stuff like that. But once everybody was in kind of elementary school or above, we stopped doing like the gift thing. But at that age, yeah.
That is a thing. Okay, I had no idea. I just saw a nice little Belle dress, the Princess Belle. And it was like, all right, I guess this is just what you get now.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You really worked hard there, Charlotte.
Now, see, you think, wow, once she gets to elementary school, I'm gonna start saving money. No, because then you start buying the teachers' gifts, which is...
That's part of the equation, too, right now. We already had that. I was like, how many... They're nice teachers. I don't mind giving extra for that. But it was like... it felt like a lot. Did feel like a lot.
Oh, see, so this year, Ness hit me up last night when I was on the way home. And I can always tell when she's going to ask something because she does a super sweet voice. Hi, honey. How was your day? And I was like, what do you want?
Yeah, what's the angle?
So she had forgotten to get, for 3 of the teachers, they wanted to get gift cards.
Yeah.
And so she said, can you get like summary gift cards? So she sent me to Target, which is where I ended up going. And I thought it'd be really funny if I got 2 really summary ones and then like a third one that was ridiculous.
Like a Merry Christmas one or something?
Very close.
Or that made it seem kind of like, well, we forgot about it, and this is the gift card I had.
I wanted to go more like, I wanted the teacher to think to themselves, huh? Right? Because they're going to be getting this from a 12-year-old kid.
Yeah, okay.
So the first one, it was like a dog and a skateboard. And it was like, that's kind of summary, right? That's about as summary as they got.
Target they have dogs,
and they got like one with like 3 pieces of pizza. And so I almost tweeted out the picture, like, what's the most ridiculous one of these I can pick out for a teacher? But I saw it right away.
Yeah.
And so the third one was an Eid Mubarak gift card. It just says Eid Mubarak on it, and then it has a lot of like designs on there.
Okay.
And so my idea being, one, I brought it home and snuck it past the goalie because Vanessa's like, what does this mean? I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's Egyptian for Happy Summer. And she's like, oh, okay.
Oh, it says Happy Summer.
Yeah.
Target put it out there. It says Happy Summer. Great.
So just the idea of a teacher opening a gift card from a 12-year-old kid and it says Eid Mubarak just really got me laughing real freaking hard.
I'm going to think she's just going to think to herself, because most people aren't going to take the steps that you would take in this.
Yeah.
I think she's just going to think to herself like, oh, okay, so they didn't even look at the gift card and what it was on it. But it's a gift card. It's very nice.
Listen.
And she puts it with the like 6 other stacks of that exact card.
That's the best part about it is, whether they get it, they don't get it,
I got the chuckle out of it.
That's all that matters. That's what life is all about.
So, no, we're feeling good because of that.
That's good. That's
Yeah.
good. So you don't get them specifically some sort of present, some sort of something at the end of it that says you've done it. Congratulations.
No. It's more of
Okay.
like an experiential thing.
Okay, that's good.
We're trying to shift into the
That's
experiential.
good. I didn't know. It's if like all of a sudden, like at 16 years old, we'll up the ante each year, and all of a sudden it'll be like, this is when we give you a car or something insane. Because I got none of this growing up.
Now here's the thing.
I got absolutely none of this.
Elise might. This is a discussion you got to have with Elise because this is the time to have it. Because when the girls were little, like your girls were, I had a very distinct conversation of, we'll get that princess dress when they're 3.
Mm-hmm.
When they're 7, we'll take them out and like do something. We'll go putt-putting or something fun to celebrate the end of it.
Yeah.
Where we can all enjoy rather than like I'm going to spend $50 a kid like it's Christmas or
so
something.
we grew up in 2 very different households, me and my wife. Okay, and so like part of that is sometimes I just say, oh, that's what you guys did. Okay, great. And I'm like, I'll pick the battles. I want the chore chart. That was not a thing in her house. It's a thing in my house. I'll pick the battles when it comes and when it goes. This one, I'm like, all right, we'll just get her a present.
I think it's funny because Vanessa and I, neither of our families had money. Both children of divorce had all these things that are very similar. And there are times where I look at my wife and I think to myself, I know your parents. I know how you grew up. I don't know how we look at this thing differently. And it's usually about money because I'm like, you've got like a Valley girl comes from like Silicon Valley kind of money kind of thing that you're trying to do right now.
Yeah.
Not like you grew up on food stamps in Ravenna, Ohio, the way I did about an hour down the road.
When she was on those food stamps, though, that's
She was thinking.
She was thinking Valley girl.
Gonna marry a big ugly man, and he's just gonna go ahead and support all my wildest dreams.
Well, in California, that does happen a lot.
Not in Ohio.
That does
Not
happen
in
a
Ohio.
lot. Big and ugly usually means rich is following after that in California.
If only I had any gifts to offer her, not even financially. So we had. Did you enjoy Kobe Altman's Pollyanna presser today?
There's often times through it where I was thinking to myself, I don't buy much of what he's saying, and there's often times where I had the very Kevin Stefanski feel of it. Of why are we even doing this? Mm-hmm. So
it was to kill time on Baskin and Phelps. By the way, that's the answer.
Is that all it was?
Yeah, they're just doing Baskin and Phelps. OB&P is solid.
I kept trying to figure out which ones do I actually believe in and which ones do I think are just complete crap.
Mm-hmm.
I believe when he says Donovan Mitchell is the future of the team and they're not blowing it up. That part I believed in. Other parts of the press conference, where he's talking about J.A. Game 7. They're going to talk about that in Cleveland history. How special are those 2 guys, and Jared Allen and Evan Mobley? I'm like, all right, I don't believe you there. Just don't believe you.
Hey, I think if you're not going to fire the head coach,
talk about Game 7s of a first and second round and for the next 5 years, no chance.
If you're running it back with the same GM, if there's a good chance you're going to sign Donovan Mitchell to a $70 million press conference, that's the kind of press conference you have to have. The all is well, nothing to see here. This was success. And by the way, they were tired because nobody else in the NBA playoffs are tired.
Yeah, apparently they were gassed. That's what they said.
I
Apparently
want to be
they're
clear.
gassed.
I'm being a little snarky about it. I wasn't really mad about it. Everything that happened today was exactly what he should do, and it's what I expected him to do. And now it becomes, will a month from now, around the NBA draft, or a month and a half from now, when trades really pick up and you go into free agency, will those moves match today's messaging? Because I think that's where it's going to be really interesting to look back on a press conference that altogether not a lot of us are going to remember anyways.
And that's where I just have to understand and really just kind of keep reminding me and everyone else that'll pay attention to this is that they're not under oath. They get to lie as much as they possibly want in these press conferences. But there was the sad part about it, Nick, is that I didn't get the sense that he was legitimately lying. I got the sense in his eyes this is what he believes, and in his eyes he believes, as he said, that Donovan can be the best player on a championship team. And so, like, for myself, I felt like it was a guy that was justifying a lot of moves in the previous 4 years to try to get this to where it is, and then is trying to make everyone feel like he's awesome and great in the process of it. And you're not going to sell me on that, Kobe. I'm sorry.
See,
I appreciate Kobe more than most. You're just not going to sell me on that.
I thought it sounded like if I ever needed to sell like a 2003 Honda Civic with like 250,000 miles at like a 35% Blue Book markup.
I might be your buyer. That car can still go.
Oh, no, I was going to say Kobe Altman's my sales guy.
Yeah.
He's the guy I'm saying, put this on Marketplace and make me a winner, Kobe, because that's what it was today. I thought he sold it very well. And again, like, I don't begrudge it. I think there's been a massive lack of accountability with Kobe specifically, given the moves that he's made and the moves that haven't worked out.
When he brought up the Lauri Markkanen trade, like where did that even come from today?
Yeah, but in fairness, do I think it rises to the ability of firing Kobe? That's a tough one because I think he's also had a lot of success. Kenny Atkinson, I can see the case that is specific in the regular season. Do I think Kenny Atkinson helped you piece it together and get to 52 wins? Yeah, I think he did. The problem is the postseason. So there was like, I think there was enough truth in what he said. It's just there's nothing he could have said today that makes any of us feel any better the way they do it. And anything that he tried to explain it did sound like an excuse. But again, that's kind of his job.
And here's where I give him credit because I told you the entire time I was worried that he was just going to talk about linear growth because that was their theme for so long and so many years in a row. They didn't do that. They mentioned conference finals and talked about that and tried to make that seem as if it was a competitive series.
They also mentioned, hey, the Pacers, Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, they kept going to that. They kept going to that
he said linear growth without saying the actual
words. Which I didn't know
words.
if I helped him out and bringing that up as often as I did in the previous couple days. I didn't know if I was like, oh no, they're going down the road because it's like that is a truth of basketball and that there are steps to this, and sometimes you do have to go through what the Knicks went through and what the Pacers went through to be in the conference finals to then go to the NBA finals. Like that was warranted. I thought that was a perfectly reasonable take. The difference is that we just watched this conference finals not be like a real conference finals for them.
I think Kobe was hinting at linear growth without saying linear growth.
I know, but he didn't go to that, and that I appreciate it.
He didn't use the buzzwords that would have
my
upset
buzzwords, and I think maybe if I've accomplished anything in the previous year and change in talking Cavs basketball, it's the idea that they got the message over there. I get pissed about the linear growth verbiage. I don't need it. I need change it up a little bit. They changed it up a little bit.
He had like a red light in his mind where anytime you would think the word linear, he's just like, I can't say it. Peter Lynn's going to roast me.
Shocked like it's a game of operation.
Quick hits coming up at 2:40 rather. Brett Siegel, clutch points coming up at 3 o'clock. A lot of big names, not a name porn for the Cavaliers floating around. We'll talk what's real, what isn't real, or what doesn't feel real with Brett Siegel at 3. Jason Stanford, Stanny himself, former Cleveland Indians pitcher, Guardians analyst coming up at 4:20 today. We'll talk about the Gardos ahead of this Boston series. But having a lot of fun today. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. 216-474-0092. There's something that Kobe Altman said about Donovan Mitchell that has to be explored. The question for you is, do you feel better after hearing Kobe Altman's Pollyanna press conference today? More on that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
We're still playing the best basketball of his career. Look, Donovan is our guy. He loves it here. I think he's professed how much he loves it here. 2018 was the last time he made the conference finals and finals, and 8 long years to get back here. The 4 years without him, no playoffs, right? 4 years with him, playoffs. Multiple conference semifinals and conference finals. He's elevated everything about this franchise.
Koby Altman today talking to the Cleveland media. Give him his press conference, end of the year, all the good things, saying Donovan Mitchell is their guy, saying that he believes Donovan Mitchell can lead them to a title. A lot of very nice platitudes extended from Koby to Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, no question about it, and it just kind of reads to what everyone was thinking he was going to end up saying anyway, or really get into the heart of what this offseason is going to be. It's just, in the NBA, these things can change awfully quickly. And that's why, like, some of the nice things he said, even about Jared Allen and even Evan Mobley, you're like, all right, you believe that now, or at least you believe that in front of a microphone. I don't know how long you'll believe that for.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Donovan is I tend to believe that if you go another year with him, you're just pot committed. You're going to be riding this out, because once you hit, 30 going on 31, which you'd be in the next season, not this next season, but the season after, he'd be 31. Well, he's an undersized combo guard that, wears and tears at the end of the season.
His own value is going to start to go down.
This is kind of your last opportunity to do that. And if you make that decision, I do get it. But it's the idea that you're just kind of charging ahead without maybe a little bit of conversation internally that I think is I just think that's a really interesting spot to be in for an organization that I think has at points shown they can do ballsy moves previously.
Here's what I know, and yeah, Koby Altman, that's what I appreciate about Koby Altman. He will make ballsy moves. He will make changes. He will do some of those things. They are about as front-facing about what they believe and who they like. And the hang-up there is that sometimes I get the impression that they're just not 100% honest about that. But they're just very, defensive in what they try to put out there. And that's fine. I understand that. I get that. Like, Donovan is going to be very sensitive to anything you say. He's going to want to hear you believe that you're all in with Donovan. I think they are. I genuinely do think they are. But they're going to want to present it that way, and with good reason. The moment NBA players think that you're going to potentially move them or change them, they want to win the breakup, and they start doing things behind the scenes, and it gets muddy.
Yeah, I mean, the devil's advocate is if you were going into this offseason thinking about trading Donovan, you certainly wouldn't say it, right now.
You just wouldn't. No,
but I agree with you. I do think they're being sincere about this. And by the way, I think Donovan is being sincere. Well, he was just quoted in the Anscape thing talking about, this is my home beyond just basketball.
Yeah.
I don't want to go. I don't know what I have to do to prove it to people, but this is where I am.
Mm-hmm.
That's all very nice. And again, I do really like watching Donovan play basketball. I do. Most nights, I have no problem watching Donovan go out there and score 30 points. It's a lot of fun. And yet, there is a LeBron-esque level of kind of made it that he has got here in Cleveland, and I think that's really questionable.
I think that's why he likes it so much, though. Like, think about the setup that he's got. They're bringing in players like James Harden. He's getting to fire coaches like he did J.B. Bickerstaff, and in the meanwhile, you got Atkinson, somebody that doesn't really hold the players that much accountable. What else is not to like?
Oh, no. If Donovan is getting more than I think he's ever gotten, and probably more than he would get from anywhere else,
at this point.
I just think that as an organization, I think there are levels to this, and I think when you give a player who might not deserve that level of maybe autonomy is the right word, I do think it ends up looking rather desperate, and I do think you end up doing things to service the team short term that in the long term might end up derailing the whole deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I could see you 3 years from now being some iteration of what Golden State's been the last 2 years, without never seriously contending for an NBA championship.
Yeah.
And so you'd still be in the window, by the way, of picks being offered or picks being taken by Utah. Not that that's the end-all, be-all. And I guess if you're the Cavs, maybe just making the playoffs every year is going to be enough because financially you're going to be able to, meet certain criteria and you'll be able to afford the lifestyle you have being in the first or second apron. But I think it's interesting, a team that has the whole point of Donovan is let's elevate the franchise. I think this is as far as you're going to be elevated, and I don't see the move out there that elevates you further without, again, going incredibly short term, which comes with a lot of immediate risks that don't necessarily make sense to me.
Well, again, that's the hang up and the struggle that they put themselves into right now. Like, we're just trying to figure out how we make this team an NBA Finals contender, and I think they're trying to do the same thing. And I don't find an easy path. I don't. Add Giannis, add LeBron. Okay, we're talking now. So you need everything this offseason to go exactly perfect and right. It just seems far-fetched. It doesn't seem like it's baked in reality.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think if
and even that we question in some respect.
I think Fedor threw out Drew Holiday, which is somebody apparently before they made the Harden deal, they had considered that deal and then decided he wasn't a good enough offensive player, which I do understand. I just think he probably would have been a nice little fit there with Donovan and certainly would have given you something in the playoffs. LeBron being one, like, there are guys out there that are going to make you go, all right, this is a different look. It's just, I think,
it's not enough to push you over the edge.
Well, and I think
Holiday doesn't push you over any edge.
And I do think, here's Kobe talking about the idea of internal versus external additions.
I think first we look internally. I think that there's still growth to be had. We still have young players on the roster. We still have Evan Mobley, that's 24 years old. This group is still kind of new when you talk about adding James Harden at the deadline. We're hopeful to have him back next year and have a full summer with him and training camp with him. But we've also always looked externally as well. This is certainly not a place where we're like, we need to blow this up and start again. That's certainly not where we're at. But those discussions will happen. But certainly internally, right now, there's more that we have that we can get to.
Now, the crazy thing is, I don't disagree internally. I think we all think Evan still can be a better offensive player. I actually think with another season, Jalen Tyson can grow into an even bigger role. I think of him as like the ultimate glue guy. And I think the ultimate thing is, all right, can you, with a full season with Harden and Mitchell, can you at least get to maybe we could make an Eastern Conference Finals
and have it go 6 games? Yeah, and have it go, yeah. Well,
by just the internal growth.
Well, the NBA is so weird too. I mean, you never know. It's like, are we scared of the Knicks now? I still don't feel that fearful of the Knicks, all things considered. Are we scared of the Celtics? I think you always need to be scared of them. But what happens if they trade Brown at some point this offseason and they look a little bit different? Are we scared of Halliburton and the Pacers? Like, I don't even know who we're supposed to be fearful of next year. And so that does give you the idea that maybe 6 or 7 games in the Eastern Conference Finals at the same time sounds crazy, but also doesn't.
Yeah, I do think, I think any moves you make should be in service of not just being good enough in the East. Like, if you're going to do, especially the short-sighted stuff, like trading for Giannis and bringing LeBron back, if you were to do both those moves, that's got to make you good enough to win an NBA championship. And I know in the moment, chasing that championship will be a lot of fun. If you're going to go all in the next 2 to 3 years, it's the Rams thing. Mm-hmm. The reason why the Matt Stafford trade, even though it led to a down season or two afterwards, they won the damn Super Bowl. And so anything that happens, Jared Goff looks great in Detroit. Don't care. Rams won a Super Bowl, right? Oh, hey, you had a 5-win season, and Sean McVay almost went off to TV, and then his wife called him a quitter. Why did that work? Because you won the damn Super Bowl. That first Super Bowl paid the dividends of all the crap that comes after it. Mm-hmm. And I do think, if you're going to go big, I'm okay. There's a part of me that understands.
Did that leave you thinking they're going big? I left that press conference thinking the opposite.
No. I think he did the smart thing, which is you set the expectations low. I think if there's the right thing out there this summer, I would be surprised if they didn't chase it.
What do you think the right thing is?
I think LeBron could be the right thing. The Giannis thing I really struggle with. I think Jaylen Brown could be the right thing no matter who you move on from. I don't really know any other superstars that could be available, but those are the kind of things that would be absolute holy crap. home run swings.
Okay, good. Because at least we can work with something on the table. Because it really does feel like, and again, even with the Giannis part of this, it's all right. That's Giannis for Mobley. It seems like it's not Giannis when trying to find another team and you make Donovan involved there in some sort of way. Like it seems like, and that's kind of the biggest takeaway out of all this is that if you had a question about whether or not Donovan was going to be the guy, they seem like they're really hell bent on that.
Short and sweet on Twitter, sending us, dude, it's crazy to me how no one is holding Kobe accountable. If this was Andrew Barry, we'd be calling for his head. We're winning off of pure talent. He hasn't put us in a good position, a winning position, or draft-wise. He's horrible. Well, here's the difference. Nobody called for Andrew Barry's head until they won 8 games in 2 seasons. It would be... I don't. If you just outright called for Kobe's head, I don't think. I think that's a little over the top. Do I think there should have been a discussion about Kobe's role and the push and pull of, well, he got you, Donovan. You have made the playoffs 4 straight times. Mm-hmm. He also hasn't pushed the right buttons to get this team over the top. Like I do think that's a fair conversation, but I think that like holding Kobe accountable.
I mean, you're supposed to be dead after LeBron, guys. Like, at some point, we do have to take a step back. You're supposed to be dead after LeBron. We're supposed to be Portland right now, okay? Like, the idea that he even took this team to an Eastern Conference Finals and made the moves, that's why I stay with him. But the hard part with Kobe, and this is, I was thinking about this in the way in, something that I'm struggling with is at some point, you do just need a fresh set of eyes and somebody that's different and somebody that can look at this team objectively and maybe not in the same lens that Kobe is. The only problem I feel like Kobe gets into, he tries to justify his decisions and he takes that to an extreme sometimes. And I get it. I understand it. I do. But he stays with guys and his decisions and then just really, I mean, does so in a way that just, I don't have the patience for it. I don't.
So I actually think that's just the sign of most modern executives. I think that is the Ivy League influence. It is the so beholden to the process, and well, we're just going to keep tweaking the process, and we'll get those results eventually, and then you learn to spin things.
Yeah, but that process is different. Like, at least in this, you want to bring, like, Hinkie into the equation. His process was built on tanking, going down to the studs, and then using those draft picks to build it all back up. Like, Altman's process of this whole entire thing has been less of a what I would call a process, more of the idea of, I think Donovan Mitchell can win a title, and I'm hell-bent on seeing that through.
Yeah.
That's different. That's different to me. And so, like, I don't know. A new set of eyes wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but I do have a hard time when, as I said, you're supposed to be Portland right now, and he's got us in the Eastern Conference Finals. I have a hard time thinking that he's, like, bad at this because I don't.
Yeah, and I think that's where you are. Like, I still think Kobe's successes rise above his failures, but the stubbornness, I think, is the thing that makes you go, well, is the goal just to stay good for a long time? And maybe it is. I mean, I think
it might be.
And by the way, I'm not even going to put that just on Kobe. That might be Dan. It might be, hey, if we can be in the second or third round every year, and we can do that for a decade, the LeBron train comes around once every 50 years if you're lucky in the NBA. So maybe getting stuck in the Hall of Very Good is where the organization is most comfortable being.
Well, and so that was something out of that the Mark Stein and Jake Fisher report we'll talk about a little bit later on, but I thought it was key to this discussion we're having right now is that in that piece, they said the Cavs, remembering how hard life was after LeBron walked away from the franchise twice, are reluctant to surrender Mobley and the staying power he's projected to represent unless it's a sure thing trade. And, like, part of that is built into what you're saying. Like, I do think in the back of their mind, they're scared of what happens if they do have to go and plummet and go back down to just the absolute worst of the NBA, because you end up like all sorts of teams, like the Bulls, for instance, where for 15 years you're just trying to figure it all out, and then you get stuck in basketball hell, what I call basketball hell, Nick, where you're stuck in that, are we a play-in team, are we not?
We call that being the Miami Heat.
Yeah, like we can't get good enough draft picks. We also can't get anybody to come here, and you're just stuck, and that's awful.
It is. It was interesting just to reference that Mark Stein, Jake Fisher thing. It is pretty wild to me how this organization still has lessons or scars from the LeBron era that they keep just hearkening back to how they run the organization now. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but like
I appreciate that they do, because you're not supposed to be able to build it back up. It's a very hard thing in Cleveland to be able to build this up the way that they have, and even like the thing of getting guys like James Harden to come here and then restructure his contract and extend it for a couple years, like Like it's just after LeBron, superstars aren't supposed to want to come here. That's not supposed to be a thing. And he's got it. He's got it where they do. They want to play for Donovan. They want to play on this team. That's an impressive feat.
It just feels a little bit like LeBron still living a little bit rent-free in the Cavs' head. They're just when we're talking about out loud. 216-474-0092. Can we put blowing it up to bed after what you heard from Kobe Altman today? And best wishes to Travis Kelce leads off Quick Hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. For the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Ease into your Sunday with the scores you may have missed Saturday night. Darryl Ryder and Nick Padone. Sunday morning starting at 8 on 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Brett Siegel, clutch points coming up in about 20 minutes. The NBA rumor mill. We'll also talk about Kobe Altman's press conference today. Pollyanna as it was. Real accomplishments this year, guys. Hey, 29 other teams would have killed to get swept by the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. I want you guys to remember that, okay? Perspective. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
I don't believe we covered this in yesterday's show, but the big news this week from the Guardians side of things, Travis Kelce purchasing a minority stake in the team. Well, an anonymous donor purchased time on a digital billboard in the East Flats with a message saying, "Welcome to the team, Travis, Guardians minority owner." And then under it said, "Anonymous donor." Any guesses who it could be?
Why did they sign an anonymous donor?
I don't know. Is
it to make sure that the Guardians didn't get credit for it? Is that the idea?
I honestly don't know, but that's probably as plausible of a reason as possible.
I paid for this billboard. I don't want people to think, because if you drove by that, you would just think it's the Guardians congratulating them and saying, "Okay, go."
It'd be weird if anybody that wasn't in the organization said, "Welcome to the team, Travis."
I have noticed that one of the billboard companies will put out different topical comments, and you can tell it's just the billboard company not selling enough billboard ads, and so they're like, "This is we're just going to fill the space with like a Go Cavs type banner," even though it doesn't, like the Cavs didn't pay for that. It's just them sending a message.
You know how certain churches will get really funny with their messages and really punny on their messages?
Yeah, I got one I drive by on my way to home that always does it.
Yeah.
And I think to myself, if you put more time into, cleaning up your grass than you did that, maybe the neighborhood will look nicer.
Spoken like a real North Solon father.
They just let it go crazy. The dandelions are everywhere, guys. Get it together.
The Lord will provide.
The Lord cares that you keep your grass maintained is what the Lord cares about. Isn't that somewhere in the Bible?
I don't think it was.
That's not somewhere in the Bible?
Maybe in the North Solon Bible. But here's the thing. I would love it if it was like Jose Ramirez. I feel like it's going to end up being like Padone. It's going to be like some random person with love, Nick Padone. It's going to be something that when you find out, you're like, oh, okay, I don't know what we're doing here.
It was only going to take credit if it went mega viral, and then be like, "Yeah, that was me that did that," and it didn't really go mega viral, so
Honestly,
you just never hear of it.
Actually, now that we're talking about it, it was me, guys. I clearly spent the money to do this.
Who's going to tell you no?
I'm anonymous. Bang. By the way, I would totally just buy a digital ad board like that and put it up somewhere. Just find, and then I just would never sell space, and I would just say that I would be like
you just say whatever you wanted.
Yeah. And some days it'd be snarky. Some days I'd be like, "Hey, peace, love." I just keep it and mix it up a little bit.
And then my billboard would just be like, "Maintain your lawn better."
Yeah.
Little things.
Churches specifically you target
those
churches.
It's fertilizer, guys. It's not that hard. Oh, I'm so angry at the churches now. All right, Game 6 last night was...
They forgive
you. Yeah, well, that's the cool thing about God. Is that it's sorry, as long as you're sorry, he forgives.
Yeah.
All right, Game 6. How impressed were you with Wemby, or is it because everyone saw this coming? We're just kind of like, okay, good, let's get to Game 7.
So that was fun. Dylan Harper was really good early as well. That was a great answer for the Spurs. And I'm going to tell you right now, they're losing in Game 7 because they treated that Game 6 the way the Pistons treated the Game 6 in the Cavs series.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they celebrated like they won last night.
Yeah.
And the problem is you got another game to go, and now you got to go back out on the road. I think the Spurs are cooked. I hope I'm wrong because I love watching this team.
They exhausted everything. SGA, the doubles they had on him was it's incredibly impressive what they've been able to do in slowing him down some parts of the series. Obviously, going to do so much, but they really have. They've limited him.
I got to say, Wemby in a series where the other team doesn't have the right things to try and slow you down. I know Cat, fine player, very good player. I'm not trying to say he isn't.
Mm-hmm.
Wemby might score 40 a game if the Spurs actually can go to the NBA Finals.
I think it's going to look a lot like this series looked, where you're going to have some wow moments, and you're also going to have some dud games from Wemby, because that's part of his growth. Can't all just be linear. I think he's still kind of. I think everyone thought that it was kind of like that 48-point LeBron game so many years ago, where you're like, all right, that just turns the corner. This is all set. And it's like, no, it doesn't really work that way for guys. Even LeBron then went to the finals after the 48-point game and didn't look terribly impressive.
I'm going to watch Game 7 as if it's the Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
The actual championship?
Yeah, because, one, the Knicks and the Knicks fans actually comported themselves really well in that Knicks series. They ended up not being as bad. Maybe it's because they were just skating through that series. I still don't want it. I still don't want to watch the Knicks in the NBA Finals. I'm still a little bitter.
I'm not rooting for the Thunder. I'll root for the Knicks over the Thunder. I'll root for the Spurs over the Knicks, because then I'll have one title out of my proclamation that they're going to win 3 titles in the next 10 years knocked off. I can't find myself rooting for the Thunder. I can't do it. Too unethical of basketball for this sports fan.
I can't watch that simp Chalamet, who acts like he's the 16th guy.
Do the Thunder have any super fans?
His name's Dale. He's just a trucker.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's why I like OKC better. Their fans much more relatable.
Meanwhile, if it's the Spurs, we're just going to have those OnlyFan models behind the bench.
Timothy McVeigh still alive? Because he could be the guy. Reds legend Joey Votto enjoying retirement and told Dan Patrick
where someone named Brickman.
Brickman?
Yeah.
That's a terrible name for a guy.
He's a cornerstone of the OKC fan section. Apparently they have a fan section.
But why would you want to be Brickman?
He's known for his elaborate painted body art and hype routines alongside Thundor, the mascot.
He's a schlump that paints himself body art. Anyways, Joey Votto telling Dan Patrick at the Dan Patrick Show where he's been the last year.
I did a 5-week course at the Tokyo Sushi Academy in Shinjuku. The best part about it was nobody knew who I was, and so they bullied me the whole time. I was raised in the kitchen. My father was a chef. My parents had a restaurant for 5 years, and it brought me back to when I was 7 years old, being told to sweep this up and mop this up and carry that bucket. And I didn't say anything for the 5 weeks, and it wasn't until the end that I thanked them and I shared what I did for a long time.
All right, you get Bleep You money tomorrow, which it shouldn't. That should be me. But you get Bleep You money tomorrow, and you start planning out a retirement for the next 40 years. Where does a 5-week course as a sushi chef in Japan rank?
Pretty low. I would do a lot of Asia. I'd go to different spots, but I would not take on another like a part-time job as a deal. Like, because me being a sushi chef is not. There's nothing that's happening there.
So I would love to be like a butcher's apprentice. I would love to just learn how to butcher from the farm all the way to the table. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
But see, here's the thing. This is the Joey Votto, to my knowledge, is single and doesn't have kids.
Okay.
As a dad, I can't tell Vanessa, babe, I'm going to Japan because I'm going to learn how to be a sushi chef for 5 weeks. You just can't do it.
Well, if you have that kind of FU money, I guess you could. She'd go with you.
Yeah. I don't think she's going to enjoy that very much.
And then she just kind of explores Japan. Meanwhile, you just have this like weird part-time job learning how to roll sushi. I just don't. The payoff's not there for me.
Now you know what I would do.
The payoff's not there.
You know what I would do? Because Jeremy, one of my cabin boys, and I, Jeremy. There are like 3 to 5 week courses you can take at different. One of them's Texas A&M of Texas barbecue, where you just go and you're in the pit for 14 hours a day, and you're learning to pick meats, and you're learning to kind of hand and make everything you do right. Now that your boy would do.
What celebrity does that? Where they go, they basically just set up shop where they can smoke meat for like 14 hours a day, and then just give all the money. Yeah, Dave Grohl, and just gives all the money to homeless people or other food to homeless people.
Yep.
And it's just kind of like that. He just wanted to have fun and smoke meats for 14 hours.
Yeah. I have another thing that Jeremy and I have talked about is retirement, getting a food truck, and just like popping up downtown once a month and just making a bunch of food for the folks in need.
So that seems pretty sweet. I like that idea. Yeah. But I love sushi. I don't care in life if I ever learn how to do sushi.
I'm still a little take it. I don't want to say take it or leave it, because good sushi is good sushi. And you, by the way, were my Sherpa, my sushi Sherpa. That's hard to say. Sushi Sherpa. But I'm still not to the point where it's like, of the 100 things I'd like to learn to do, it's probably 80. 81, somewhere in there. But the immersive thing in Japan, I think, would be cool. That's maybe the coolest part about it.
I also don't believe that he waited 5 weeks to then tell him that he was a baseball player.
You think like 2 days in, he's like, guys, stop making fun of me.
I think it's a good story if he pretends that it was like, oh, yeah, and I was humbled and I did this and that. And it's like, no, you probably told him very early on.
Baseball's bigger in Japan than it is in America, for crying out loud. There's no way they didn't know that was Joey Votto. Although they might not watch a lot of Reds baseball in Japan.
That Napoleon League pops
That's
over
true.
there. Yeah, imagine Reds baseball being like the one thing that they get over there. It's like, and Manfred's like, no wonder why the game isn't growing. I want to talk about J.J. Watt for a second. So J.J. Watt posted, I have like two different, it's not gripes, just observations about J.J. Watt here. And I lived in Houston. When I lived in Houston, he was as massive as anybody, and he was really, really nice to everybody too. Like, I think he's kind of like Tebow. I think he is just one of those genuinely just awesome people that you're almost like, I think you're too nice. It just comes across fake sometimes because it is that extreme. But either way, he posted on his Twitter handle, one of us makes it, we all make it, a trip every year since 2011, and then it's all his buddies, and they're getting on the private jet, and they're going to go take this trip, right? And I was thinking to myself, like, I don't know what friend group this is for J.J. Watt, but if it's like his college friends, no one really like went out on a limb there being like, oh, J.J. Watt. I'd love to make that pact with J.J. Watt and be like, hey, if all of us make it, then one of us make it, right? One of us make it, all of us make it. To be like, I'm going to get this trip until the end of time because J.J. Watt, you're clearly going to the pros. He was not a highly rated high school player, though. Mm-hmm. He was a 2-star recruit out of high school. So it's not like there's a world that exists that these are his high school buddies.
And they were actually better prospects than he was.
Better prospects than he was and was legitimately like, all right, I guess if one makes it, we all make it.
And
That's
they kind of
hook.
like kept him in because they felt bad for him.
Yeah, and then just kind of like one of those deals, you know? And now JJ made it wealthy beyond wealthy, and now he's got to pick up the tab for all these years. The other side of this, though, his boys' trip was to New York City.
Well, but he's JJ.
That's like the worst boys' trip I've ever heard of.
Ooh, I don't know. There's so much to do in New York.
So great for so many reasons. A boys' trip just doesn't crack it for me.
So it's this week, right?
Yeah, he's got
Yanks
this
or Mets
week.
games. They're always doing improv
a baseball
shows
game.
there, theater.
A baseball game happens everywhere. You're not going to the theater on a boys' trip.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I would. Not that theater. I'd go to see improv with my boys, but not, I'm not going every day.
Maybe improv, maybe.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know. I was thinking about, like, cities that are awesome for boys' trips. Like, New York City seems like it'd be, like, 20th on my list.
What are things that need to happen on a boys' trip for it to be a good boys' trip
I think it's just – so I think, obviously, for me, golf's mandatory. And there is golf in New York City, but it's not – it's pretty awful, all things considered, for a major city and everything. Mm-hmm. Golf has to happen. You got to find an environment that you can just booze and just get wrecked in. That's where you need like dive bars,
Manhattan.
But dive bars that aren't going to cost you an arm and a leg in the process.
I don't think that matters to JJ.
That's fair. That part's fair. Maybe are we checking off more boxes than I thought?
I think so.
The restaurant scene's got to be top notch as well, and so that's going to be a priority.
Fair in New York.
I would also need some legalized gambling. I don't know that we necessarily have the greatest gambling mecca in New York. In fact, I know they don't. That might be the part that kills it all. Like, part of what I've advocated for people with Cleveland in the summer that people don't understand, and why Cleveland is basically Vegas once you get to June, is we have everything you would ever need. We have the legalized gambling. We have the greatest public golf you could possibly imagine at the cheapest rates. We have more dive bars and more bars than you can ever envision. We do have strip clubs. Not that that's a thing I need to necessarily get into, but like, we have more than New York has to offer when it comes to boys' trips.
All right, real quick, Mac, is there anything missing from Jonathan's list of what needs to be included in a boys' trip?
No, I think he's got a pretty extensive list there, I would say.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think through.
Like a WNBA game?
I mean, you can get that in New York.
Yeah, that's
get
true.
That in New York.
Yeah,
like an IMAX. Like an IMAX thing there?
Yeah, I think they actually got that over there, too.
Okay,
yeah, only people.
See, Mac would take a boys' trip to New York City. Hell yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no. He's referencing your boys' trip to, what was it, like Indianapolis?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was thinking. Your boys' trip and his boys' trip, there's not enough overlap. That's what I was looking for. Yeah.
That was sneaky.
Patriots quarterback Drake May.
When he's saying it, I'm like, who the hell would go to a WNBA game on a boys' trip? I'm like, no one in the world would go to a WNBA
My guy,
game
Mac Robinson would. That's my boy.
And then IMAX was a follow-up. It's like, what?
Yeah. I got
10 of my best friends all around. Hey, IMAX, let's do this.
I'll tell you off air where I got that from because I'm not going to do it on air because then Mac's going to curse on air. Patriots quarterback Drake May told the Patriots media this week that he got thicker this offseason, and the Patriots media they made it weird.
Rude question. Are you thicker with 2 C's? Is that the way you're supposed to say it? Is that kind of like the hip thing? Are you thicker with 2 C's? Is that how it's supposed to be? Or
I think that's pause, if that's anything. I think that's not the way to put it, but
working theory.
That's a tough look.
The Patriots media is extra goony right now because of the Vrabel and Rossini stuff. That, like 3 months ago, they don't ask that question, but right now they got horny on the brain.
That's so tough, man. And Drake handled it the right way. You make the reporter seem dumb for asking it that way. You don't play into that.
For asking it that way.
You don't play into that nonsense because then people are going to think you're weird when it comes to the thicker conversation like that. Nope. That goes all on that report. Who was? Do you know who that was?
No, I kept trying to see if the comments would say. And the video that I saw, nobody knew who. It wasn't Phil Perry because somebody suggested that, and that got shot down.
This is a bigger cover up than the Vrabel Rossini thing.
It's same level. It's equally as uncomfortable for everybody involved.
Who in their right mind thinks? Maybe it's like the Shadell of like Patriots beat reporters.
You know what it is? It's something that we would ask a guest and try to have some fun with them if they were trying to like break them and just get them like to open up a little bit. Not something you do in an actual press conference. That is Quick Hits. When we come back, Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, talks Cavaliers and what to expect this offseason in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
I know who this person is. I've just never seen any of their movies.
Also, I try to boil down Interstellar, a 3.5-hour movie, down to about 2 sentences. Is that enough to get Ken interested?
It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on a Feel Good Friday here. Talking Kobe Altman's press conference earlier today. Got some Brown stuff along the way as well. If you hate Taylor Swift, I might change your mind at some point in this hour as well. Also might not.
That's if that's already decided. I don't think they're not flipping around on
But
that.
maybe they just move to like a moderate dislike. I don't really understand hating Taylor Swift. I understand not being a fan of her music, but by all means, she doesn't really have scandals. She seems like a nice person. She seems to have done things the right way. My kids listen to way too much of her music for my liking, but that's because I'm in the car when it happens. But overall, it's not offensive music. I don't get it. I don't get the hate. I understand dislike. I don't understand the hate.
You understand dislike at least?
I mean, I don't
even
dislike her.
understand
That made it sound like I dislike her. I didn't mean it like that.
I'm trying to think of scandals she's had. She's too good of friends with Blake Lively. That's not popular these days. And then the Scooter Braun scandal, that was a thing. But who sides with Scooter Braun? That knob.
Also, guys, all of our friends are not problematic. Is that what we're doing here? You have to have like, if you're a celebrity.
She was in some of the text messages, and it kind of made her come across maybe not the greatest.
That's fine. I'm still pro Taylor in that regard.
I always have been.
And also pro. I forgot her name already.
Blake Lively.
Yeah, big Blake Lively fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ryan Reynolds, too.
She comes off like a real jerk.
That's fine.
Yeah, is that right?
Not all my friends are nice. Yeah. Missed a moment in our show. Use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. But again, we heard from Kobe Altman today, Cavs president of basketball operations, to talk the Cavs offseason. We head out to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of Clutch Points, Brett Siegel. Brett, happy Friday. We appreciate you. Welcome to the show.
I appreciate you guys having me.
All right, so I guess we'll start here. If a Cavs fan right now is trying to visualize this offseason, should they visualize a very big offseason with maybe a splashy move, or should they maybe simmer down on those expectations?
Well, I think that the best word to describe the upcoming offseason for the Cavaliers is interesting, because there's a lot of different ways that this could go. Originally, we thought, and many around the league believed, that Kenny Atkinson was going to be on the hot seat and that they were going to review his job security and have a lengthy discussion about it. But Kobe Altman and owner Dan Gilbert came out in full support of Kenny Atkinson to be the head coach. And even though he had some questionable decisions in that Eastern Conference Finals series against the New York Knicks, most notably the comments about analytics, about them leading in the series, even though they were down 0-3, those comments did not sit well with members of the front office, as we reported at Clutch Points. And then there were also issues with some of the secondary players late in the year and heading into the playoffs, with their roles constantly fluctuating, them not knowing what role they were going to be held or going to be holding, and then also Kenny Atkinson's decisions to mainly focus on the starting rotation instead of integrating some of those secondary guys on the roster. All that kind of boiled to the point where many league personnel believe that Kenny Atkinson would not hold on to his job. But like I mentioned, he is going to be back for the 26-27 season. And now the attention turns to some of the guys on this roster. Donovan Mitchell is going to be eligible for an extension. Will they offer it to him? And also, will he accept that? That will have a lot of weight on the Cavaliers' future. James Harden, what will his cap number look like, and how much money is he willing to take on a discount on a new deal? What does the future look like for the front court with Evan Mobley and Jared Allen? These are all questions that the Cavaliers are going to have to answer over the course of the next few weeks, especially because they are projected to be the only second apron team entering the summer. That is not something that the Cavs envisioned being during the 26-27 season, so there are changes on the horizon for this franchise.
When you unpack it the way you do, and then you take a step back and be like, all right, I would dig out of this hole the Cavs are in right now, how would you approach doing it?
Well, the first thing is moving out of the second apron. You have to have the flexibility, not only in trade talks, but also lessen that luxury tax bill. So how do you do it? We're looking at the expiring contract of Max Strus. He's going to be making $16.6 million next year. If you're able to get that off your books, all of a sudden you not only move out of the second apron, but you can possibly move below the first apron. Another name is Dennis Schroeder. What does his future look like with the Cavaliers? Because he did have some good moments as the backup guard there, But are you going to be wanting to pay him $14.8 million, which is right around what the mid-level exception is going to be this year as well? And the Cavaliers have free agents that are most likely walking out the door in Keon Ellis and Dean Wade. So the structure of their bench and the structure of their secondary talent is most definitely going to change. Whether or not the core changes, that will be determined by if the Cavaliers want to go all in and make a big move, because right now the sense that we're getting is that they're not going to be trading Evan Mobley this offseason. But if they want to get involved in the Giannis sweepstakes, that's what it would take. If they want to get involved in the LeBron James sweepstakes and a sign and trade with the Lakers, it would most likely be Jared Allen walking out the door in a trade to the Lakers there. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do if they swing for the fences. I don't necessarily expect them to do so. I think that we're going to see them look to make moves around the edges, dip below the second apron, and try to add more secondary talent, especially because they do own the 29th pick in this year's draft. Whether or not they look to go young there or they package that with a guy like Schroeder to try to make another upgrade, primarily on the wing.
Brett, I'm curious. You mentioned the name. We know it well here. LeBron, what do you see as the kind of market for LeBron this summer?
I see three options for LeBron, and the way I weigh them right now is I say 50% chance that he returns to the Los Angeles Lakers. It seems to be kind of the overarching belief of everybody right now that he's going to play one final year with the Lakers. But in the event that he does depart LA, I then give a 35% chance to the Cavaliers. It's the situation that makes the most sense for him with his kind of storybook career, where he begins his career with the Cavs, leaves for the Heat, rejoins the Cavs, wins the title, goes to the Lakers for several years, and then comes back one last chance to win a championship in Cleveland. That seems to be the clear-cut number two option at this time. Whether or not Cleveland wants to make that work, again, a question that Kobe Altman and Dan Gilbert will have to discuss this offseason, because there are still questions about that front court pairing with Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. And if they don't see a long-term future there, maybe it does make sense to get out of Allen's contract now, get LeBron for a year, have him retire, and think about all that revenue that you're going to bring in with him being in his final season. And maybe that does create a scenario where you then leverage Evan Mobley for Giannis and you go all in for 1 year to try to win a championship. That's just one scenario. Maybe there's a scenario without going after Giannis that you can bring in LeBron. But then the third situation I see with LeBron, the only other situation that would make sense in my mind, is him going to the Golden State Warriors, playing with Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler at the end of their careers, and seeing what could happen there. I don't think that's a logical scenario. I much more believe that Los Angeles and Cleveland are the 1A, 1B destinations, but I don't believe that LeBron will leave the Lakers this offseason as of right now.
All right, if you got the 1A, 1B for LeBron, if you were to map out the Giannis sweepstakes, where do the Cavs sit? Are we in a 1A, 1B situation with Miami, or are we overplaying our hand here and maybe we're closer to like 4th or 5th on the list?
Well, I believe that the Giannis sweepstakes has changed a lot, and I think that we may see the brakes kind of be pumped here up until the NBA draft, simply because of yesterday what happened in the league, of the league owners approving this new draft lottery reform and changing the way that draft picks are going to be viewed, whereas in the past we had the lottery format where the three worst teams in the league would have 14% chance, and it would go down the list based on who had the worst record from there. Now, the three teams with the worst record in the league, they're going to be in a relegation zone where they only get 2 chances to get the number 1 pick compared to teams that finish with the 4th through the 10th worst records in the league. They're now going to have 3 chances to get the number 1 pick. So picks around the league are going to be changing in value drastically, and there's going to be a lot of value put on those teams that you don't think are going to be good, but they're not going to be the worst in the league. And one of those teams that you look at, maybe a situation like the Miami Heat, for example. They're a team that has been in the play-in region of the standings for many years now, and maybe they don't make the playoffs. Maybe that's going to be a draft pick that the Milwaukee Bucks look at, and they're going to have the best chance to get the number 1 pick. So it's going to be interesting to see what executives and teams think about draft picks moving forward. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a lot of teams simply hold on to their draft picks through 2029, simply because these next 3 years are so much uncertainty of what this draft lottery and this draft format's going to look like. And so that's definitely going to change the Giannis sweepstakes and the type of value that teams put on draft picks that they're offering there. As far as the Cavaliers' chances to get him, if they want to offer Evan Mobley, that package is there to be had. They could have Giannis Antetokounmpo tomorrow if they were to offer Evan Mobley with draft picks, but as of this point, they haven't been willing to do that.
All right, Brett. Kenny Atkinson, we know, is going to be back. Kobe Altman, we know, is going to be back. But assistant coach Johnny Bryant has interviewed for head coaching jobs in this cycle and previous ones. Mike Gansey has interviewed for multiple jobs over the last couple of years, including this offseason. Do you think there will be changes on the coaching staff and in the front office this offseason?
Let's start with Johnny Bryant because that's a quick, easy one. I expect him to be back with the Cavaliers, even though he is interviewing for the Bulls head coaching vacancy. Maybe he does get the Bulls job. I mean, the Bulls pulled a rabbit out of the hat with Bryson Graham. That was not a name that we expected them to hire to lead their front office. So Johnny Bryant could easily be the young coach that they envisioned leading that team, but he is very close with Donovan Mitchell. It's one of the reasons why the Cavaliers have kept him around and one of the reasons why he is one of their lead assistants there. And so I would be a little surprised if he did depart Cleveland this offseason. As for Mike Gainsey, he is considered the favorite for the 76ers job based on everybody that I have talked with over the last week. The 76ers, their job is being led by Bob Myers right now of searching for their next lead executive after firing Daryl Morey. And Gainsey is certainly at the forefront of those conversations. It seems like that it's his job to be had at this point. We'll see what happens there because Jameer Nelson is also involved. He's the assistant GM for the Philadelphia 76ers. Could maybe even get elevated to the full-time GM if they do hire Gainsey. So I would much lean on that happening for the Cavaliers rather than Johnny Bryant departing. I think that there's a much better chance of them needing a new GM at this point.
We've discussed here about a trade involving Jaylen Brown. What are you hearing in NBA circles about whether that's feasible or whether or not the Celtics are just going to say, thanks but no thanks. We're gonna stay with Brown and Tatum.
I think it's more of the latter at this point. I think that Brad Stevens is obviously going to go out there and see what type of value there is, but at the same time, you're not going to give up a Finals MVP, All-NBA performer. He was a finalist, I believe, for MVP this year, finished top 5 or top 6 in the voting. You're not going to trade that type of player in Jaylen Brown unless you're getting something fantastic in return, whether that's a Giannis Antetokounmpo or like a Nikola Jokic type player. Not saying that Jokic is going to be involved in trade talks, but that's who you would trade a Jaylen Brown for. You're not just going to give him up for a plethora of draft picks moving forward and hit the reset button if you're the Celtics. Granted, they lost in the first round this year. It wasn't a good look. This is still a team with championship aspirations. It's a team that entered the playoffs as the favorites in the Eastern Conference to win. And so that's going to be the mindset for the Celtics entering the offseason is how do they fill the gaps around those guys? I don't expect Jaylen Brown to be traded at this point. It would be a shock to me unless they were to get involved in the Giannis sweepstakes.
All right, Brett, we've talked Giannis, we've talked LeBron, we've talked Jaylen Brown. This show likes some name porn like the rest of us. I will ask you, are there any other names we should be talking about that could pop up in potential movement this offseason?
I'll give you a team instead of a name. I think that the Orlando Magic are a very interesting situation in the Eastern Conference. They obviously flaked out in the first round. They were up 3-1 against the Pistons. They blew that series and that historic game down in Orlando where they missed 26, 27 straight shots, go on to lose to the Pistons. They're out. They fired Jamal Mosley, and today they hired San Antonio Spurs assistant coach Sean Sweeney, who has been involved in virtually every coaching vacancy this offseason. He's been interviewing for jobs, and he was considered a favorite for the Chicago Bulls job, along with Miami Heat assistant Chris Quinn, as we reported at Clutch Points. And now he's heading to Orlando. He'll join the team and join that organization once the Spurs are done with their playoff run. Obviously, they're playing in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals tomorrow. But he inherits a roster that has over $200 million in payroll for next season. Franz Wagner, Paolo Banchero, Desmond Bane, Jalen Suggs as that core. What moves do the Magic look to make? Because they're running into a financial hurdle here. This is a team that went all in with that trade for Desmond Bane last offseason with the Memphis Grizzlies, and they're expecting to win right now. That's why they bring in a defensive architect in Sweeney, a young head coach that is ready for his first-time head coaching gig and ready to win right now. Do they maybe push more of their chips in? Do they sacrifice a guy like Wagner or Paolo Banchero and go after Giannis Antetokounmpo? Do they maybe look to add even more secondary depth? So I think that the Magic are going to be one of the most interesting teams this offseason to see what moves they make, especially because they do have young talent to be able to trade away. Granted, they traded all their draft picks last year to the Grizzlies for Desmond Bane. There's still young talent on this roster like Anthony Black, Jet Howard, Tristan Da Silva, and Jace Richardson that could put together a very compelling package for a star, especially if they were paired with Banchero or Wagner in an offer.
Brett, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll catch up with you down the line.
Sounds good, guys. Have a great weekend.
Brett Siegel there. Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright Hotline, bringing those Friday vibes. Clutch Points, you know him. You love him. We'll react to what he had to say. And, again, I might be able to convince you that you like Taylor Swift just a little bit more, or at least don't hate her. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have it.
for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Basket and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
First thing is moving out of the second apron. You have to have the flexibility, not only in trade talks, but also lessen that luxury tax bill. So how do you do it? We're looking at the expiring contract of Max Strus, who's going to be making $16.6 million next year. Another name is Dennis Schroeder. What does his future look like? And the Cavaliers have free agents that are most likely walking out the door in Keon Ellis and Dean Wade. So the structure of their bench and the structure of their secondary talent is most definitely going to change. Whether or not the core changes, that will be determined by if the Cavaliers want to go all in and make a big move, because right now the sense that we're getting is that they're not going to be trading Evan Mobley this offseason. But if they want to get involved in the Giannis sweepstakes, that's what it would take. If they want to get involved in the LeBron James sweepstakes and a sign and trade with the Lakers, it would most likely be Jared Allen walking out the door in a trade to the Lakers there. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do if they swing for the fences. I don't necessarily expect them to do so. I think that we're going to see them look to make moves around the edges.
Brett Siegel, clutch points in the previous segment. Talking about the Cavs offseason, what to expect. I do think it's interesting he expects. I expect Keon Ellis to walk because he just never found a spot here. The Dean Wade stuff is interesting just because of how much they valued Dean previously.
Yeah, I think we had a Fedor clip earlier today making the suggestion that like Dean Wade just outpriced himself. Mm-hmm. Like in normal years, that type of production, that type of everything isn't going to cost you an arm and a leg. But now the way the NBA values guys like Dean Wade, he might just be too expensive for the Cavs.
Now I do think because they have the 29th pick in this draft, and they can't trade that pick until after the draft, till they've made it because of the way they've dealt the other picks over the last year and then the next couple of years because of Donovan, because of the Stepien rule. Thanks, Ted. R.I.P. That I think they're going to be in a really interesting spot here of the 29th pick and either Strus or Schroeder's contract might get you that wing that you're looking for, like a bigger wing. But this is a really deep draft, and there's going to be some really interesting players that I think can help you this year and beyond, whether you want maybe a bigger, more physical backup center. There's guys like that. If you want maybe more of like a stretch center, the kid from North Carolina is going to be there. They also have some young wings that, like, we thought they might trade the pick that became Tyson 2 years ago, and I really liked what they've done. I actually think the Cavs know how to draft and evaluate. They found Dean Wade. They found even Craig Porter Jr., I kind of would be against moving that pick just because I think this is a good draft to find somebody that can be a sneaky good rotation player this year and beyond.
Yeah, I'm fine with them keeping it. The other interesting thing was Orlando coming in the mix there from Brett. We hadn't really considered Orlando, and mainly because, in my eyes, I just don't see them breaking up Banchero. Or not breaking up, sending Banchero somewhere. I could see them definitely breaking up Banchero and Wagner. I just always thought Wagner was the one that was going to go there. And so if we're talking about like name porn and trying to get people interested in what they're going to do, like if Banchero's open, I think you have to consider that.
What would you? Are they going to do Evan Mobley for Banchero? That's
what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. Like if I'm the Magic, I don't do any of this. I build around Banchero and I try to make everything about Banchero. But like if they think Wagner is just at this point grown to be a better player, is grown to be more important to their team, and they want to build around that way, I'll go shopping.
Yeah, so I think the Wagner thing is interesting. If they go Giannis, that just feels just like the least Orlando move ever. But a year ago, I wouldn't have penciled them in making the trade for Desmond Bane the way they did. But if they were to go Giannis, a Wagner and maybe a Mobley kind of like that could certainly be part of, like a three-way swap. Again, I'm just kind of speculating here because Wagner would be the guy that you can put in and say, well, he's a little bit of a power forward. He's a little bit of a small forward. He can play on the wing. He can't post up, but he's, he can play at multiple kind of spots there. Franz Wagner would be somebody I'd be very interested in if he were to become available.
Here's what we know off of last season and how it ended. Like, Wagner and Ben Caro apparently had all sorts of feuds and problems. And so, like, the idea that, like, we ended the year with the idea of that, like, they could potentially break that up. When Brett goes down that path, like, this is one of these scenarios that we got to be exploring, I think.
I do think it's interesting that he put Lakers at 50%, Cavs at 35%. And did he say 15% for the Warriors? That would make mathematical sense if he did.
Yeah.
And then 5%, we'll see. I still find it really far-fetched that LeBron's going to go back to the Lakers. I really do.
I think he knows he's an unwanted house guest at this point.
Yeah, and I mean,
he's kind of gotten that vibe. The dinner's there. Everyone got the invites. You're trying to like now sneak in and grab a plate. You're not welcomed right now.
But LeBron
it's Luka's team.
LeBron for Jared Allen is just a tough one for me, just because Jared is so much younger than LeBron. Like, is 1 year of LeBron worth 5 years of Jared Allen? That's tough for me to answer. I'm sure people would just say yes because of the name brand of it, but that's feels a little inequitable. Inequitable? Yeah, that's the word I'm going to go with right now.
Well, we definitely know that obviously the extension kicks in, so that's 3 more years of Jared at a minimum. Am I just too much? I want LeBron here. Am I being shielded with that? Because I like Jared Allen. I've always liked Jared Allen. But like LeBron, and I really don't think that's what's happening, because LeBron was still so effective and so good last year. Like, he's a better player than Jared Allen is right now. I know that. Is he going to be a better player next year though? And that's what we're going to find out. You have to like evaluate what kind of drop off LeBron's going to have from last year even to this next year,
and how long LeBron wants to play, which LeBron will tell no one.
Well, and LeBron's not. If you get LeBron, I've told you this before. If you get LeBron, he's playing 60 games. He's going to play about 27 to 30 minutes a night. Like, you're not getting
his value is the postseason.
Yeah, you're not getting during the regular season the same LeBron that we've ever had before. That's gone. It's 27 to 30 minutes a night. It's 60 games max. Like, that's how he's going to do it. It's not. No one should be surprised by that.
216-474-0092. We are, of course, talking about Brett Siegel's comments here. Before we move to the Taylor Swift thing, anything else stand out to you?
No, that was really it. I thought the Magic stuff was interesting, because I've not heard anyone connect the Magic at all to the Cavs and not really even think about the Magic, and that definitely should be on our radar.
When he said the Magic, my first thought was, I don't think you'd line up with them. That was my only thing. Like, the only way you get some of that booty, as it were, is if it's through a third team. Because I just don't think one for one, like Evan Mobley for Paolo Banchero, I don't know does it for either team, right?
I don't know. It feels pretty fair, to be honest. Maybe you'd have to send a little bit more because Paolo's just a better player, but it's not by that much. Like, Paolo was really, really good like 2 years ago, and then he just kind of stayed. You know, but you can make the same argument for Evan. I've done this before with you, where it's been like the same problem that Evan has is the same problem that Ben Caro has. Is that year 2, they seemed like something, and that something was really good for a year 2 player, and they've just stayed the same offensive player throughout that stretch.
Now, we can talk about this because it happened at a Cavs game. We do have a little bit of an update here. Taylor Swift, and we obviously talked to Ashley Bastock. We talked about our friend Cam Justice, who Taylor Swift said, "You're so pretty too," and then
Cam did say you're so pretty.
Oh no! So Taylor Swift said you're so pretty to Cam.
Wow! Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Was it just
a video?
It was like seconds after she met that little girl from
Really?
Lakewood.
That was the comment to Cam. Then she just turned around and was like, "Oh, you're so pretty."
Yep.
Oh, that's nice.
In fairness, I was also there, and she said the same thing to me.
Oh, she did. I knew that.
But it was people didn't catch it on the mic. I didn't broadcast it. It was at the game.
Yeah, just missed.
And Travis got a little upset about it, but I was like, we're basically the same guy. Don't get upset by it.
That's
you weirdo.
Great. By the way, if you're famous, that's a great in Taylor. Obviously not if me or you did it, but like that's a great way to just because you just give that compliment left and right, and it just makes people's years. You're just it's like awesome. Yeah, Taylor told me I was pretty once. That's pretty sweet.
When Taylor Swift does it, it's "you're so pretty." When you or I do it, it's "you're so pretty."
It's like, can you get away from us now? We don't care how famous you are.
That's
Get away.
That's a great point of like the difference in compliments. Even if Travis Kelce said that, it would be like, Travis, that's not okay.
Yeah, you
buddy.
Can't do that. Yeah. Nope.
Now he's good looking enough; he might be able to pull it off. But still,
Cam would look at him like side eyed and be like, oh, "What do you know, huh?
Yeah,
you're with Taylor Swift.
Yeah." Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
Yeah, he would be the very gooner move there. That's a really good point. But so there's the video where she saw the young Taylor Swift fan, and Taylor, talked to her for a minute. And honestly, it was a very sweet moment, and it was a very seemingly genuine moment. Well, this girl lives in Lakewood, and Taylor Swift sent her a guitar and a handwritten letter.
It's a very nice move by Taylor. She does classy gestures like this. We talk about like what's exhausting as being a celebrity, like that. When you have these interactions, that then becomes such a big thing, right? And then it becomes not only, obviously, the clips went very viral, and it was on the news, and it was all these other type of things. Everything you do just becomes so, like, I hope she doesn't feel obligated to do any of this, is the point I'm driving at.
I would be surprised if she did, because she doesn't seem, it's not like she does this for everyone. It seems like a very select thing. But yeah, that would sound really exhausting if you felt like you had to do this for everyone.
Yeah, that's a nice move, though. It's a good gesture.
A very nice move, though. As a parent, though, can we all just have like the conversation here of a signed Taylor Swift guitar is not something that, if you put it out there in the open market, wouldn't have a significant amount of value to it, knowing how crazy the Swifties are. You got to at least have the conversation if you're married, right? Like, okay, I'm so happy she has this, but maybe we put it on, I would say eBay. Maybe we auction it, have like a high reserve on it, and then if it goes, this kid goes to college for free.
You're not going to college for free on that. It's one of those, when we went to the
how do you know
Rocket
how much
Arena,
it would cost?
Because when we went to the Rocket Arena what was that now? The thing with the mascots that we always do every year. The Greater Cleveland Sports Awards.
Yep.
They have that, like, one of the auction pieces was a signed Taylor Swift guitar. That's not going for $50,000.
Do we know how much it went for?
I don't know the finishing price, but I bet it's somewhere around $1,000 or so, somewhere in that mix, maybe $1,500, somewhere in that mix. Like because like she does this like for different charity events. I've heard she does this like it's not like this is really rare to have a Taylor Swift guitar out there.
The one time I try to be the research assistant on the show is the one time the internet goes real slow here.
It just goes slow.
Apparently, Odyssey's one thing isn't correct Wi-Fi.
Where did I see? I saw this recently where somebody had they took a signed Taylor Swift guitar to like one of those like Pawn Star type places, and they bought it through a charity event, and it turned out to be a complete fake.
All right.
The guy was like, that's not anything close to it.
All right. The price of a signed Taylor Swift guitar ranges from $500 for a certain display piece to well over $100,000 for rare charity auction items.
I got $500 to $2,500 is the standard price.
And who did that? The standard price. That's why
for standard certified memorabilia of a signed guitar.
Seriously?
Yeah,
that's
seriously.
it. Does she sign like a bajillion?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm telling you.
Oh well, this is
standard memorabilia, $500 to $900 for standard acoustic or electric guitars. I say that word wrong all the time.
I wasn't going to say it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, custom display guitars. You get $1,000 to $2,500 for the custom wrapped Eras Tour or themed guitars.
All right. So what I think you have to do is put it on eBay. Because if Swifties get the sense of this, I think that's where they go crazy.
You know what's wild about this is like, so Taylor, so I like Taylor Swift a lot, but my sister-in-law on like my little brother's wife is like a massive Taylor Swift fan, like massive, like she's very similar to how Ashley is, just like obsessed with it, the whole entire thing. Facebook Marketplace, oddly enough, you can get Taylor Swift signed CDs for like $90.
Yeah, that's a CD.
She's signed so many of them. She's signed so many of the little cards for the CD and everything like that. Well, you can get them. It's seriously, it's like $90 to $100 anytime you see it. But like shockingly low value on it. The problem she signed just too many things in life. If you're one of these mega celebrities, Garth Brooks was the same exact way. Garth would sign for everyone, including myself. I got a Garth Brooks autograph when I was like 12 years old. He'd sign for everybody.
Have you sold it yet?
No, I actually still have it, oddly enough. One of the rare like signed pieces I still have. He typed in there Jonathan, and then he typed God bless Garth Brooks. But anyway, he signed for everyone. That was the thing. And so his value, like his autograph was worth basically nothing because he signed for so many people.
But then how does this one say Taylor Swift signed guitar sells for $120,000 at cancer auction?
Sure, that's like a really special one that she had some sort of maybe she played that one during the Eras Tour or something. We're talking that's like a game used LeBron signed jersey.
Would you want like
or it's just a signed LeBron jersey?
Would you want like an authenticated sticker with it? Because if you're Taylor, if you really like if you really had like a connection
with them. Would you string it like once or twice just before you send it to him? And then you could be like,
they have like
this
a
is
video
played.
of it. Yep.
It's like if LeBron was going to give you a jersey, you could just put it on really quick and be like, game used.
Now, here's another one.
Or at least player worn.
Now, I don't know if you know this. You can get a guitar for like $100 or $150, and they're not great. You can get a guitar for upwards of a butt ton of money You think Taylor's giving out the $100 ones? You think?
My guess is yes.
Yeah, like the ones you get like Walmart.
Yeah,
when you're walking out.
I'm going to think they're not the most expensive one. Maybe this is different though. Maybe this is different because she had such an emotional connection with this little girl and thought this was all so sweet.
That means
But
you
I
got to
would
go
think-
get it inspected, right?
Listen, if I'm going to be really cynical about the whole ordeal, I'm going to think that she just told her assistant, like, all right, just take care of all this, basically. They got, like, she has, like, a whole stock room of guitars she's already previously signed, and the assistant knows how to reach out. The assistant knows what address to send it to. The assistant knows everything about this, and Taylor did nothing more than sign a guitar, like, 6 months ago in a room of, like, 35 guitars she already signed.
I'd like to point out.
That's the cynic in me, though. That's just the cynic in me.
My topic for this was going to be, do you sell it? And you know, put that towards a kid's future. And somehow you lapped my cynicism about 2 times over on that.
Well,
with,
you know.
actually probably didn't even sign it.
No, she signed it.
Oh, okay.
She signed it. It was just probably 6 months ago in a row of like 35 different guitars that she just went down and signed. They put in a room, and then she just tells the assistant, like, just grab one of those guitars. What else did she give her? Just like a letter?
handwritten note? You said that she didn't?
handwritten note? Well, that's the personal touch right there. Also could have been done by the assistant, though. I don't know.
Now, would that have some value? I'm just trying to figure out how this family can get some value. Okay.
I don't know how much you get for something like that, but that probably has way more value than the guitar. The handwritten note of like, this was the great, like, I enjoyed meeting you. Thanks so much for coming out to. She didn't really support Taylor. She was going to a Cavs game. Whatever she said in that, that's the type of stuff like 50 years from now that actually has a ton of value. But you got to wait. You got to wait some time. Yeah.
Oh God, that's
I mean, you're just not
stinks
getting.
about it. You gotta wait.
You're not getting college
Gotta
fund
invest
off of this.
time.
You're not getting college fund off of this. But Taylor knows that as well. That's why she knows it's going to be worth more to them to just hang on to it and enjoy it as a nice piece than it is to get $1,000 or $2,000 off of.
A legit way of looking at the Browns quarterback battle in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
AmeriClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Dan Gilbert will have some tough choices to make over the summer. Don't miss a beat of the Cavs offseason. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, John at the Peter one. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Jason Stanford, former Cleveland Indians pitcher, Guardians analyst, baseball analyst, coming up at 4:20. Always great to talk with him. Of course, follows along with Cleveland sports, so I could get into some Cleveland sports with him as well. But this week has been the week of Deshaun Watson, as all the reports coming out of, most of the reports coming out of OTAs are that Deshaun has continued to look good. I think it was Dan Lobby on the Orange and Brown Talk podcast suggesting, comparing it to how Joe Flacco took control of the quarterback job last offseason when Kenny Pickett was hurt and Dylan Gabriel was banged up. Kind of saying that could be this moment for Deshaun Watson, but it was Daryl Ryder who was on with
the Morning Boys.
Yeah, Morning Boys. Earlier today, I had to confirm that because I couldn't remember off the top of my head, talked about the legitimacy of the Browns quarterback battle this year.
It appears to me like they're trying to keep the reps between Deshaun and Shedeur as equal as possible. I don't get the impression that Todd Monken has his finger on the scales like Kevin Stefanski did last year. I do feel like this is more of a legitimate quarterback competition between Deshaun and Shedeur. From my standpoint, I think Deshaun is in the lead just because of his experience, and it stands to reason that he most likely will win the quarterback competition and be your Week 1 starter. Do I think he'll be the Week 17 or 18 starter? No, I do not. And I also look at this like I don't think it's imperative that Shedeur wins the quarterback competition. If it is Deshaun Week 1, I don't view that as a failure on Shedeur's part at all. If anything, I think a little bit of a benefit. Hey, that just buys him some more time.
So, specific to the beginning part of that clip where Daryl says this is a more legitimate quarterback battle than last year, do you buy that?
Yeah, it does feel like it is, and that's I'm kind of surprised that I feel that way, mainly because of what we went through last year, where it just kind of felt like, as Daryl said, like the thumb was on the scale. It did feel that way with Stefanski and a lot of how that went down. Monken seems like he's running it the right way, and if Deshaun has the advantage, Deshaun probably should have the advantage right now.
So it's interesting. I think there's a lot of things that you can compare to the last year of Stefanski, and it's just going to look good by proxy.
Oh, because, and I might do it a lot, Nick.
Well, no, and I don't mean that in like a bad way to Monken or that, but like I think Kevin was in a bad situation given, look at the four names in the quarterback room. And I also think Kevin was, like, if you follow the story of how things have unfolded here, I think he went from a position of power to the second they tried to switch the offense around Deshaun and it aggressively failed, I think he was in quicksand from that moment on. So, I think that's a benefit to Todd Monken because I think Todd Monken can come in, and I do think the same thing we can say for Browns fans, the same thing in the locker room. Todd Monken just being different than Kevin Stefanski gives him an early leg up for this season.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these guys don't tie coaching changes with dysfunction the way that they did maybe when Kevin Stefanski came in, where half of those guys had experienced, 3 different head coaches in 3 years.
Sure. I once got in a little bit of an argument with Coach Riz on the air about the idea of whether or not Monken would be able to look at this objectively and be able to look at it as if it was a true quarterback competition. And the argument that Coach had made was, at 59 years old, he just wants the best quarterback out there, right? And from what we can tell so far, he's operating with that mentality. And I think that's all anybody can really ask for in this, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think
it doesn't feel rigged. It doesn't feel skewed one way or another. As Daryl mentions, the reps have been basically split between the two of them down the middle. Like it feels like it's a fair shake.
I just think it's a little early.
Oh, yeah, this could all change, by the way.
And I think that's where – and that, by the way, doesn't mean I expect Monken to be different in any of this, but there's a lot of factors in here. Could I see the Organization. If Todd Monken says, hey, Deshaun's a guy, could I see the organization maybe putting their hand on the scale? Sure could.
Yeah, definitely.
And by the way, that could go either way. Like, hey,
Yeah.
I think Shador's taking advantage. Well, we're going to go ahead and put Deshaun out there again. Like, I think the organization, and when I say organization, I'm talking not just of Jimmy Haslam, but Andrew Berry. The analytics department, I do think that's a bit of a wild card. And I just because it has been seemingly fair to this point, doesn't mean once you get to certainly even mandatory OTAs that it's going to stay that way. And so
definitely, yeah.
It's interesting. We're in a spot where I can't tell whether Browns fans are super into this quarterback battle or completely out on it. I think it's kind of going it's about as interesting as I think it possibly could be at this point, though.
Well, we just have such little information, we just don't know so much about what their thought process is, how they're actually performing, all of this. We just have so little to go off of. Now, what is interesting to me too, and Daryl put it in that clip. Daryl mentioned the idea that, I don't think it's going to be the quarterback week 17. And I made we went down that road yesterday, that idea, and I made the comment something along the lines of how I thought that don't worry, Shador, if you don't win the job, you're going to get on the field eventually, and that comes from an idea that I just don't believe in Deshaun Watson. Morning Show also touched on that as well, and they went down that same path, and in the belief that if Deshaun starts, they believe that Shador will see the field eventually. Isn't there just a fundamental flaw, Nick, when this many people just don't believe that if you throw Deshaun out there, he's going to finish the season?
Yeah.
Like, shouldn't that be some sirens going on for a lot of people? That if you say Deshaun's going to start the season, as many people as we can talk to just don't believe he's going to finish the year.
But I mean, that was a fundamental flaw last offseason where, I think the Browns were even like, we're probably going to see multiple quarterbacks this year. And I think you and I both were people saying, that's not how you win. And everybody else just kind of, I think the one thing the Browns do really well is I think they normalize ideas. I think they've normalized the idea of Deshaun Watson starting in the fifth year of this tumultuous run in a way that I don't think a fair amount of other organizations would. So I think you're right. A lot, but it's just the Browns are really good at normalizing this, and people kind of just go, well, sounds like we're going to see multiple quarterbacks.
Think about how lack of faith that has to be in a quarterback to put him out there with the idea that 95% of people when they discuss it are like, yeah, but Shador will get a chance.
Yeah, but I feel like if Shador won, it'd be the same thing,
But I just look at it differently. Because if you told me Shador is a starter week 1, I'm betting on him starting all 17 games.
I think you would. I don't think most Browns fans would.
Really? You just and you let me know if my perception on that is wrong, because I feel like. And he could just stink up the joint around week 10 or week 11 and we call it a day. I don't worry about his injury history. I don't worry about whether or not he's going to end up. Because the big thing with Deshaun, although I don't think he's going to be good, I don't think he'll stay healthy for 17 games. That's got to weigh into that way more.
I think the Shador thing is 100% people just. The people who do not expect him to last a full season are the people that just don't think that guy can play. I think, I just think that's what
So you don't
it's
think
about.
it'd be 17 games for Shador if they started in week 1?
Oh, not what I said.
I'm asking you.
If Shador wins, I would expect him to start the full season.
All right, so we feel it the same way
yes,
then.
But I think most other. Every time we talk about Shador versus Deshaun, I get way too many, or even like the videos that we post about from 92 to the fans account that we get tagged in of our videos. It's a $230 million quarterback versus a 5th round pick. What are we doing here? And I think there's enough people out there that believe that mentality that Shador is just a 5th round pick.
I mean, a year 2 quarterback that I feel like is going to be, again, I'm not saying he's going to light up the world or anything like that, but my suggestion would be he's going to at least look functional out there for 17 games, enough to the point where he doesn't get benched. I can't say the same about Deshaun, and I'm speaking just even from a health standpoint, I can't say that, but if I Uno reverse this in my head, if Shador gets to start week 1, he's starting all 17, and I don't feel the same way the other way.
Oh, I just think
But maybe I just have more belief in Shador that way. Maybe that's where you come in too. Maybe we just have more belief in Shador, the quarterback, and that just is what that is.
216-474-0092 is a more legitimate quarterback battle than last year. All we can ask for. There's going to be a lot of things. And again, like this is actually the nice way in which Todd Monken taking over for Kevin Stefanski is a good thing for him is the first time the Browns win and you get that post-game press conference where Todd Monken does the Mike Pettin everything better after winning kind of comment.
It's the whole raspy voice going.
Fans are going to react to that and say Kevin Stefanski would never.
He's going to be dynamic in that the post-game locker room speeches, the ones that everyone thought like Kevin was doing because he was held hostage to do.
Yeah.
The Monken ones are going to slap.
The heavily edited ones of Kevin?
The heavily edited ones. The ones that Myles Garrett rolls his eyes in the background of? Yeah, those ones. Those are going to go great for Monken.
The nice thing is I think Myles will still be rolling his eyes in the Todd Monken ones.
Just maybe in a different... Nope, can't even do it. Nope, he can't even do it.
He's not Jim Schwartz, so I'm going to roll my eyes.
Yeah.
Is a more legitimate quarterback battle than last year all we can ask for in a new Myles Garrett report in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I have no guilt. I have only enjoyment. Jason Stanford, former Cleveland Indians pitcher, Gardo's analyst, baseball analyst. He'll be joining us in about 20 minutes. Also still lives in the area. We'll pick his brain. Cleveland sports, but certainly Gardo's. They got the Red Sox in town. You got Stuart Fairchild. We all knew there's been a Guardians-type player that they were going to get to. Stuart Fairchild had to be one of them.
Yeah, is that right?
Had to be one of them.
Why do you think that is?
Well, he's one of those guys that's not very good.
Yeah, he's played for 1 million teams.
He played for 1 million teams, but hey, he might just hit 235 for them in about 60 games.
If we're lucky.
Yeah, and maybe a home run or two. I don't know. But no, he's joining the roster because Quan is on the bereavement list. So we got all that going on, but we do have a new Myles Garrett. I don't know if this is a report. I said report. This could be conjecture. Manish Mehta, who was on the Between the Tackles podcast, formerly of several New York publications. He has a team in mind for Myles Garrett, and this one makes a lot of sense.
I think that Howie Roseman, who loves to be creative and who I know has wanted Myles Garrett in the past, who wouldn't? I think that the Eagles, frankly, would be smart to make a deal for him. They just made a deal during the draft for Jonathan Grenard from the Vikings. They got a little edge help there. They've got Jalix Hunt. They could use more help, and getting Myles Garrett, I think, would make a lot of sense for a lot of teams. But I'm very intrigued by Howie Roseman and just kind of how he operates in the shadows and loves making a big splash. So maybe the Eagles are a team that would make a play for him. The Eagles have plenty of draft picks, so I don't think draft pick compensation would be a massive hurdle for them, even though you have to give up premium capital.
So I think what's interesting about this is the Eagles already have a fair amount of draft capital for the way that they do business, but they're about to pick up more in an A.J. Brown trade. Mm-hmm. And so it would make a lot of sense to me if A.J. Brown if Howie Roseman subtracting A.J. Brown June 2nd turned around and took whatever picks he gets or pick he gets from New England and packaged that with a couple more picks and try to make a run at Myles Garrett.
The fight right now in the A.J. Brown discussion is apparently over whether or not he's getting a first-round pick. Mm-hmm. And so let's just assume he gets the first-round pick because I think ultimately that's what that's going to end up being.
Real quick, can we all agree that the handling of this, the reporters carrying water for the league office to make it look like, oh, that could not be a deal. They're actually not very close. It's like, this has been reported for 6 weeks. This is all just window dressing, right?
I think so. It's odd, though. You're right to suggest that the whole thing is odd. I heard somebody earlier today even trying to figure out if A.J. Brown could go to different teams and how that would look. Oh, they put him with the Rams. And it was like a whole segment built around A.J. Brown to the Rams. It's like, do we have to do this right now? I'm pretty sure. Well, right now you can do whatever you want. It's off-season, go for it. But I'm pretty sure we know where he's ending up.
Boston-based journalist Greg Bedard said the other day that the NFL has actually asked the Eagles to not do it immediately on June 2nd. And it's like, why do you care? I don't understand. This isn't collusion. These teams agreed to it, but you can't execute the trade until June 2nd. So nothing's in writing.
You can still back out, technically.
You can still back out, but I think my point is, this is all trying to sell this fight of, oh, well, I guess it's not really going to happen that first day. It's like, why do you care? It's legal. It's not like it actually bugs me just the way the NFL media has turned it into, wow, now there could be other teams that might be interested. I tend to agree with the guy who I never like to agree with, Mike Florio. If there was another team here, we would have heard about it several weeks ago.
I like Florio. I know you don't like Florio. Other Florio he's been a little odd lately.
He's just the could guy. You can just get a lot done under the banner of could, and that's just why I find him annoying. Because he just kind of I don't want to say make stuff up. He makes stuff up. He dreams it up. And then he goes, could. Well, it could happen. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Any one of us could make a whole career out of could.
Maybe we should have.
Yeah, that's true.
We in many ways do in sports radio. There's a lot of could in sports radio.
Yeah, but
and
we
so
don't masquerade
maybe that's
as a
the part of me
journalist.
and that's the part of me that appreciates Florio is he's basically the only writer that kind of lives life like a sports radio host, where he just plays into the could world and he plays into the hypothetical world in a way that no other actual journalist ever do.
That bugs me. Now, this being said, the Eagles,
one of us.
The Eagles make a lot of sense if, for no other reason, Howie Roseman and Andrew Berry and Aaron Berry are pretty tight.
But
Given
the Berry connection is what I find so intriguing by this.
which is probably the one reason I don't want it.
Well, what do you feel like? Aaron is helping out Andrew, or Andrew's helping out Aaron?
Well, Andrew might
I feel
be.
like the interesting part about the Myles Garrett discussion is that it does feel like both sides are going to win because if it's all about timelines, and that's truthfully what this is, then no one should feel bad about how a Myles Garrett trade goes down.
I just think if, let's say, the Myles Garrett trade, goes really well for Philadelphia, it doesn't go well for you, and let's say you have like a 3-win season, and a year from now, you've got a new GM, where do I think Andrew Berry's going to go back to?
Well, he's going to go to Philadelphia.
And
There's
so
no
there's
question.
a part of that where I'm like, wait. You're just because Howie Roseman's gonna be like, hey, this guy gave me Myles Garrett. I gotta hook this guy up with a job. That's it. It's kind of that little. Dealing with your friends makes me uncomfortable in the NFL because you never know if you're getting an honest price.
So
or
I
not.
like dealing with maybe not friends necessarily because like who's your friend in the NFL, but like when you're dealing with your brother, for instance, I like the idea of the understanding that no one's screwing over anybody here.
Oh, if I'm going to cut anyone
Like,
a deal,
this
it's
is not-
it's one of my brothers.
Well, no, for sure. You can always cut your brother a deal. But like in this scenario, I don't think he'd give Myles Garrett at a discounted price because it's his brother. I feel like they do it with the idea of like, all right, you get better. I also get what I wanted, which is picks out of this whole ordeal. And if the difference is the same thing, if I send him to the Rams, then I'm going to send him to my brother because I feel good about that.
By the way, there's another part I don't really like about the Philly thing is they've had enough success recently. And it feels like their window's kind of closing. I know it's never going to close because Howie Roseman does a good job of building teams. There's a little
And
element
that's
of
success, but it's like the funniest team in the world because they never act like it.
Yeah. Well, and that's I don't and like
For a team that won
adding-
the Super Bowl 2 years ago, they act as if they're like a poverty franchise, and Jalen Hurts stinks at football, and Sirianni's a dodo, and like Big Dom is the only person that matters in that building. Like it's a weird setup.
subtracting AJ Brown because he's dramatic, and then trading for Myles Garrett though would be legitimately hilarious. Somebody who I
They
think
got to learn that lesson themselves, though.
Yep,
That's
that is
part
fair.
of this process. And Aaron should know everything about the idea that Andrew would tell him. Like, yeah, listen, Myles is he's not going to be the world's greatest leader. Which, by the way, the Eagles have never had anyway. Like part of what actually works for Myles, if you're in this, no one expects you to be a leader because again, no one in Philadelphia on this team is a leader. They just expect production. Like Jalen Carter does all sorts of things that are questionable, and they just don't care. It's all about production there.
That's actually the funniest part about a hypothetical Eagles trade is Jalen Carter could be part of the return for him. And I just think like Myles Garrett for Jalen Carter just feels like a dubious trade with obviously picks being thrown in there. So those are kind of my reservations. So it's the Eagles aren't off the board for me, but I have more reservations. Kind of like, and by the way, they're all kind of circumstantial. Like my reservations about sending him to Tampa Bay are it's like, they already got Baker Mayfield for free, and now you're going to get Myles Garrett.
Well,
That
those two I just don't think would ever work together. I feel like
I bet you things change.
That would be a no trade clause situation for Myles. Myles got the no trade clause, so he can make sure I don't play for Baker.
I feel I would be surprised because that's such an easier road. Not only do I think the AFC is tougher than the
we're
NFC.
mentioning, but there's 3 different NFC teams we can bring up that I think are Super Bowl competitive and better than the Buccaneers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rams, Eagles, Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones. If I'm Myles, I'm like, give me either one of those 3. You work out the deal. You work out the kinks, whatever you need to do. I'm not going to play for Baker, though. There's more than enough suitors. I get to be picky here.
I still think the Rams make the most amount of sense because they can give you a young player or 2 and picks. Whereas, like, I don't think the Eagles are going to give up Jalix Hunt as part of that deal. The Jalen Carter thing makes sense, but then you got to pay Jalen Carter. And I know if you know this, Jalen Carter, problematic human being in a way that makes Myles Garrett look like the Pope, I guess.
Well, in the history of bad car accidents / things that have happened in cars, His is worse than anything Miles has ever done.
It's not
by
great.
a lot.
And even Tampa Bay, I don't know what young player you'd send back. I do think that's a part of this, though. Like, so much of where I would be comfortable sending Miles. And again, my official line, because I want to make sure this is in every time we talk about it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I just think Miles is a all-time great player. And with those players, timelines be damned. I think the Browns could be better than people think this year. I know it relies on a quarterback position none of us trust, but I still think they can be better than people expect. 2027 isn't that far away. And so do you need a little luck or do you need to make a big swing next year to trade up for a quarterback? Potentially. But I don't look at it as the easy quid pro quo, well, Miles is going to turn to that quarterback next year, because wherever I send Miles, I'm going to get the 32nd pick or the 26th pick, which has value in a trade-up scenario, but it's still like the idea that it's just, boom, you trade Miles and get a quarterback still relies on a lot of luck or a lot of the right things falling your way.
The part I find interesting and the part that I can't escape is, and listen, I would trade him, but like the only part I'd be worried about would come back and like bite me in the butt in this. Miles is just built different. And so like there is a world that exists where, because Miles is just this freak athlete and is just so different than everybody else, that like at 35 he's still just awesome. And so then you would have looked back and been like, oh, for 5 years we just watched him be awesome and dominate the league, and oh, we really could have used somebody that would be this great of a pass rusher, but we sent him 3 years ago for a boatload of picks. And like I don't know how much of that the Browns are accounting for, but it's part that I would be. At least I hope they would. I just don't know that they are.
I mean, I understand if everyone around the NFL thinks of the Von Miller trade, where the Broncos were at the end of their competitive window, they were about to, reality hit them in the face, and they waited too long to trade Von Miller. They still got, I think, second and third round pick for him, but compared to where Von Miller's value would have been before he tore his Achilles, it was night and day. Mm-hmm. Get that. I'm not as slavish to the idea of value when it comes to generational players that have just done what Miles has done. But I think if you're going to do it, this does feel like the logical point. So then this needs to be your Stafford deal. Like, this needs to be a trade where we look up, and to harken back to something you said earlier in the segment, I need it to be, yep, it worked out for whoever you traded him to. They won their Super Bowl, or they got to their Super Bowl, whatever it is. But then whatever you got, all of us are looking and going, well, it's not Myles Garrett, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah, I mean, because on that Lions side of things, everyone talks about the Rams and them winning the Super Bowl, but the Lions, not only the Jared Goff part of it because he was a throw-in, but that's what ended up freeing up everything. That's them getting Jahmyr Gibbs and Hutchinson and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, it was all about stockpiling those picks and having the ammo to go after it and do it.
216-474-0092. If the Browns traded Myles Garrett, where are you comfortable sending him? I'm more comfortable sending him to the Rams than I am the Eagles. Let's go. Cool Ray, got about 45 seconds, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, man, listen. Thanks for taking my call first off. Got to give love to the host.
You're welcome.
So I love a true quarterback competition, but I would say this, for Brown's sake, to get all the haters out the way, I would give each of them a quarter and a half. The first two games, the two leaders, if it's Deshaun and Shedeur, quarter and a half, both games. And then I will make an announcement after game 2. Who's the starter? Other than that, it doesn't really matter because, it's just as long as you're ready for the season and people get to truly see who's the better quarterback, because 1 or 2 throws is not going to really shut the haters up or the naysayers up or people in Cleveland. So we need to see a quarter and a half each guy first 2 games. Cool. And then you'll start.
Cool, Ray. We appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for the love. Yeah, that's why it's probably not going to happen. I think the Browns are going to make their decision, and they don't want it to look a specific way. That's why.
Munkin's been weird about that lately, though. I don't know if you've picked up on that as well. Because at first he started talking about these deadlines and these early deadlines, but then the most recent commentary on it was you'll know by week 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't know. Do you think Munkin's timeline is shifting at all on this?
No. I think he's already tired of the quarterback questions.
Might be. He just might get tired of questions because he does that.
By the way, Todd, welcome to Cleveland. Jason Stanford, former Indians pitcher, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
2 guys drove to work.
Jason Stanford joins Nick and JP next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Make the afternoon drive your soundtrack on the way into the Guardians games. And talk about the game on your way home on overtime. The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive on a feel-good Friday. The lead coming up in just about 40 minutes. Nick and Jonathan with you. More on Kobe Altman's press conference. The Browns, as we're in the midst of mini camps and whatnot, but Gardo's Red Sox 3-game series starting tonight here in Cleveland. A great summer series as well with a beautiful day outside. Stuart Fairchild is up on the roster. Stephen Kwan on the bereavement list. Gabby Arias to the 60-day IL to talk all things Gardos. We head out to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on former Indians pitcher Jason Stanford with us right now. Jason, welcome to the show, buddy.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, it's great to talk with you. Now, we have had a friendly debate. It has not been like a Stephen A. Skip Bayless debate on this, but a friendly debate about who you bank on being the better player in the long run, Travis Bazzana or Chase DeLauder. It's mighty early. We're not your credibility is not on the line, although it secretly is. But right now, if you had to back one guy over the other to be the better player long term, would you lean Bazzana or DeLauder?
Well, if you remember earlier in the season when we all spoke, I told you Chase was going to have a breakout year. I was excited about how he got off to a hot start with his home runs and just, the way that he swung the bat early on. Then you bring up this young phenom in Bazzana, and he is everything that has been advertised. You watch his swing. For me, I look at a Jason Kipnis version when it comes to playing second base, the short stroke, the power, the smaller, compact swing that he has. Right now, I'm going to go Travis Bazzana long term, but at the same time, you can't take away what Chase has done so far this season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very high on Bazzana. The only worry I have with DeLauder, and I've really enjoyed watching him play baseball, I worry about the health. But if he can get past the health, Jason, there's no reason why this can't be the J-Ram Lindor of 10 years ago.
No, so much. And JP, I think you look at these two guys, they're going to feed off of each other. I love what Steven has done, moving him up to the top of the lineup in Bazzana. I think it's a great fit right now because you have a young player that is just eager to go about his business every day. I mean, he works so hard, and you don't see that a lot of times in the younger rookies that come up. You don't see them have this type of success right off the get. A lot of times it'll take a little bit for them to get their feet wet. But, I mean, he came in just, blazing right away with the swing. He's played some pretty good defense for the most part. A couple times he's had some hiccups. But in Chase, again, like you just said, if he can stay healthy, right? That's the big question mark and the big MO, that if he can stay healthy, my goodness, you would have a great 1-2-3 punch for the long haul as long as you can keep J-Ram around too.
All right, Jason, the Guardians' second-best record in the American League through the first 58 games here. I know it's really early, and we have to do this in baseball because if you don't say it's really early, then a bunch of nerds on social media get mad at you. But I'm starting to look at this team and saying I think the offense is better than the stats might tell so far. I think the rotation has 3 guys that can pitch in October at the very least, and I think this bullpen's shaping up too. I think they might have the formula that we've kind of been missing when they've gotten to the postseason the last couple of years. What do you need to see over the next 100 games or even the next 50 games for you to buy in that not only can the Guardians be a playoff team, but this could be a team that maybe we even see late in October, early November this year?
I think a lot of it comes down to scheduling. I think the schedule has been very favorable right now after the first couple weeks. I mean, the first couple weeks was crazy with who they were facing in Seattle and Dodgers. You look at teams like that. But for right now, I think the schedule for the most part has been pretty favorable. The Central, it's theirs to take. I don't see any team fighting them all season long. The White Sox have kind of caught everybody off guard. They got a couple guys that can swing it. But overall, you do. You have guys in the rotation that have been there and done it. I love what Parker Messick has been able to do. He's been able to go out every fifth day and pitch pretty strong. My lone hesitation in the rotation right now, and I wouldn't have said this early on in the season, is Tanner Bybee. He's only had a couple bad starts, but those bad starts have been really, really bad, man. And so it scares me that he doesn't have a win yet, and we're already 2 months into the season. So that kind of scares me a little bit. The bullpen, you've got the best reliever right now in baseball. I don't care what anybody else says. Cade Smith is the best baseball reliever in the American League and the National League, and it proves by his 19 saves. So when you've got a guy in the back end that you can go to with the lead, which has been awesome, that's been great. Everybody else has kind of filtered in appropriately. But, yeah, this team, they've had timely hitting on the offense, and I think that's what's done it, more so than anything, is the timely hitting, good rotation, and a strong back end of the bullpen now.
You mentioned Bybee. Obviously gave up 5 home runs his last outing. And again, the win-loss part of it is he's just getting zero production. Lowest amount of run support out of any starter in the American League so far this year. But what do you see mechanically? Take us into that with Tanner and why he's struggling so much.
I think some of it, watching a couple of his starts of late, it seems like he's a little bit higher with his release. So the ball's kind of staying a little bit flatter with him. Especially this last start. His last start, giving up the home runs, his ball just looked flat, across the board on all of his pitches. And that, it could come from fatigue. It could come from just wear and tear. I mean, look, he's been asked to do a lot of stuff over the last couple of years, and he's a great young pitcher. He has the stuff to be that number one that you're asking for. But for me right now, it's going back to the drawing board, maybe looking and trying to refine his delivery just a little bit. When you have Carl Willis, who's one of the greatest pitching coaches around, you're going to lean on him heavily. And you're right. He has not gotten into run support. And I can feel his pain on that because I was that starting pitcher, too, that never got any run support whatsoever. So I know exactly what he's going through in that sense.
All right, Jason. Earlier in this week, we had Chris Jimenez on, and we were talking about Abner Uribe of the Brewers hitting a crotch chop after getting a big strikeout on Alec Burleson. I think it was in the 8th inning. And so I do want to know, did you ever have like a moment where you celebrated hard after a strikeout and you had a pitcher or team mad at you?
I wasn't that good to be able to do that type of stuff. No, I honestly, I never had any of those moments where, it was a big-time strikeout or a big-time out. I go back to, there was, some brush-ups from time to time, but it was more so because I was trying to hit somebody more than anything. But for the most part, no. I look at this game that, you're going to get humbled real fast if you continue to do stuff like that. So I just kind of stay in my lane and just, act like I've been there and done it before.
All right, then this also led to us having a conversation with Jimenez about the time that him and Billy Butler had an almost fight after Billy Butler and him had been jawing, and then Butler hit a home run and pimped it right in front of him. So now I want to know, you ever get close to getting into Donnybrook on the field in that kind of situation?
Oh, 100%, man. 100%. And it's funny you bring up that, that game because I was doing the pre and post game show. And so I completely remember when Jimmy got into that because it was a really good battle. Like, it was a good at bat. And Billy, pimped it and then looked back at Chris and was like, said some stuff to Chris. Chris took his mask off and was just waiting for him at home plate, and wasn't even going to allow him to cross home plate. So, for me, there was a guy in AAA, and I won't name any names.
Please do.
Yeah, you can.
All right, his name was Rob Stratton, and he was a big phenom for the New York Mets, and then he went over and played for the Yankees. But at this point, he was with the Nationals AAA team. I was coming back off Tommy John, and I threw him a pitch that still probably has not landed to this day. So 25 years later, it still hasn't landed, and he pimped the crap out of it. I mean, he flipped his, like, before bat flips were even a thing, he flipped his bat. He's running down to first, and I'm just staring at him. He gets to second base, I start jawing at him, and then he rounds third and gets to home. And I still to this day, I never faced him again after that. But I was like, man, if I ever face him again, the first pitch is going right at his ribs.
What's up with you guys? Country Breakfast is massive. Rob Stratton is 6'4", 250. That's also a massive human. You guys just like, I love how baseball players, you guys never want to go up to the little guy. It's always the massive guy.
Of course, man. Because more times than not, they're like this big, burly, softy teddy bear. I mean, Nick can tell you that.
Yeah, I'm right here, Jason. All right.
That's funny to me. I maintained yesterday, though, Jason, like, I don't know why pitchers, why is it okay if hitters do it, but pitchers they can't celebrate anything? They never get a chance. Hitters now at this point, it's become accepted. You hit a home run, you get to bat toss, you get to flip your bat 1,000,000 miles into the air, and pitchers just kind of have to take it. I feel like we need to take the celebrations back for the pitchers.
Look, I'm all for celebrating now because I'm not in the game anymore. So yeah, I mean, if they want to go back and forth on it, but still. Like I said, I'm still real old school when it comes to the celebration side. I think that if you're at the highest level, you can celebrate to some extent. But, some of this overboard stuff of, even getting to second base and doing all this hoopla stuff that some of the guys do on getting a double. I'm like, come on, man. You hit in the gap, of course you're going to get to second base. Like, I hope you do.
Yeah.
But the bat flip side of it, just hit the home run. You can trot as slow as you want. If that's your celebration, go ahead and trot as slow as you want. But this bat flip stuff, and I think it starts down at the youth level. I mean, everybody's allowed these youth players across the board to flip the bat as high as you can and hope that it doesn't hit the umpire or the opposing player. And I think that's where it starts because parents and coaches allow it to happen.
Sounds like Jason Stanford has to come out of retirement and maybe throw at some younger people.
Teach a couple lessons.
Yeah.
Hey, if we could get this on YouTube or some type of streaming system, I'll sign the contract right now to come out of retirement and show these kids what's up.
I love it. Let me ask you back to the Guardians. Rocchio is playing outstanding. What have you seen from year over year now where Rocchio seems like he's just got it all figured out?
I think a lot of it, he's very well settled in, of course, at the plate. I mean, he's looked great at the plate. He's putting up pro at-bats every time. And what I mean by that is he's seen the baseball so well that he's laying off close pitches that he wasn't doing as a rookie. He was swinging freely at pitches that were out of the zone, but he's seen the ball really, really well. He's being able to attack both sides of the plate and driving the ball, when he's hitting. And I love his approach right now of he's been able to simplify everything across the board. His stride is shortened up a little bit, so when you're doing that, your head's not moving up and down now. You see the ball. For him, probably, if you were to ask him, it probably looks like a beach ball right now in every essence. So it's been fun, to watch the growth of that young man. And it's really helped lengthen the lineup. With him hitting at the bottom of the lineup, kind of turns over the lineup, and now you have, Travis hitting at the top. Man, you've got a great 1-2-3 punch there, day in and day out.
Jason, right now the Guardians have a 3-game lead in the AL Central. Then it's the White Sox, who, again, 3 games off. Then the Twins are 5.5 games back. The Royals are 10 games back. And the Tigers are 10.5 games back. And might I remind you, it's only May 29th. Is there another team in this division that you think will be able to stay competitive if the Guardians are able to stay about 8, 9, 10 games above 500?
Before Schubel got hurt, I would have said, Detroit had a chance. I think they're really licking their wounds right now. I don't think the White Sox, will stay above 500, much longer. The Twins possibly could do something. I don't foresee the Royals. But again, remember what happened last year. I mean, these Guardians, they came in fighting at the end of the season. So I think a lot will play out on their schedules. I haven't really paid attention, to the other team's schedules. But if you're looking from roster to roster, I would say, if anything, the Twins, might be able to put something together late in the season.
Jason, big picture in baseball. The owners proposed the first salary cap since the '94 strike. Do you feel like we're headed towards a lockout, or do you feel like this is just the beginning and they'll get this thing settled, and where do we go?
I think the salary cap it's crazy. I wouldn't say that it's in the foreseeable future. I know a lot of people think that it's going to happen, but I think the players, they have a big say in this, and they don't want to cap their future earnings on anything. The owners, I think will be complaining on especially the lower payroll side of it, that they have to bump up that much with some of these teams. If it continues, I do foresee us going to a lockout. It might be short-lived, but I don't see the players agreeing to any type of salary cap whatsoever on the high end. Maybe on the low end, on a minimal, side of it, but on the high end, I don't foresee them agreeing to anything whatsoever.
Jason, always good to catch up with you, buddy. Hope all is well. What can you tell us about your foundation and the work you guys are doing recently?
Well, thank you, brother. Frontline to Field Foundation is hot. It's a hot commodity right now, man. We've got a golf outing coming up June 12th at Little Mountain Country Club. We're ecstatic to be able to have foursomes come out there and golf with veterans and first responders as the fifth golfer. Little Mountain has been unbelievable for us. We also started our Battle Buddy golf program out there. So if any responders, veteran, active military are listening, you guys have free golf for the next 2 years at Little Mountain every week. We've got some holding tee times out there. Hit us up on our website, frontlinetofield.org. You'll get all the information that you guys need, but free golf again at Little Mountain Country Club. And then we're also doing some stuff with Neopat. We're collaborating some things with another nonprofit locally. They've been great for us as well, being able to help some veterans and first responders on the mental health side. We've got a fishing charter coming up in July or August, so if any veteran families would like to entertain that, please reach out to us. We'd love to have you guys out on the water.
Jason, love the work you do, buddy. Always great talking with you, and keep the good stuff rolling, okay?
Thanks, Nick. JP, I have one other thing to tell you guys. Something new happened, man.
What's that?
Mm-hmm.
I am now officially a seasonal MLB employee with the Mahoney Valley Scrappers. I took a pitching coach job with the Scrappers, and we started up on June 2nd.
Nice. How's the staff looking there?
It's going to be exciting, man. They're all starting to roll in today and tomorrow. Young high school kids that are going to be, competing for a draft spot in the rounds, and then we got some college kids. So it's going to be fun. Some of the elite pitchers in the country that we're going to be able to work with. So I'm looking forward to it.
I throw about 62 now. So if you need a good inning, or if you just need somebody to come in and just look gigantic and intimidating while throwing like eephus pitches, it still probably shouldn't be me, buddy.
Hey, no, we can always use a staff member like that when we're either blowing somebody out or getting blown out. We always need somebody like you, Nick.
Well, if you're getting blown out, you call me, big fella. All right, Jason Stanford there on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. What? His team.
I didn't say anything.
Come on.
I didn't say anything.
It is a feel-good Friday. That does not feel good, JP.
I just like the ones that you can't resist. That's what makes me laugh the most.
By the way, Abner Uribe suspended for a game for the crotch chop. What a joke.
It's insane. Why is he suspended for a game?
Baseball's a bunch of babies. Oh, think of the children. The children do the crotch chop, too. I know. I have 12-year-olds. I see their friends do it. It's mostly the boys. It's always the boys. Problematic. We'll react to what Stanford had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3 The Fan and see our hosts make your reaction a part of our shows. Powered by
can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
If you remember earlier in the season when we all spoke, I told you Chase was going to have a breakout year. I was excited about how he got off to a hot start with his home runs and just, the way that he swung the bat early on. Then you bring up this young phenom in Bazana, and he is everything that has been advertised. You watch his swing. For me, I look at a Jason Kipnis version when it comes to playing second base, the short stroke, the power, the smaller, compact swing that he has. Right now, I'm going to go Travis Bazana long term, but at the same time, you can't take away what Chase has done so far this season.
Jason Stanford, former Cleveland Indians pitcher, little friendly Bazana or DeLauder. The whole time I thought he was going DeLauder.
It was a fake out.
And then he hit me with the Bazana at the end. He broke my ankles is what he did.
That's exactly what he was trying to do. And then he did the Ty Lue AI. He stepped over you in the process.
And I respect that.
Now, do you think he was just trying to come up with an answer? And so he was just saying nice things about DeLauder and then no. And then Bazana came too? Because I think he was just, that was he gave you the runaround there.
It's interesting when he said Kipnis, I was thinking to myself, well, that's a nice player.
I think he meant just offensively.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was my impression of it. If you have a different one, let me know. Even though Kipnis' career is not that's a couple-time All-Star. That's not a bad baseball career by any stretch of the measure. It's just not what you're envisioning for Bazana long-term.
It's not what you're envisioning for the number one pick in a draft 2 years ago, which, by the way, I can't remember which stat it is. It's not WRC+, but it's some overall stat about a player's value. And they did the top 10, and Nick Kurtz has been in the bigs.
He is a WRC+ juggernaut.
Well, but Nick Kurtz is whatever the stat is the only other person in the top 10 of that draft that has better stats in this. And again, this is great because I don't remember the actual stat.
Yeah.
But this
you're probably
stat,
all right about WRC+ though, because he is the highest on the Indians in that category and specifically.
Well, but I think with Kurtz, it was like $141 or something like that, which sounds unreasonable for Nick Kurtz.
Bazana's is 142.
Yeah.
So.
But hey, good.
Maybe one day you're going to remember that stat.
That's true. Probably not.
Maybe one day.
But I'm going to forget about it as soon as we're done with this conversation.
Actually, should be a new bit. It's like you just say what you think the stat is, and then I'm guessing the entire time what exactly that stat might be.
Honestly, summer radio, we could fill 5 hours of that.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, good luck to the Gardos against the Red Sox, but no luck for a social media influencer. And this story befuddles me on multiple levels, but does the name Alan Farrell, does that ring any bells? Okay.
No.
He is a social media influencer who has been banned from Cedar Point and all other Six Flags parks for life. Why?
Why?
That's a very good question. I'm glad you asked it.
Thank you.
Because the park made this choice after they were made aware of a viral social media video showing Farrell attempting to eat chicken McNuggets while riding the Millennial Force roller coaster recently at Cedar Point.
Yeah, so I saw the video, and I see the sauce, the Chick-fil-A sauce, just flying through the air as if it's like when that sauce lands, probably not great.
Yeah.
I don't understand the hang-up, though.
What do you mean?
I don't get. Listen, you probably shouldn't be eating food on roller coasters, right? Is that a ban for life?
Well, I mean, if he chokes to death on the roller coaster, that's not great. But it's not just that.
You can sue anybody in America. Does he sue and actually get something if he sneaks chicken nuggets on and then dies?
I think it's the fear of if somebody else does this because he does this.
And then doesn't understand how stupid this is?
Yes, and then something happens to them, or, God forbid, they bring something on and then hurt another passenger.
Is this like a known dangerous thing that I just have a blind spot to?
No, I think this is just a really stupid thing, and Six Flags has decided we don't want anyone else doing anything stupid, so we're going to just hammer this guy. And by the way, I think it happens to be the right call.
I mean, I don't care if this guy can ever ride a ride or not ever again. I am interested, though, in this is kind of like when you get banned from a baseball stadium for life. Mm-hmm. It's like, what kind of protection do you have of actually making sure that this guy is banned?
Well, so historically, I don't think you have a lot of protection. I think going forward between how everything's digital and now we're having facial recognition software that is starting to trickle down to common businesses.
Yeah.
I do think this is going to be a much more enforceable threat in the future.
So as he was going up to the roller coaster, he told a park employee, hey, I don't have chicken nuggets in my underwear. Which is a dead giveaway that you probably have chicken nuggets in your underwear.
Is it just...
Like it's just a dead giveaway.
So I think I've realized why I'm not a social media influencer and why I don't think you are.
You don't want to do stupid things?
No, because apparently, I don't think I might not be dumb enough. This is a stupid idea. I don't know listen, I don't know it's dumb enough to be banned for life or anything, but it's so dumb. They're like,
you couldn't even dream up, like, this is what I need to do today?
Yeah.
To make content? Because that'd be the hard part I would have with this.
This seems to be a younger guy, too. I did a lot of dumb stuff, usually, with alcohol as a younger man.
Yeah, me too.
I think this is below that level of stupidity. Like, if you said drunk Nick Wilson at 21, hey, wouldn't it be funny if you ate 10 chicken nuggets on the Millennium Force? I'd be like, no, probably not. I don't.
Keith says he'd like to know how I wonder if the guy could possibly sue if he died. Just based off the assumption that everyone sues everybody. I don't think he'd get anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think they just look at you and be like, you're the dummy that brought chicken nuggets on the roller coaster. But I didn't want to discount the credit and the idea that everyone sues everyone for everything these days.
Also, the funny part about this is he didn't come up with this. So basically, it was a challenge from one of his followers, and he snuck the nuggets on the ride in his pants. Now, I'd like to know where.
We told the park employee the underwear.
Well, that makes this even. He definitely should be banned for life. Those had juices on them.
Yeah, I mean, probably
beyond
not
just
the greatest.
beyond just the nuggets and the whatever sauce that he had as well. I also think that's the second part that is really stupid.
Yeah.
Was bringing in a packet of sauce.
Oh, he does have a Browns tattoo. Have you seen this Browns tattoo? This guy.
Damn it.
Big time Browns tattoo, but not of like the helmet or Brownie the elf. It's that actual dog Browns tattoo. You know where like
Swagger?
Not Swagger, but you know
Swagger
the more
in the casket.
but you know the more vicious, like
with Swagger
almost
Jr. taking a deuce in front of him.
You know the logo I'm trying to describe here, where it's like the one that looks like Swagger, but looks like he's like mean and grimacing.
Yeah,
massive one on his shoulder.
That's just
with like the Browns logo stripe going over through where the dog's like.
I was
and
hoping.
It's a big Browns might be a listener.
I was hoping.
Probably a listener of the station.
Well,
hey, maybe call in, guy.
Alan Farrell, call in if you hear us there. 216-474-0092.
We didn't call you stupid 27 times
because he's from Michigan. I was hoping it just wouldn't be a guy that maybe had like, oh, he's also a Guardians fan. It had to be a Browns fan. Just had to be a Browns fan.
I mean, I'm seeing the video. He like legit just puts it right down his pants and just makes it seem like this is
the chicken nuggets.
The
just
chicken
to be
nuggets. Yeah. And it's just like, I don't know. This is so harmless to me. The whole thing is so harmless to me.
Well, I think I
it
really do
is.
think
It's stupid, but it's just so harmless to me.
I think it's cracking down on an individual so that other people don't do it. Because if you let this guy do it and somebody else does something more dangerous, you've already set the precedent.
I mean, he doesn't seem like he's even having fun doing it, which I guess is half of social media clips anyway.
Your punishment was doing this in the first
I mean,
place.
that's kind of like, that feels like that's 90% of the clips I watch is people, you have to be suffering in order for us to really enjoy this clip.
All right, so this guy says Cedar Point called him and said they were considering pressing charges, and this is a good quote. And I was like, look, guys, I'm a huge fan of your parks, he said. I've been going there since I was a kid. I understand. And we kind of worked it out. Did you?
You worked it out?
Or did they just decide they didn't have legal grounds and just decide they're going to ban your
Do you
ass?
ever get blown away by the idea? He's got almost 4 million followers on TikTok and 2 million on YouTube. And I've never heard of the guy.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's half of, And
that's such an insanely large number of followers.
Does he have, by the way, does he have, is it just at Alan Farrell or does he have like a stage name?
At It's Alan Farrell.
Yeah, that's better than like when it's like, oh, Bubble Sparkles 24, 25, 69. It's like, who the hell, how did we get here? How did we get here where everybody has a nom de douche?
All right, you want to hear some of the titles for some of his other stuff?
I sure do.
Ordering the 10-pound sandwich at Arby's. And then he just orders this 10-pound sandwich at Arby's and eats it.
Oh, a little mukbang?
A little bit.
A little mukbang? Come on, now I'm back in on Alan Farrell.
Getting Dana White to say my catchphrase. So apparently the whole video's around him getting Dana White to say his catchphrase.
No, I'm not going to make a joke there. Okay.
He's got an infinite nuggets hack at McDonald's that got 2.7 million views, and I got to see what this is in between
What
the
is
break.
it now? Nuggets?
An infinite nuggets hack at McDonald's. So he's found some way to game the system there at McDonald's.
How do you game the system at McDonald's?
That's why you watch the video. You got to find. You got to find
order
out.
40 of them.
Are you not interested?
Is it like when you put the container over your drink, so it kind of sets on your drink? You've ever seen those?
I have seen those. Yeah, I have seen
they're
those.
very, very stupid. And I don't really care about them. But anyways, they're people are like, oh, it's life changing. It's like it's really not life changing in any way.
He doesn't have that many videos on YouTube. It's a lot more on TikTok. But for someone that's got like 2 million followers on YouTube, you'd think he'd have like a million. He really doesn't have a million videos up here.
Mac, real quick, that's not our Earl, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay, all right. Now Earl is saying that he has some similar experience here.
Is that going to change if you went to him or not?
Well, yeah, I didn't want to impugn Earl to Pearl here. All right, regular Earl. Let me ask you, my friend. You have about 45 seconds here. Walk us through this.
Okay, we did this on a ride. It's not hard to sneak stuff on a ride. You can't, the rides that don't have metal detectors. So it was a couple of years ago, and there were 6 of us, and we didn't dip them in sauce or anything, but we ate some McNuggets on a ride, and we posed for the ride camera because we go there a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And we posed for the ride camera, held up the McNuggets, and that was really it. But I think probably the reason that they banned him is because he made such a big deal out of it, and they don't want people splashing sauce on other riders. I mean, that's the kind of stuff you don't want.
Oh, yeah, could you imagine getting sauce on yourself? If you're
and sweet and sour?
That would be miserable.
Yeah, I mean, come on, that's not cool. If you're just eating the McNuggets yourself, and which is what we did, it's no big deal.
I found another Browns tattoo on him.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's like doing drugs. I mean, the cops don't really care if you do drugs. Just don't stick it in their face.
I think they do
Well, they do care.
Yeah,
They care
but I
greatly.
understand partially what you're trying to achieve here.
That's the thing. Seriously, they just,
Light drugs.
Just don't say, have fun, but just don't flash it too much. You know what I mean?
We're talking about the
we did it,
nuggets, not the drugs. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Earl, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too, Earl.
Seemed very nice. I like Earl a lot.
What a premise. Cops don't care if you do drugs.
Yeah.
Earl, that's not reality, buddy.
I got a little program that you might not have heard of. It's called DARE. And the DARE wasn't to do drugs, but don't let them know.
Misleading headline. You would have thought.
It was dare you to not do drugs, I believe. If I remember. I didn't really listen to it a lot, but that's vaguely something to do with their program.
I thought the program you're going to send him to was Cops.
I kind of want to see the picture of them getting the picture with the Nuggets. Is this just like a kink, or is this just like a thing that people do that I don't know?
I don't get this younger generation sometimes. Okay,
I
at
think
37,
Earl was our age.
I don't get the idea that I went through his YouTube videos and his TikToks. It's like, oh, I ordered the same thing as the car behind us and see what happens. It's like, that's content? We're just a really bored generation is all. It doesn't take much. As evidenced by watching someone sneak on chicken nuggets and dip it in Chick-fil-A sauce, it doesn't take much to entertain people.
You were so close to talking about.
Listen, I watch golf on YouTube.
Back in my day.
I got no room to be like, oh, they watch boring things. I legitimately watch golf videos on YouTube, so I understand what's happening. But the level was very low.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Facing elimination, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs responded last night, blowing out the Thunder.
Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Just you and us for the next 2 hours. Should be noted, we just talked about, and you just made the point that you don't understand content today, and you and I spent the last several minutes trying to get a pen, try to throw it into a receptacle.
Okay, but the difference is that if we would have put that on YouTube and it got 3 million views, somebody could have turned around and been like, how did that get 3 million views?
Actually, here's the thing.
That's what's happening with these kids out there.
Here's the thing. You heard how it sounded. No, I don't need to admonish you.
I'm gonna be like Ken now, where everyone is convinced Ken is like a 60-year-old man and he's actually 40. That's gonna be my new spin on things, Nick. Is people are gonna be like, oh, wow, he's 37. I thought he was 55 the way that he speaks.
I actually do think we should videotape this because I think it is fascinating how much all of us were living and dying with this. And then you criticized me at one point. I had to tell you off. Matt,
you cursed under your breath. What do you mean, tell me off?
I told you, bleep off.
Yeah, the quietest I've ever heard you speak in your life.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to scream at you.
Well, yeah, that would just be rude, right? That would just be rude.
I was a gentleman about telling you to bleep off.
You're throwing these Randy Johnson fastballs at this little cylinder.
There was so much more finesse than you realized.
Zero
there
touch
was
of
some
class.
Pop. It was like a free throw.
Just a little touch of class sometimes with these throws, and you have a chance.
I've come close to making it 10 times over than you.
I was coaching you is what was happening.
Coaching my ass. Poor phrasing. Cavs president of basketball operations, Koby Altman, spoke with the media today. He made the team's commitment to Donovan Mitchell clear.
He's still playing the best basketball of his career. Look, Donovan is our guy. He loves it here. I think he's professed how much he loves it here. 2018 was the last time he made the conference finals and finals, and 8 long years to get back here. The 4 years without him, no playoffs, right? 4 years with him, playoffs. Multiple conference semifinals or conference finals. He's elevated everything about this franchise. He's broken through to a conference finals, his first in 9 years, and he wants more. No one was more disappointed in our exits than he was. And so he has high expectations. And so do we think we can win with him as the best player in the championship team? Yes. And we're going to keep pouring into that.
It does sound funny because he kind of sounds like a sports radio host defending Donovan Mitchell, where he has to come with his arsenal of accomplishments. Didn't make it for 4 years prior, now has made it 4 years straight. And all this. And I get it, Kobe. I get it. You fell in love with Donovan, and the big bet you made is he could be the number one on a championship team. What I learned this past month and a half is that he can't be. And so we're at a little bit of a crossroads. Now, in his heart of hearts, does Koby Altman believe that Donovan can still be that guy? I don't know. But he made such a big, massive bet on it that he doesn't really have much else of a choice.
Yeah, Koby Altman said a whole lot of nothing today, except he painted a very, very beautiful picture of where the Cavs are. Pretty picture, in fact. And that's what he probably should have done. The truth is the Cavs didn't move on from Kenny Atkinson. They're not going to move on from Koby Altman. So if you're going to do that, then you have to paint this in a specific way, which is that getting swept in the Eastern Conference Finals is a success. It did not feel like a success. When I think back on that series, I'm going to be grumpy for a very long time, including in the next regular season. But I understand, Kobe did what you're supposed to do, which is, hey, I don't know why you guys are looking at me. This is a success, and now we just have to get incrementally better. I think there is internal improvement from Mobley, Tyson, and of course, even just having James Harden together for a full year. Now the question is how much external development can you get?
I also thought it was interesting that he hit on the 2 points for why the conference finals went as bad as it did. That basically all of us were saying the entire time, but to hear him say it. And that is the game one collapse, and then he thought that they were gassed. And the idea that he let this up, and I thought it was interesting. It's a little bit of a slip up there, where he's like, and internally we all think that they were just gassed. And it's like, I don't know that I would admit that part of this if I were you.
They were just tired.
Yeah, that just sounds awful. Just make it sound better than we got tired, and the schedule that the NBA is not changing from. More from Koby Altman as he was asked about his approach to improving the Cavs roster this offseason.
I think first we look internally. I think that there's still growth to be had. We still have young players on the roster. We still have Evan Mobley, that's 24 years old. This group is still kind of new when you talk about adding James Harden at the deadline. We're hopeful to have him back next year and have a full summer with him and training camp with him. But we've also always looked externally as well. This is certainly not a place where we're like, we need to blow this up and start again. That's certainly not where we're at. But, for the last 5 years, we've retooled this roster, we've reshaped this roster, we've looked internally, we've used trades, we've used every single facet of team building you can possibly do. When we look at it, if it's the right move to get us better, I think we've had the track record and proven success that we're going to go and do it.
Yeah. The track record thing's a little stingy because you took forever to decide between Darius and Donovan, and you're still pot committed to Donovan even in this moment. That being said, I think if you're not going to trade Evan, Donovan, and certainly going to bring back James Harden, and maybe even keep Jared Allen, then you're really going to have to fight on the margins to find somebody that is a big wing that is basically that connective piece that you've been missing. And they've got to be 6'7" to 6'10", and can shoot the three ball and play good defense.
Yeah, and this might just end up being Fugazi. I don't know, but he really sounded committed to the idea. I don't know that any massive changes coming this offseason. And when I mean massive, I mean Giannis, and I mean even potentially LeBron. I just don't know. And it doesn't. He gave off the impression that he's operating with the idea that you're not going to see massive changes for this Cavs team.
Brett Siegel of Clutch Points joined us today at 3. He gave us some insight into what the market for LeBron James will look like this summer.
I say 50% chance that he returns to the Los Angeles Lakers. That seems to be kind of the overarching belief of everybody right now, that he's going to play one final year with the Lakers. But in the event that he does depart LA, I then give a 35% chance to the Cavaliers. It's the situation that makes the most sense for him. That seems to be the clear-cut number 2 option at this time. Whether or not Cleveland wants to make that work, again, a question that Kobe Allman and Dan Gilbert will have to discuss this offseason, because there are still questions about that front court pairing with Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. And if they don't see a long-term future there, maybe it does make sense to get out of Allen's contract now, get LeBron for a year, have him retire, and think about all that revenue that you're going to bring in with him being in his final season. And maybe that does create a scenario where you then leverage Evan Mobley for Giannis and you go all in for 1 year to try to win a championship. The third situation I see with LeBron, the only other situation that would make sense in my mind, is him going to the Golden State Warriors.
A little bit of breaking news here from Shams. Since we're talking Cavs, it's notable. GM Mike Gansey agreeing to become the new president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers.
Well, okay, it's awesome for Mike Gansey. Stinks for the Cavs. A lot of people really think the world of Mike Gansey. Not surprised. Brett Siegel kind of pointed out that he
said that he thought that it was going to be the 76ers. That seemed like where that was going, but to actually see it come through, local kid who just did great. And I always think that's so cool when you have a local kid that could then be the GM of the team he grew up rooting for. How insane that is. Leaving to go to the 76ers, though. That's fantastic.
Been here 14 years, by the way.
Yeah, I joined in the 2011-2012 season, so is
that a good job?
The president of basketball operations for the Sixers?
The Sixers job, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think where they are right now, I do. Obviously, it'd be different if they were able to keep McCain, but the pieces that they have between Edgecombe and Maxey, and I like where they're at, even though you're stuck with Embiid in a way that I don't know is going to be comfortable. But yeah, that's a good job. You can make that work.
It'll be interesting to see if they are stuck with Embiid. Because remember, and I always think about this, there are a lot of dumb teams around the NBA.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Daryl, on the morning show today, he talked about what he's noticed so far about the Browns' quarterback competition.
It appears to me like they're trying to keep the reps between Deshaun and Shedeur as equal as possible. I don't get the impression that Todd Monken has his finger on the scales like Kevin Stefanski did last year. I do feel like this is more of a legitimate quarterback competition between Deshaun and Shedeur. From my standpoint, I think Deshaun is in the lead just because of his experience, and it stands to reason that he most likely will win the quarterback competition and be your Week 1 starter. Do I think he'll be the Week 17 or 18 starter? No, I do not. And I also look at this like I don't think it's imperative that Shedeur wins the quarterback competition. If it is Deshaun Week 1, I don't view that as a failure on Shedeur's part at all. If anything, I think a little bit of a benefit. Hey, that just buys him some more time.
TBD on whether it is anything is more legit than last year's quarterback battle.
Basically, last year felt corrupt.
Just because it's more legit than last year doesn't mean that it's as on the level as it might appear right
great,
now.
You're playing a Chauncey Billups poker game. It's rigged. All right, we get it. Now you're playing in just an actual regular game. Now you get to actually play the game. And so, it does. It feels like this is they're at least giving it a real chance and a real opportunity. It's more than what we can say last year. I don't agree with the idea, and this is becoming another popular just thought out there that exists, that Shedeur will be better off waiting and not starting. I think that's so wrong on so many levels.
Yeah, but he's got time.
I know. Don't you think him just playing would probably be the best thing?
Yeah.
And Daryl's not alone there. That's not a Daryl exclusive thought. I've heard a lot of people suggest that the best thing possible for Shedeur is to not start week 1, and the loops you have to go through in order to make that right is just too extreme for me.
And Michael Scotto, not just sending out a picture of Mike Gansey in the announcement about Mike Gansey getting the Sixers job.
Yeah.
Picture of Mike Gansey with his beautiful wife. Good for.
That's an interesting call.
Good. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that same thing. I don't know why it's interesting, but I was like, oh. But first I'm like, is she a celebrity? I don't think she is. I think she's just a beautiful woman. He's a good-looking dude.
The Shams photo made Mike seem a little bit more of a D than maybe he is.
Okay.
I mean, that's
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you have a really spiked up hair, really kind of looks like a... He looks
looks like a middle school gym teacher.
It just doesn't...
And not of the good variety.
Not the good one. Not the fun, like, hey, yeah, we play dodgeball. Like the evil gym teacher that doesn't want to actually be a gym teacher. That type of vibe. He looks almost like he looks like the Green Goblin almost. Like, it's like a... I don't know. I don't know what to do with this.
Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
I don't think so. That man's not a hero in that world.
That's fair. In that world. Good for Mike Gansey. By the way, everyone's lining up to say the same thing about this on Twitter. Tough loss for the Cavs on this one.
Well, and this kind of goes back to that caller we had a couple days ago, where the caller was like, Gansey's the one pulling all the strings. Then in the same breath is like, why is this roster so flawed? And why is this one not constructed properly? It's like, well, guys, I got news for you. If you think the roster's not built great, and you think Gansey's the one in charge of it, then you probably don't think this is much of a loss.
So you're saying addition by subtraction.
Well, one could make that argument.
The people are saying it.
One could make that argument.
Best case scenarios for the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Man,
Gabriel Arias has been transferred to the 60-day IL. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Talk about how the Cavs should fix their problems throughout the offseason. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Two updates for you here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Happy Feel Good Friday to all y'all. One, Cavs GM Mike Ganzi, the new president of basketball operations for the Sixers. Big news. Good job, Matt. Mike Miller, whatever. Two,
Miller.
The made-up game that Matt Corrali made up of trying to get a pen in this receptacle over here.
We're giving him credit like he's Naismith for this. He's the inventor of throwing a pen into a
if Naismith created basketball and then couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with it, yes. But I sunk the pen the first time, and then right there, before we wrapped up this break, while Corrali was doing his 2020, by the way.
Yeah, Corrali did fist bump, though. He saw it, so he was paying more attention to that.
And it was actually a nice update.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it actually. But you made it as well.
I did. You made it first, though.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll let the record show you made it first.
Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin situation going on.
How was Mac's throw from across the room? If that was what your football game was like,
it was weird. It was a floater. It was like a dying quail. You could hear it go, and hear it sailing.
Oh, that's fine. I was actually going from distance. You were kind of going for more of a layup over there. That's fine.
Okay. I'd say that, too, if I didn't come within 2 feet of the receptacle there.
Okay. 2 feet. All right.
That's all right. I mean, we've seen you throw a pen and seen you throw a foot. But listen.
No, I know. You're in the 1% of height, so you can go ahead and lean in as much as you want to try to get that pen in.
JP was doing a lean.
Oh, it's the old beer pong tricks is what it is.
Yeah.
You just got to stay behind the table, and then you can lean as far as you want.
Listen, Mac, if we're going to engineer something, you're right there, buddy. All right? If it involves throwing something, we'll find somebody else.
What is Mac engineering? Oh, you mean like audio engineer?
Yeah,
I turned into like a real engineer for a second.
He's actually reverse engineering alien technology. That's his gift.
That's quite the elevated title we do give people, right? In the radio industry, calling them audio engineers.
I know. So he actually
that's a pretty big title, all things considered.
He actually. It does engineering
that's his
work.
job. Like that's his. It is. It's
like,
just
the fact that that's called an engineer, and then when we go do
scratch it. New idea. When you're on Tinder, just put engineer in your job title.
That's actually, they're going to be very disappointed at your check, but do it.
That's what I'm saying. They make a lot more money.
It gets you in the door, kid.
Yeah.
But the idea that we also say the same thing for somebody. Oh, they're engineering when we're out on site. It's like I've literally done that while hosting a show. You plugged a couple things in.
That's
You're
it.
really
You
okay.
plugged a couple things in.
Yeah. But that's not the same as what Mac does on the other job there. That's real engineering. Thank you very much.
That's right.
But not when he's out on the remote with us.
You engineer you. You should tell everyone in your family you're an engineer.
That is just sitting there, kind of just vibing out for a couple hours.
Yeah. Those 8 months at the broadcasting school, that got you to be an engineer. Yep. I bet there's engineers out there that get really pissed that you get to call yourself an audio engineer.
Yeah.
There are still people in my family that don't know what the hell I do. I literally will tell them over and over again, and I got it. Like when I was down in Sonic Temple Live in Columbus, I had my uncle text me and say, "Are you doing the Cavs game tonight? Are you like calling the game?"
Oh, the calling the game thing I always find interesting. People listening, I think, will find this funny. And Nick, I'm sure you have this as well. You have a lot of your friends that like think you legitimately call the Browns games just because we talk about the Browns?
No, not a damn one.
Oh, I had way too many of my friends that think, oh, so you're like the play-by-play guy. Like you call the games. You got to call. And I'm like, that's not anywhere close to what I do.
See, it goes the opposite way because my dad normalized the idea of talking on air and being on radio. Now everybody's just like, yeah, okay. Yeah, he's doing that too. And I was like, well, I mean, my dad didn't host on air in Cleveland. I mean, I'm taking a step
no, I just
forward
mean like friends.
here.
I mean like friends around in general. None of them that even come close to that.
And none of them really seem all that impressed with it. It's like my buddy Jeremy listens. They listen, but it's not like like I feel like some people get like he's in radio. I mean, I've never gotten that from anyone.
No, not the he's in radio. Just giving you way elevated job titles that you don't actually have.
No, won't even do that.
Because they just think it's like, I remember in college, and I was not a play-by-play guy by any stretch of the measure, but I went and did one with my little brother at his school because they needed help in like a pinch, right? And so I drove all these hours to do it, and it was what it was. And I came back, and my buddy was like, he was like, oh yeah, so like, how was the game on ESPN? And No, like ESPN, like it was a college football game that was nowhere close to ESPN. Like you thought I was on like big ESPN, and you didn't even watch first off, but like you thought that was a thing.
Okay, counterpoint. I think if you had lied, maybe you would be like Joe Tess right now.
I think in their eyes I was at like 21 years old.
Honestly,
it was like, what envisionment do you have here?
Yeah,
How did you get here?
I think how you and I have ended up here is we just didn't lie enough about the other experience we had.
Is that right?
I think half the guys that get prime jobs either just went to Syracuse or they just are like, yes, I have, of course, done play-by-play on ESPN. It was like a single game. And then all of a sudden it's
that's all they need. Yeah, well,
you're
they're
the
not
Nationals' new announcer for the next 30 years.
That's like me saying I filled in for Jim Rome. I did it twice.
Epic.
People don't care though. That's not a thing. But maybe people would be like, hey, maybe you did that a lot of times.
JP,
maybe you were the main fill-in. I don't know.
You know who doesn't forget?
Who's that?
The clones.
That's right. That's
who doesn't.
Never will.
Epic. All right. Getting back to best case scenarios for the Cleveland Cavaliers, not our careers. So there's a few things here. I want to play this Tom Haberstroh clip from Yahoo Sports where he talks about not adding LeBron or Giannis, but LeBron and Giannis.
I could see a scenario in which they call up the Milwaukee Bucks and say, hey, will Evan Mobley and a first-round pick do it to get Giannis Antetokounmpo? And then you turn around and you say, LeBron, you could come back home for a farewell tour and try to win a championship in the Eastern Conference like you did before with the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Miami Heat and have an easier road now that you got Giannis and you've got Donovan Mitchell in tow with James Harden to kind of hold a lot of those innings in the regular season. And then LeBron James and Giannis Antetokounmpo have won championships before can take the lead in the postseason. So I do think that the Cavs could end this offseason with not just LeBron, but Giannis Antetokounmpo in a trade for Evan Mobley. And I think LeBron James would want to do that if he sees this as his final stop. The Cavs could end up with both Giannis and LeBron James this summer. It'll take some gymnastics on the cap, but I do think that the Cavs fans can look at that as best case scenario.
All right, so we can get into this. I do just want to point out that when I say Giannis, LeBron, Donovan Mitchell, and James Harden, I get a lot of 2012, 2013 Brooklyn Nets vibes. It doesn't mean that's automatically how it would go. A lot of names, but nobody's really thinking about how the hell do these guys fit together? How do they share the basketball? Or, like, how do you put a team around them? Because it's not like, are you going to do the Miami Heat thing where you just get, like, 10 guys and a vet min?
I don't know how it works because it almost feels like a Team USA type deal where it's like, all right, we're just going to throw as much talent as we can, and if it doesn't all fit, it doesn't all fit, but there's going to be so much talent in the court, that's how we're going to try to win.
Yeah, and listen, if you do...
But you're not playing Lithuania.
If you do for a year and it doesn't work out, I'm sure you can then turn around Giannis and get value. I'm sure you could turn around and move Donovan if you got there, right? So it's not like this is a bridge to nowhere. It does feel like I don't expect one of either LeBron or Giannis to come here this summer, let alone both.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at the spot now where I'm expecting neither, and it's like if you give me one of them, if you made me choose which one I think it would be, I would think it would end up being LeBron more so than it'd be Giannis. I think it goes 0. You get none. Then it goes, you get LeBron, and then it goes Giannis. It's not that I've soured on the idea of Giannis. I would still make the trade. I would do it. I just don't think Giannis is going to come here. I think he's got a lot of other suitors. He's got a lot of other teams that are after him. And I don't know that you're going to get the assurances with 1 year left on his deal that he's going to sign some sort of mega extension with you.
I just think Brett Siegel said something really interesting of Clutch Points, NBA reporter, at 3 today with us. He said, if you offered Mobley for Giannis, it's a done deal. And I thought that was really interesting.
Like, and there has been some reporting around that, like the idea that would be a done deal. And it might be Brett initially doing it himself, but like it's what do you find interesting about that?
Well, no, I mean, I just think the idea that because that to me means at some point the Cavs could say, all right, maybe we have thought about this enough. Let's go ahead and offer Mobley for Giannis and just get this done.
Well, initially, remember, at the deadline, that is what the Cavs were apparently dangling out there. And, like, the deal that everyone had discussed or something along those lines. And it's like, you could have done this at the deadline if that was going to be the price. Now, I just have a hard time thinking it's going to actually happen.
216-474-0092. Here is Kobe Altman today talking about Evan Mobley trade rumors and Evan Mobley's situation in Cleveland.
Evan Mobley Yeah, I mean, he's part of our future. I don't know what you mean by.
Well, because all these Evan for Giannis.
Not going to speculate on any players outside these walls. All I can tell you is, since Evan's been here, we've had the third best record in the league. For 5 years, third best record in the league. Now, we don't have a championship to show for that yet, but all Evan has done is impacted winning. He's been remarkable for us in terms of our ascent, right, the last 5 years. A huge part of what we do. 5 years in, 24 years old, we are very fortunate to have drafted Evan Mobley. It's easy to knock someone down. We're in the weeds. We can point to this. We can point to that. He's a franchise caliber player, and we're very fortunate to have him.
I mean, come on now.
No.
I
was going to say, it's obviously
hell of a
Shadell.
Shadelling there. Jeff, if you're listening, love the mustache too. Love that follow-up
okay,
there.
I'm happy you were applauding Shadell because I thought you were going to applaud Kobe because I was going to say I could probably run back any end-of-season press conferences since Evan's been here where he offers up that same line of thinking.
Oh, no. This is...
He is very consistent and is like, Evan Mobley's going to be on his deathbed and Kobe Altman will be like, I think we can squeeze some potential out of this guy.
So I think when Kobe Altman says Donovan's our guy, unequivocally, Donovan's our guy, without hesitation, I think that's something you can take to the bank. I think there's a reason that Kobe started stammering there and then asked and kind of threw it back at Jeff. And then by the time Jeff threw the question back at him, he kind of caught himself. I think that was a very stock answer out of Kobe.
Which shouldn't have been blindsiding you by any stretch of the measurement. Like, if it's like you're going to get asked about Evan Mobley in an end-of-season press conference.
I think he was still in the middle of poetic rapping about Donovan, though. Got blindsided by a different player.
I mean, if you're getting blindsided by Evan Mobley, we need to do some readjustment here.
I think this is a good point, by the way, for Cleve TA saying if Weems gets elevated to the Cavs GM spot, the potential for LeBron coming back to Cleveland, the plot would certainly thicken there.
It's one my buddy Nick Fink made yesterday on Twitter as well. That idea of like, well, wait, what's the connection?
Bleep you, Cleve TA. Fink had it first.
He did have it first. What's that connection between Weems and LeBron? Like, it's obvious. And so, like, yes, that is something that, Nick pointed out yesterday for sure.
216-474-0092 is adding Giannis and LeBron the best case scenario for this summer for the Cavaliers. LeBron coming off I want to get paid a lot of money, that would be the best case scenario.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't see a scenario, and I see more and more people being like, "Oh, it's greedy that he doesn't take anything but the vet min. He needs that." It's like, guys, that's not how LeBron operates. And I just think he's been such a steward for you can't take less money. You have to maximize as players what you get. That even him taking half of $54 million, let's say, I think is going to be something like a hard pill for him to swallow. I just don't see a world that he takes $3 million.
So $3 million, no. The mid-level exception,
mid-level's
maybe
on the table, but that's on the table.
But you got to get below that second.
But even still with all that, because again, no one asked Steph Curry to take a pay cut. No one asked Kevin Durant to take a pay cut. If I'm LeBron, I got to look at some of this stuff and be like, after the year he had last year.
But none of those guys have the limited options that LeBron has.
No, they got to play on a bad team is the point. And so LeBron, and that's maybe why LeBron would end up going to a team like Golden State, is if he just feels like I need to make as much money as I can, and I deserve to make as much money as I can, and I shouldn't have to take any of these pay cuts. The trade-off here, if you go for Cleveland, is that you take less money, but in the process, you do get to have your storybook. And so it's just trying to figure out how much of a storybook ending he wants.
We got BP and Pepper Pike. BP, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, guys. Unfortunately, listen to that Kobe Altman propaganda. To me, it's like this guy is a snake oil salesman. It's like, it's always like, oh, we're really doing well. We're 1 inch away from the championship. Everything is kumbaya. It's like you guys said. He does the same press conference every year after we're disappointed. It's just.
In fairness, it is kind of his gig. Like that. Like if you're coming out of this and you didn't fire Kenny Atkinson, you're clearly not planning on huge shakeups unless something falls your way. You kind of got to sell the job, right?
Yeah, in my opinion, like nobody wants to kill the golden goose. Everybody. It's like the NBA. Everybody's making huge money. From Dan Gilbert down. So it's like, hey, we made the Final Four. That's it. But meanwhile, in my opinion, we were non-competitive against the Knicks. You had a window where the Celtics weren't there, Indiana Pacers weren't there. It's like, so how is this getting better? How are we progressing? That's what I'd like to know. I mean, I don't think enough tough questions were asked, to be honest.
Oh, going after the reporters,
Now,
BP.
now Shadell was there, and Shadell likes to jam him up.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Shadell's an old timer. I mean, he's. I'm surprised they didn't have Greg Brinda there or Jeff Sindelar. You don't even know those guys, probably.
One, yeah, of
Definitely
course.
one.
Occasionally, Greg bitches that I talk too much Browns on Twitter. So of course I know him, and I'm sure he was there. By the way, I really feel like I see him at everything. However, the point is, Shadell's an old hand. Come on, man's experienced. He's weathered the storm. Kind of left us in a lurch there. I don't really disagree with what BP said. I also just think that's Kobe's job.
They just can't do anything right now. Like I'd love to. Hard question is what? I think BP suggested something along the lines of like, how are you going to make this roster better? Now, I made BP yell when he said it. Obviously, he's at the press conference. How are you going to make this
you
team
made him
better?
sound old. What are you going to do about the roster?
Like what is it going to do? It's 2 days in. We're not even at any sort of time when you can do anything realistically because the NBA Finals is still going. Or not even going on yet. We're still in the conference finals for the West. Like you can only do so much right now. And so it's a great thing in, 3 months to be able to be like, the Cavs did nothing. Very fair. 100% fair. But we are just at the start of this.
Half of what Kobe said was lip service. The other half I don't believe. And that's totally what his job was today. It doesn't mean I enjoyed it, but I get it. You can, both of those things can line up with each other right there.
I mean, the fact that he gave us nothing really inflammatory to even talk about means he did his job well today.
Oh, I think Dan Gilbert would agree. Browns upgrades in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Get 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Nick and JP back on an NFL Friday. Update. Mac took about 1,000 shots in the break and never really got close.
No.
Now, Matt Corrali took one shot, and he did bounce from one cup into the receptacle. Unfortunately, that does not count as a made shot.
No.
It's still closer than Matt got, though.
I thought Corrali drained it at the end. It hit off the blue cup.
Yeah, it went from the... So it rimmed the blue cup into the receptacle.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, it would have been that would have been a walk-off moment for Corrali if he had made it.
And it would have really made Mac look 10 times worse because Mac really...
He just laid a lot of bricks there, didn't he?
But, he tried a couple different things there. He's using a couple different sounds trying to get it in there.
I like that he stayed with it.
Yeah.
Nowhere close.
Yeah,
but he stayed with it.
You would imagine over time there would be some sort of forward progress with it. But, hey, you kept trying, Mac.
Now, do we give him every single break until the end of the show to maybe get there?
I don't think so.
Or was that your one and done? Mac, are you done now? Are you done?
I'll keep putting up shots as long as I can take them.
Okay, Ricky Davis.
Shoot or shoot.
It's true. And people who can't shoot.
That's what we learned.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very evident.
It's very Thompson twin of you.
You're not really beating the charges that Darryl was the one holding that team down.
That's true. No,
I don't think Darryl would have made a shot yet either. But I can't say
I can't say that he wouldn't.
That's it. I just can't say that he wouldn't.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I feel
have
pretty
evidence.
confident in that.
Yeah, I mean, you saw his form though, right? There was an oddness to Mac's form here that I think
it floated in the air in a way that I've never seen a pen float.
Yeah, it seemed almost counter physics.
How many pens have you seen float?
I watched a lot between me and Nick.
Yeah,
and there's almost
there's like a gracefulness.
There's like a
almost.
spiral that happens with the pen as it goes through the air. There's it looks like almost like Tom Brady throwing a football. There's a spiral there.
Yours was almost straight. It was like a Mitchell Robinson free throw.
It's as if you took spin completely away.
Yeah.
But then at the same time also made it duck into the ground.
Yeah.
And I in a very like if you hook a golf shot and it just has this direct out and then just straight down, not great.
Yeah.
Not great.
But you got close a couple times.
You did.
And that's
I really was rooting for you. I think we all were rooting for you by the end,
I was worried that you might choke on your Lunchable there during the break a couple of times.
That was good.
That would be like the best case scenario for you, Mac.
Me dying on a Lunchable.
He chokes on his Lunchable.
Would you save me?
Yeah, I would save you.
I mean, if I was choking, you would.
Would you save me?
Of course, I would save you.
I mean, I've told you the story.
Yeah,
I think
you got,
about me
two beautiful
choking
young
on
daughters.
choking on that beef jerky at my buddy's house at 15.
Yeah.
Nobody got up to save me.
But I'm telling you, Mac's
they
not
let me
lining up.
just sit there and choke on the beef jerky.
Mac's not the first one to line up, I should say. I'm running over to you as fast as I can run, and I'm just.
So it would take you half an hour.
I'm slapping you right on the back there.
I'd like to believe you guys.
Now, Mac,
I don't know.
It'd kind of be like in Wolf of Wall Street when Jonah Hill is choking to death, and Leo is like, should I save him? Should I not? And then his wife snaps him out of it by yelling like, Jordan, he's a father.
Yeah.
And that would be, I'd be Margot Robbie in this
based off
scenario.
the aim that I've seen today, I'm worried he'd
That's
miss.
true.
He'd miss. And
Yeah, he'd go to smack you on the back and smack me in the nose.
yeah, something would happen. You'd go to actually perform the Heimlich. And instead of wrapping it around where my rib area is, he's all chest. And then I'm like, you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything.
Just hope he doesn't go low.
In this world, he went high.
That's true.
He went high.
Well, hopefully. I mean, listen, it's not going to save you. That's one way to go out.
That's the worst way. Choking on a Lunchable as Mac tries to give you the Heimlich but can't. I think that might, and the all-time ways of dying, that's got to be top 10 worst.
But if you got to die this age, dying in a funny way, I could retell that story for years to come.
No,
and
it's
the sympathy ratings. Oh my God.
No, it's like a big fear I have. I'll be dead, so it doesn't matter.
Way.
But dying in a funny way is just, I don't want that to happen. There's so many ways I'd just be like, all right, fine. If that's how we got to go, that's how we got to go. Dying in a funny way, not for me. For you,
well, no.
I think you might appreciate it.
Oh no, I would. I'd be furious, but I would appreciate it. I get the
I can't
funny.
have it. If we go up in those pearly gates upstairs and I'm like, wait a second, I was choking on a Lunchable and Matt couldn't perform a Heimlich, I am pissed.
What would be the funniest? What would be the funniest way to die that you might accept?
the funniest that I
like
would
you,
accept.
You like get run over by an ice cream truck.
Not great for
driven
me.
by Fat Joe.
Nope, don't love that. Don't love that.
I was just trying to think of the levels.
I don't think
to
there's
it.
any funny way. Like in the idea
Slipping
that
on a literal banana peel.
Here'd be the problem: the idea that anybody that would read the headline
being murdered by a clown
would be like, I mean, that's not great.
But you wouldn't feel it coming. You just it lights out.
I would take regular murderer over clown murderer all day.
Why?
Because the clown murderer comes with so many different jokes attached to it, and then my kids grow up with a fear of clowns that I don't want them to have either.
They might already have
can't
it.
even,
You don't know.
They can't even go to the amusement park anymore. Like, that's out of the equation. They have this deep-seated, just anywhere they turn in life and see a clown, they just shriek in horror because that's what got Dad. That's not great.
Elise isn't going to tell them about the clown until they turn 18. She's a great mom.
She can't hide the clown story. It made national news. Cleveland radio host dies by clown murder. You're telling me that's not on the New York Post headlines?
The ego over here that's going to make the national news.
That's got New York Post.
Cleveland
that's got all of
headlines
it.
for sure.
Listen, do we have fame in life? Very, very, very little. We are lower than the local weatherman. We are lower than. There's a lot of things we're lower than in the even local celebrity hierarchy. But it is just enough that if you die in an interesting way, people wrap their arms around it around this nation.
Yeah, but I want
in like a massive way. Like anyone of anything close to prominence dies in a funny way, New York Post is all over it.
Yeah, okay, but think about it. We're already number one, okay?
Yeah.
But think of the extra ratings we could get. Think of how safe we could be in number one if you just died for the show. And we could do like
I'm thinking. Yeah,
we could do a 10 clown nose salute for you on air.
Yeah.
And then you would love it because I would be trying not to laugh.
So the part that I'm enjoying is you swerving into this. The part I don't enjoy is like Ken and Anthony dressing up in clown costumes and thinking they can do it.
Yeah.
Thinking they can rub off of the clown murder.
Those clout chasers would just tell everybody what good friends you were with them.
Well, that's the respectful thing to do.
Yeah,
that's the respectful way
they
to go.
They would profit off your death in a completely the worse way than I would.
Is that right?
Because I actually am your good, close, personal friend.
I like the 18 clown nose salute though. That's a funny hook on it. No, I don't want to die in a funny way.
And then I would invite somebody from the clown community, like a clown,
like Bozo.
Well, I was thinking like whatever,
like a Krusty the Clown type situation.
But to officially make peace with the show in the Peterlin family, I would facilitate that also on air for ratings as well. And like every year,
you bring my kids in to make sure that they're comfortable with the clown. It's like a gradual step.
Yeah.
It's like, Charlotte, you good with clowns yet?
Yeah.
Oh no, she ran away crying again.
Maybe a post-mortem Peterlin pass that you would give out.
The Peterlin Pass.
I mean.
That could play.
Yeah,
that could play. You just walk around at my funeral being like, the Peterlin Pass.
The Peterlin Pass.
And again, just to break the ice, I would have one of those flowers on my suit.
Yeah.
That like when I'd be like, hey, what do you guys think of this flower? And I'd squirt people in the eye with it. I'd be like, hey guys, he would love this joke.
I would love that joke.
Yeah. If a clown had murdered him.
Yeah.
Let's go with Thomas in Brunswick. Brunswick.
In apostrophe.
What's up, buddy?
How are you guys?
Well, apparently I can't talk, and Jonathan's going to get murdered by a clown. But other than that.
Just one clown, though. It's not like a sea of clowns.
That's true. Oh, that would be funny.
That's even funnier.
In a clown car. You're like in a clown car and you just get swallowed
struck
up.
by a clown car.
Yeah. That's not as funny. Well, but we'd watch them all.
They all get out of the clown car.
And they would do like the sad clown
try
thing.
to help me. They can't do anything. They don't want to. They want to ruin it.
And then they just keep dropping you. You'd actually be fine after the clown car hit you, but then they just keep dropping you, and then head injuries.
Yeah, naturally.
That's okay. All right, listen. We do not have a quarterback. Okay, we have a defense and we have an offense. We got Concepcion. We got Boston. We've upgraded everything, but we don't have a quarterback. So here's my question to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Do we take a quarterback next year in the first round?
It's a hard-hitting one.
At this point, yeah, the answer is yes.
No, really. I mean, come on.
Me
we
too.
do not have a quarterback.
I agree.
I mean,
speaking of clowns, how about that quarterback situation? Am I right, guys?
Watson, are you kidding me?
No.
I'm not.
So, anyway.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. Thomas giving the questions we all get when we go to, parties and such. It's like the most basic. Who's going to be that quarterback?
Also, here's the other thing.
They taking a quarterback next year? Yeah, they are.
That's brilliant.
They probably are.
That's Tommy in Brunswick. So I don't know when he started calling himself Thomas. I don't know if he's becoming more
I
serious.
like moving him to Thomas, though. But it faked me out because it was Thomas and Brunswick,
Yes.
and I thought it was Thomas and Shaker at first.
Yeah.
I always get excited for a Thomas and Shaker call.
We've got like 3 Toms and Tommies that call, so but we got that one.
Yeah, there's Tom and Solon, which is always funny to me because my father-in-law's name is Tom, and he lives in Solon, but it's not that Tom and Solon.
216-474-0092. Do you think the Browns will take a quarterback in 2027? Browns 2026 upgrades in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. And
from The Fan for the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck
on Afternoon Drive.
And as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP, 1 hour to go with us. Mark Hodge back coming up in 1 hour's time.
Well, hell yeah.
Mark Hodge and Malik, thank you very much.
All right.
Couple of on-air talents right there. And we do have, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes' time there. But ESPN put out their list of their top 10 most improved units in the NFL this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
One, they pretty much love everything the Washington Commanders did. I think the linebackers, defensive line, and maybe wide receivers. I don't know. There was a third unit from the Commanders that I think they shouted out.
That's interesting. I saw the linebackers.
It's like, okay, you just really like yourself some Adam Peters there.
Well, and so you can tell that they're I mean, what they did, and they did this for the Browns too, is just like, even if you end up being 15th, if you were last year, then all of a sudden the glow-up's huge. 15 spots is massive.
So it was interesting. I was wondering, because I knew they weren't going to mention both things for the Browns, but I did wonder. I was like, when I clicked in, before I scrolled down, I saw that CLE at the kind of top there, so I knew the Browns were included. And I was like, oh, I wonder if they're going to put the offensive line or the wide receivers, and they put the offensive line. And basically, it is their theory is it can't be worse, which is not entirely
basically
true.
Seemed like the theory, yeah.
But mentioned putting significant financial resources and of course the draft resources on the offensive line as well, and swapping in eight pieces here. And it's interesting. Like it's not because he was the 9th pick in the draft. I kind of think Spencer Fano is. And I don't say kind. I couch that. I think Spencer Fano is the key to the offensive line, because if you can just hold down left tackle and as a rookie step in and just be starter quality. And I think he will be, because if he's not going to be, he's not going to be out there. I buy that theory.
Yeah.
But I think that just allows you to kind of set all the other pieces in line in an easier way.
Yeah, I heard one national podcast, and they were kind of discussing Spencer, but it was one of those things where I wondered if we should be doing more pushback on the idea that he was a right tackle in college for the final 2 years. And then when people were comping him out, a lot of people were comping out more towards inside stuff. Mm-hmm. As if we all just kind of collectively gave Andrew Berry not a pass, but the idea that, all right, he's going to be a left tackle and this is all going to work. And it's not a dangerous assumption, but it is a bold play by Andrew Berry.
Oh, see, I feel like I've treated it like that 2026 is his audition to be the next 10-year starter at left tackle.
Yeah, and you have mentioned that. And then if not, you just kind of kick him in or you do whatever you need to do. Maybe this is the year to do that. But if we're talking about like Spencer being one of the pieces, and if he can be that good at left tackle, it works, then we could just as easily see him it not work out. He actually does need to be on the inside, and then we're kind of swimming upstream.
Yeah, and I would, by the way, I'd be surprised. Like Will Campbell, I think people forget this because Will Campbell was kind of the touchstone of, well, if it doesn't work out, and then obviously I think the Patriots, didn't they draft a tackle? Gosh, who is it? Why am I blanking on who the tackle was? It was
the other Utah tackle.
Oh, yeah. It was Caleb Lomu. That's why I was blanking.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And I was a big Caleb Lomu guy, as you guys remember.
Yeah.
I just, guys, Will Campbell was actually really good before getting hurt. Will Campbell was good enough to be a starting left tackle in the NFL before he got hurt. And then, obviously, he came back, and I think the NFL adjusted to him. Meaning, for 1 year, Will Campbell got the job done until you got into the playoffs, and you're just facing elite talent, and then they made the decision to move on from that.
Well, yeah,
right?
And then it seemed like it was just a little bit too much for him.
So from the regular season side of things, I think there's a chance that Spencer plays well enough to continue being on the field. I expect that. And then maybe next year you go, well, maybe he would be a better center.
Yeah, one of the things in this piece, though, and there's a lot of gelling to do in the group, which I think is entirely fair. It's like just one injury could reshuffle the whole entire deck. And then they go on. There isn't one individual move here that blows me away as a clear upgrade. And that's kind of the worry I have as well, is that there's not one individual move, right? Jenkins, Howard, or Johnson, where I'm like, well, this is awesome across the board. But what we do know is that if you're judging them based off the past couple years, they're going to be better than what we've seen.
Yeah, and it's
just a
funny.
question of how much.
So it's funny because if I agree with the idea of if you just want to pick apart each individual guy, you can. Right? There's a reason, at least from the free agent side, that those guys were available.
Yeah.
What I look at it is, one, they have a lot of positional versatility, which I think Warhop has kind of been on the record that he likes. And two, I think you just have enough bodies. Like last year, you were already thin going into camp where you had maybe six guys who could actually start. And then very quickly it all fell apart from there. I think you have eight, maybe 9 or even 10, depending on how you feel about KT Leviston, guys that could play. And I think that's really encouraging. Because basically what that allows is you can literally go, all right, who is the best man for this spot?
Yeah.
And then have quality backup if that guy can't do it in season.
I mean, they've done this in a way where we haven't even talked about like DeJuan Jones, for instance.
Yeah.
Whereas entering this offseason, I think we were all kind of living with the idea of that if we entered the following year and DeJuan Jones had to be a big part of it, then that's not the greatest thing in the world. And so it's interesting how, I mean, they attacked it. They attacked it aggressive, and so you got to give them credit for that. Now, how much better they'll be, that obviously we have to find out. But even if they're 15th to 20th in the NFL, if it's Deshaun or if it's Shedeur, they're at least giving them a chance.
Well, and here's the other part. You're also giving Quinshon in the running game a
good
chance.
Point. Yeah.
And I do think there's going to be an element of this of the better you are, the less the running backs have to be great on their own. And then I think there is just kind of the cause and effect of, hey, we can run the ball with some authority. That takes the pressure off the quarterback, and then obviously it becomes the playmaker's job to kind of get in the end zone.
Yeah, Quinshon's yards after contact numbers were insane last year. That's why if you look at it as like yards per attempt, it's like he didn't really have much. It's like, well, why do you think that is? It's because he just kept getting hit the moment he touched the ball.
Ironically, I don't think the formula of how this team surprises people offensively is different than last year. It's just once Quinshon, it was about 7 or 8 games in, Quinshon just wasn't able to run the ball the same way.
And then he got injured, obviously.
And then the offensive line really fell apart. They actually had a couple moments late in the season where the offensive line actually didn't play too bad. And coincidentally, by the way, those were the games you were able to win. And so, I think this idea of, I don't want to say run first because it's 2026 and the NFL is different than this was 25 years ago. But do I think everything can be built off a stout run game? Yes, and I think I got the ponies for it. Like I think Fano is the key, but I do think like a wild card spot is just right guard. I think Tevin Jenkins is fine, but then there's a health stuff. If, as you mentioned, DeJuan, if he really blows everybody away at right tackle, I think Titus all of a sudden slides into right guard. KT Leviston could factor in at right guard. Austin Barber could you've got 4 guys who could end up being your right guard, and I think that's really interesting. And again, I don't know any of them will do it,
right?
But I think that at least adds of like, all right, that's the spot I'm least comfortable with, and yet you got 4 guys I think could end up being there depending on what happens around them.
I mean, it just feels like you're giving them a chance, and that's something that didn't feel like the past couple of years. And if we go back to the quarterbacks for a second, I think a lot of people look at it and say Shedeur needs time. Like, there's just no denying that. He needs time. But even Deshaun, I mean, one of the criticisms I have on Deshaun is his decision-making is awful. If you can slow that down just a little bit, give him more of a chance to make a better decision, it just pays off in spades. We're not breaking any news here. The better offensive line, obviously, the better you're going to have as far as opportunities to be a better team. But there's going to be a jump here.
Yeah, and I do think being acceptable or better, that's the linchpin for this offense. If you can be acceptable or better, and that I simply do think is just health. If you can if the same 5 guys can start week 1 and they're still the same guys in week 10, or even 4 of the 5 guys, if you can have continuity, you can be league average or better. And if you're league average or better, then you have a chance to really start doing some really interesting things.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fun to keep an eye on. Now, why you thought it might be wide receivers?
Well, okay, so I think it's a really interesting conversation. What's maybe better upgraded?
Because I imagine a lot of the principles apply for the O-line for the wide receivers. If they did the article that way, where it'd be like, well, they were so bad last year that they can only go better. If we're talking about jumps, I think a lot of people think the offensive line is going to have a bigger jump, but I'm kind of convinced that it's going to be the wide receivers.
Well, they just have a lot of wild cards.
Many.
Like Concepcion and Boston.
But I think it's my belief in Concepcion and Boston that are kind of guiding this.
Well, but because they're rookies, they're wild cards. You just don't know until you see him on the field.
100% fair.
Jerry Jeudy's a massive wild card. If he's even an 800-yard receiver this year, I think that's a big step up from where he was. And I think Isaiah Bond also is one. I'm not a big fan of Texas wide receivers coming out anyways. I just have seen so many Texas receivers come out and be track athletes, and I know that's not exactly the knock on Isaiah Bond. He's just a little fella. But like I think they like Isaiah enough, and I think they paid him the kind of money that says they thought he was a second or third round talent. And so it could end up being Denzel Boston, Jerry Jeudy, and Isaiah Bond that end up being your 3 starting receivers. Those are 4 guys that I think all have the talent to start. Now you just got to get 2 of those guys to produce.
Yeah, I'm a little higher on Concepcion than you are, obviously, but I love Boston. Boston was one of my favorite wide receivers in the draft.
I so badly want to be wrong about Concepcion.
You get another one of those Coach Riz texts?
No, I think he's given up on me.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think since Concepcion no recepcion, since I said it to his face, he's like, all right, this bastard's out.
I want to know if something was happening there or not, because it feels like every Wednesday now, when they get a chance to go out there and watch him, I'm getting some text and some framework of Concepcion's got all the talent to do this. Like, he's not, and the drops are that's not a him issue. And I'm like, well, he's the one dropping the ball, coach. It's not a him issue. He's got the talent to do this. He's just got to dial it in with concentration. I love how the lack of concentration is not attributed to him himself.
Yeah.
It's like at some point we have to put that on him.
Also, that concentration is a coachable thing.
Well, that's what he believes, yeah.
You just come up and go, hey, you didn't concentrate there. Can you?
That's a conversation for coach, not me. But
hey, just noticing here, you dropped the ball. You didn't seem to be concentrating. I'm going to need you to work on that.
I noticed. Concepcion, Boston, they're both getting major glow-ups in these write-ups. Also, but Isaiah Bond, a guy we talked about as well. And this is not just Coach Riz exclusive. It feels like most reporters that are out there, and this is something we can't make much with the quarterback part of this. I get that. Some little things with wide receivers, though, I do think matter. And Isaiah Bond has been very impressive in these little stretches that have been open to the media, to the people I talk to.
216-474-0092. ESPN says the Browns O-line is one of the 10 most improved units in the NFL from this offseason. Which unit upgraded more, Browns O-line or Browns wide receiver? I do lean O-line, but I think it's close. I think the Browns have 4.
Which will impact the offense more?
Oh, it's the O-line. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I think so. I want to hear you say it, though. I mean, because having the value of, if you can turn this into a top 10, if you turn it into a top 10 offensive line versus top 10 wide receiver unit, if you have a top 10 wide receiver unit, all of a sudden, we're not talking about what the Bengals have, obviously, with, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, but like you shoot up there. The quarterback obviously makes a big difference in this, but you shoot up in a pretty high way.
Yeah, I mean, if you have an average quarterback or a young quarterback like Shedeur, the best thing you can give that guy is a quality offensive line and a quality defensive line. The best thing after that is a couple guys that can really make some plays, but I'm a firm believer that you don't have a chance to win in the NFL consistently if you're not stout in the trenches and get at least league average at quarterback.
Well, but I also don't think, going back to the Bengals side of this, I don't think either Shedeur or Deshaun right now at this point in their career can do it the way that Joe did, where he just didn't have an offensive line, but was like, give me the skill position guys. Yeah. Give me the wide receivers and let's make this work. I just don't think it's where Shedeur or Deshaun are at right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the Deshaun, it's that he's been broken previously, and I think so. There's going to be trust that he needs. Like, he needs to be able to trust his offensive line because he still doesn't trust himself fully. And with Shedeur, he's just a young guy.
He's young, and he needs more time to throw.
Which unit did the Browns upgrade more, their offensive line or the wide receivers? And I think we found something, or they found something, that 75% of us agree on. A thing like that in 2026. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Got plenty to get to. Not really. It's two segments. Yeah, this
Yeah.
We're getting close to going home here.
That's right.
But we're not mailing it in.
No. Maybe.
You might think so with this next topic, but I promise you, we're having this conversation because Jonathan and I both have kids. And it's interesting because you have very little kiddos. You've got, you're all under 5. Mine are now 12, going on 13 or above. So I've got middle schoolers and high schoolers. And so I probably would be more outraged about this when I was where you are in life. I still don't love it. But according to a new survey, 75% of Americans, now it should be said, it's not just Americans. There's a consortium of countries that were apparently in this poll.
Okay.
So it's a misleading line, but we'll go for it. 75% of Americans say restaurants should offer some kind of adults-only dining experience to avoid unruly kids. And that includes child-free sections, restrictions during late-night hours, which should already be there, and quieter dining environments focused more on the experience than family-friendly chaos.
I think the restrictions part is like, that's interesting. But I think it's more about like past 8 o'clock, no kids come in.
Yeah, which again, in my house, my kids were always going to bed at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know anyone who's like, hey, it's 8 p.m. And I know this happens one-off situations if you're like on vacation or weird stuff happens. But like, yeah, my kids run a pretty regular schedule, and that's like how you succeed as a parent. So I thought it was funny. It's like, we got to cut you off at 8. It's like, okay. It's funny. I'm not even approaching this as a parent. I'm just going to start this by talking about somebody who goes out and is in public a lot.
Yeah.
I just don't have unruly kids or like, and I just don't have, we're out a fair amount. I just don't have a lot of scenarios where kids are being unruly or so overwhelmingly loud that it's ruined my experience. I don't know who these people are that are having these nightmare experience, even on like the airplanes. Like, I've been on an airplane with a kid that is not having a great time, but I can't recall a single time that I've been like, get me off this plane because of this damn kid.
No, but I definitely think there are a lot of people out here that maybe don't have kids that are like, yeah, I'm bothered by kids. Because there's got to be, because like Mac doesn't have kids. I don't know if you're bothered by kids or not. You don't seem like you are, though.
No, not
Mac,
at all.
do you hate kids?
Do you hate kids?
No,
you
love
against
kids.
you against
No,
kids?
I when you guys are taking out your kids and taking out your family, I'm like, yeah, you're living your life. I'm not gonna be upset because you guys have to do that.
I just feel awful when my kids do make noise, and when they're and you do the best you can. That's all it is. But I know when they're making a lot of noise.
You know what bugs me more than
you can't tell it's a kid. A kid is a kid. You can't tell a kid to like stop.
Well, and I always feel, and maybe this is because I am a parent, I just feel so much empathy. Like when parents, I've always, anytime that a kid has been loud or unruly, the parent is always like, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, it's okay. Like it's so weird that what this study says to me is how people have just such a lack of empathy for each other, which absolutely feels like it's exploded in the social media era.
People just they feel like they have a right to voice it. I don't know. But so we went out to a restaurant last weekend, and when we sat down, it's obvious. We have 2 little kids, a 3-year-old and an 8-month-old. The table next to us, there's like 4, maybe 55 to 65-year-old people, right? 2 couples. And they just instantly just took their drinks and got up and went to the bar. And it was obvious what happened. And you feel bad. They didn't even my kids didn't even make any noise at that point. Yeah. But you just feel bad. You're like, you shouldn't have to feel like you need to move and make your whole experience change.
Did those people
based off of it?
Did those people realize they're a-holes?
I didn't know how to take it. I didn't know what to think. I was like, in my mind, I told Elise that essentially. I was like, well, if they don't want to be around us, that's perfectly fine. They can go to the bar like they did. They didn't voice anything to us.
Yeah.
It's not as if they came up and was like, we're moving because of you. But it just could not have been more obvious.
It's just, I like, again, like I am just a big kid. So I love when I just see little kids out and about. Like when I'm walking down the streets here in Cleveland, I usually go for a walk. If the day's nice, I'll go down to the square and back. And, there'll be a little kid walking with their dad. And I love watching that. I love watching people with their kids because 90% of the time it's a positive experience. And the 10% of the time, it's the most empathetic thing in the world because it's like, even if you don't have kids, you might have been that kid one time.
I know,
I feel like
but
everybody's
ideally,
got a story of this.
So, like Albert Breer was tweeting out there on this story, and he mentioned some of the idea of like how he hated kids on airplanes. Couldn't stand kids on airplanes until he had kids himself, and then having kids himself, he was like, "Oh, I get it. Like the parent is having the worst time out of all this. The one with the kid that's crying, they're having the worst time."
Yeah, I just look at it and go, I've had scenarios. Kids being loud, kids tired, kid might be screaming, kids having a meltdown. And by and large, even before I had kids, it just doesn't, it's loud. The whole world's loud. But like the things that bug me are grown adults who are just ass clowns. Because that's the thing that I see. That like the guy verbally accosting the waiter, that's what I see more than kids being jerks. On airplanes, people being rude and not respecting each other's space. Adults are so much more the offenders in public of acting like jagaloons than children are, who, again, children don't know what they're doing. Maybe these adults don't either. But, like, I would just like a no a-hole policy.
Yeah.
Meaning that if you're acting like a jabroni, you can just be whisked away. Because that bugs me. I notice that stuff, and I'm more sensitive to that than...
And then take it to your own section. How about that?
I'd actually like to be the guy that they call, and they're like...
You're the bouncer of the a-hole section or the arbiter?
We got a guy over there at table 2. He just said something really unforgivable. But like, I got this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the truth is, most of the time, I wouldn't have to pick him up by the scruff of the neck, although I could. I'm a unit.
Top 1% weight, top 1% fat.
He's not ready for this 1%er. But, however...
Slip up.
That's fine. I don't think anyone's going to be like, you can believe he called him fat? But I just go over and I just kind of whisper, like, you can leave now. Oh, God, that'd be so gratifying. Gratifying.
So one of the top comments on this has been like, all right, all the Disney adults, you then go away. If like the trade-off is Disney adults, adults that buy Legos, the ones that are doing the kid stuff, you don't get to be a kid anymore. That's the trade-off we'll make. It's like, all right.
Hey, people also hate Disney adults too.
People have a big problem with Disney adults.
Is that not just like is Disney adults just childless people? Is that what
that
we're doing?
Going to Disney? Yeah.
God bless it. We got problems with everybody. Does anybody like each other anymore?
I don't know.
I just like
maybe not. Maybe this is what 75% of people are trying to tell us.
Have I had some sort of medical condition that makes me overly optimistic? I feel like I see these stories on the internet, and they just don't fall in concert with what I see in real life. Like most people
That's the internet.
get along. Most people enjoy each other. Most people are reasonable. And then there's like, you get them yapping about anything on social media. Like, I don't know. I'm just not affected by any of this crap.
Yeah. No, I'm not either. But I find it interesting that so many people would just be turned off by kids at a restaurant.
Have you ever had anyone say anything to you about the girls?
No. The situation I said last weekend is probably the closest we've ever come. And my kids are usually pretty good overall, but like we're in a stage right now. Charlotte can get loud in certain spots. She's 3 years old.
So I got to try. So the twins were maybe
an 8-month-old cries when they cry. That just is what that is.
The twins were maybe 2 years old, maybe 2 years old. So Livy had to be like 5, and maybe it was one of the twins. I was going to say it was Olivia, but I think it was one of the twins. We just stayed out 15 minutes too late, and it just turned into, it was at the Medina County Fair, and it turned into this kiddo and they even did the thing where like they arch their back to straighten out as hard as they can so that like you can't carry them. So I was carrying him, I was huffing and puffing, and I was trying so hard just not to lose my mind. And this older guy, he wasn't older, he was like probably 50, so I was probably 30 at the time. This older guy said something to Vanessa, and it wasn't like, oh, great parenting. It was something equivalent to shut that kid up. It wasn't that exact word. It was softer than that.
Yeah.
When I kid you not, that I turned and all of the frustration and emotion that I was feeling about trying to deal with this kiddo and trying to make sure she was safe, but also get her the hell out of Dodge, I funneled on this human being. And I had like this deep guttural voice, and I can't tell you what I said, but I can tell you that he got the message very quickly, and he very hurriedly moved away. I will tell you, he ran away, and Vanessa then was like, honestly, I was kind of glad that happened because I was worried that you were just going to lose your mind and walk away from us.
I mean, I
that you were just going to walk away from the family. I was like, no.
I might have hung around that guy a little bit longer and just stuck my kids on him and just made sure, just followed him and made sure that his day was ruined. That's such an awful. You can't tell people that.
But again, even that is that's one story in 16 years of being a parent.
Yeah, I am trying to figure out if you entered a restaurant and you knew going into it you have to sit in this kids only section. They created the kids only section because they want you to not be around regular adults, essentially.
And
just
my kids aren't there?
Only parents. No, I mean your kids are there.
They're just like, you're a big child, you can't be here.
They go to Vanessa.
Yeah.
Like, so all right, you got
how
your
old
child
is your
with
son?
So we'll escort
He's
you to
40.
We have Legos, crayons on the table for him.
He's
gonna love
Legos.
it.
I will go to the kids only section.
He's gonna love it. Would that make me be like, I don't want to eat here anymore?
Not for me. No. And honestly, again, who wants to be around a bunch of adults? Have you been around adults? They're miserable.
I like adults. I like most adults.
No, they're fine. I'm a little playful here, but yeah, I mean, no, it wouldn't
maybe
be
on the internet they're not great.
Wouldn't be a deal breaker for me. You?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd be turned off by it. Like, I don't want to sit in some sort of special section that is just made for kids and kids alone, and I have to feel like...
Is this the new smoking section?
It might be. Is this what this is? I'm feeling very secluded in this conversation.
You're sitting there.
Back to the... Because you know it's going to be a less than, okay? You know it's going to be a less than section. And I'll just keep wondering, well, what's the real restaurant like?
All right, 216-474.
What's the good vibes? What's the energy? What's the real energy of this restaurant?
By a bunch of adults. 0092.
Not this section in the corner.
According to a new survey, 75% of Americans say restaurants should offer some kind of adults-only dining experience to avoid unruly kids. Are you one of the 75%? And by the way, there are restaurants. Go to a place where they charge $100 for a steak. You're not going to find a kid there.
I think we set it up wrong, though, only because the people, and no one's going to call in and be like, hey, you guys have established you both have kids.
Yeah.
I hate kids.
Yeah, then have some balls. How
I
about
hate
that?
kids. That's the challenge is, can you properly admit that you hate kids? Because we got strong evidence here that suggests a lot more people hate kids than they're willing to let on. I don't know how they think the world's going to keep going if we don't ever have any more kids.
That's true.
Maybe you can answer that.
By the way, you're welcome for Jonathan and I doing our part to keep society going.
Yeah, Mac right now is killing the world.
And I enjoyed every second of it. Yeah,
Mac is
seriously.
destroying this country single-handedly. We're just trying to keep this thing going.
Yep.
I know for a lot of you guys, you're like, well, what the thing's going to blow up anyway. Well, okay, I want to see it not. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to avoid that too.
Yeah, we're just trying to, and maybe.
But the only way I can do my part is by siring children, and I've done that.
And maybe by bringing in a new generation, maybe we have some new thoughts out there.
I don't know about that.
That's where we draw the line.
Yeah, I mean, I've been with this generation.
Hey,
They're
listen,
great. And
I
all.
heard a Ken Carman High School graduation speech, okay?
Yeah.
And he said flat out, we ruined this country. His generation, my generation, your generation, we were gifted jobs. We were gifted opportunities. It's the high schoolers of these days. They're the ones that are going to earn everything and be picked up by their bootstraps.
What in the blue hell is Ken talking about?
I didn't know.
Is this Ken
really
talking like a 60-year-old?
He set it all up like my generation was gifted everything. We were gifted jobs. We were given all this stuff.
I was not gifted a damn thing.
That's all I was thinking. I was like, I wasn't given anything. What are we talking about?
I was given, I think it was $60,000 in college debt and a lot of disappointment.
It was nice how he did a rah-rah speech for the high schoolers, and it was like, your generation, you guys were the COVID generation, and you went through this problem and this problem, and you got perseverance built up in a way that my generation doesn't. And I thought, to hell with you, Ken. That's what I thought. Although he really is he's a good speaker, though. He's a good speaker.
He should be in radio.
Yeah, there's a reason why he does this. I was captivated the entire way. I was disagreeing with some of it, but I was captivated.
Has he heard of baby boomers?
Well, no, he started with them.
Oh, yeah, because if
He started with them.
If we want to talk about like the peace, love, and
He went through
happiness
every-
crowd,
he went through every
that
generation.
then found cocaine in the '80s and really drove this thing in the bleeper. I'm gonna say,
He went
baby
through,
boomers.
Yeah, no, well, that was the synopsis of it. He went through every generation, highlighting how advantaged and privileged every generation was until this high school class.
Yeah.
But the reason why he believes in this high school class is because they went through COVID, they went through this, they went through that, and there's no jobs given to them. And there's nothing that is just going to be handed to them on a silver platter.
Kids today actually have active parents. All right? We used to be feral. What the hell is Ken talking about? Man, that man will pander in dishonest ways. I love Ken.
It was a good
and
speech.
I probably should have led with that. A good speech. He didn't believe a damn word of it.
No, but I was riveted. I was like, all right. There's a part of me that I'm like, I disagree with all of this, but I like where he's going.
Listen,
I want to see him land it.
Every generation has their challenges. Boomers, looking at you. But every generation has their challenges. But this generation, they got the gentlest, most present parents. Yes, they're hover parents. That's still better than we were out 10 hours at a time and nobody knew where the hell they were and nobody knew how to get a hold of us.
Well, and I tell Elise this story all the time.
Abducted.
At 5 years old, I was waking myself up. I was packing my own lunch, and me and my sister, who was 1 year older than me, were walking ourselves to school.
And after that, you went to the coal mine.
Could you imagine doing that with could you imagine your child at 5 doing that?
No, I have anxiety just you saying about it, and you're a grown man now.
Yeah, and my child is 3, and I'm sitting here like, there's no way at 5 I would do that to my child. There's no way I could even, I would be worried the entire way. It's what happened to me, though.
Yeah.
No coal mine story, but I tell you, 5 years old.
You got to start putting more oppression in their way, though.
I made a hell of a lunch.
Because then maybe she'll be here in 30 years
That's
doing
how
this.
she got the princess dress.
So anyway, thanks for ruining the world, Mac.
Yeah. We're just
Trying
doing
my
our
best to
part.
correct it.
Not having any children
doing our
like
part
that.
Here. Not getting busy, not getting physical. We're not
Reach
that
one,
kind of show.
teach one.
According to a new survey, 75% of Americans, it's not just Americans, it's a consortium of a lot of countries, say a restaurant should offer some kind of adults-only dining experience to avoid unruly kids. Do you have the courage to call this show of Fathers and Mac? 216-474-0092 and say it to our face. Say it with your chest in case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Sign up to be a part of the Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to Brett Siegel, Clutch Points at 3. A lot of Cavs reporting he did with us right there. LeBron's future, Giannis. Just going to say names. And, of course, what kind of offseason to expect from the Cavs this offseason? It was redundant. Jason Stanford, former Indians pitcher at 420. His thoughts on Bazana v. DeLauder. His thoughts on the Guardians earning it as a World Series contender. Good stuff with Jason Stanford. Not a fan of Abner Uribe hitting the old crotch chop. Does want a little more pitcher celebrating, so kind of split the diff there.
He didn't want any celebrations, it seemed like, though.
Oh, I thought he was cool with it to some degree.
To some degree. It felt like Jason wanted old school baseball.
Well,
he wanted you hit the home run, you put your bat down, you round the bases. You strike a batter out, you just struck a batter out. Congratulations. Go back to the dugout when you're done.
Well, judge that man at 420. If you listen back on the free Odyssey app, and don't forget, you guys can watch all 5 hours back on the free Odyssey app on 92 The Fan's YouTube channel. Like our videos, we desperately like to be liked, and of course, subscribe to the 92 The Fan YouTube channel. It is free as well. Ring that bell, but not you, Cornholio.
Suck it, Cornholio.
That's what it is. I don't know why I called him Cornholio. That being said, we just talked about the 75% of Americans preferring a restaurant with adults-only dining experience. Sounds like a bunch of swingers to me. Chris in Cleveland's calling in here. Chris, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, fellas. How you doing this evening on this ride home?
Doing very well. Good to hear from you. What you got for us?
Good. I don't think it should be necessarily an adults only, but I remember back in the days they used to have a smoking section in restaurants. So I think it would be good to have like a family section in restaurants. So not necessarily exclude them, but, I was on a cruise ship and I had a family that was sitting next to me with kids and the whole, we got assigned seats. So every night, the kids are next to me crying and all that kind of stuff. I don't really want to hear that, but they should all be together. And then that way, you can enjoy your night.
Now, Chris, just to be clear, do you or do you not hate children?
It sounds like you hate children.
I got 6. So, no, that's not the case.
All right.
Well, Chris, it sounds like you don't hate making them.
I had empathy for you there because I'm like, because we've all been on a cruise where
I have not been on a cruise.
You've never been on a cruise, okay?
No.
So you do. You get assigned seating, and then like who you're with is who you're with the whole entire time. You typically make friends with those type of people, and then you hang out with them, and then you go do dinner, and it like becomes a whole thing.
You put keys in a jar. That's what I'm hearing right now.
No, it's just Chris. You know what I'm talking about?
Is it 3-way?
But like after a couple of days, you're like, these people are awesome, and then randomly you're gambling with them at the casino. You know what I mean? Like it just kind of happens. But if it's like a bunch of kids, then you're probably not doing that.
Exactly. That's my only thought. So that's my feelings.
I got you there.
We appreciate you, buddy. Am I the only person who wouldn't hate if we had the smoking section back? It never really bothered me. I'm a 300-pound asthmatic, and it never really bothered me. Because here's the thing. Occasionally, you're cutting into a real good steak, real nice steak, and you think, you know, go well with this? A cigar.
So you want to smoke the cigar is what you want while you're eating your steak.
I believe I do, yeah. With a very nice cerveza right in front of me. Maybe a little scotch.
I want to be a no in the smoking section.
Why?
Not for me. I'm not ever
you
gonna.
don't have to hang out in it.
No, I'm good.
But why'd we take it away?
It's gonna waft all throughout the restaurant. The smoke's
nonsense.
gonna be. I'll be smelling your cigar from 3 rooms away.
Jonathan, you're not understanding. It's a completely different section of the restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I'm understanding.
If only air didn't travel.
I think I'm understanding.
They've got aeration systems.
Is this the problem with the kids section? Is that you're still gonna hear the kid crying?
Is the noise
we put him
gonna
in the
travel?
family section though. It's fine. It's like. Well, also, that's not a green light for your kid just to go crazy.
Oh, Denise is fired up.
Let's get
All
it,
right, Denise. The line says, why should your kids ruin my night? Give it to us, Denise.
Right. Here's
the thing. I wasn't there with you the night you made them. I wasn't there the night you had them. I wasn't there for first grade or second grade.
Be a great
why
story if you
your
were.
kids ruining my steak dinner?
Because we need children is why. We need children of the world. And if you don't, yes.
I have four grown kids, so I've done my time with kids. I just don't want to do time with yours.
They're such a bother. Why are they such a bother to you? It's just a little noise.
They're bothered because the parents always sit there like they don't know little Scotty is a bad kid.
Parents are freaking out in those moments.
Scotty's got ADHD.
You're freaking out. Little Scotty's embarrassing.
Listen, I gave my kids the speech before we went in there. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
And that worked out for you.
It worked out fine. They lived and I survived.
I'm taking notes now. I'm taking notes now. Don't start nothing, don't be nothing.
All right, Denise, great
That's
stuff.
right.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Denise.
You too.
Be like, all right, guys, Denise is here. She was there the night you were conceived. All right? She was also there. She was also there the night you're born? I don't know. But she's got a theory. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. So don't start nothing, okay?
She should be like doing parenting classes. She got this everything answer to shutting kids up. That's it. Don't start nothing, don't be nothing.
It sounded like,
and that's the name of the book.
If I might parse it apart, it sounded like her
intimidation tactics for the kids.
I was going to say violence, which
well, I don't know about that, but
she
maybe
said they're still alive.
Maybe.
So there's an implication.
Is that right?
I think you can glean from what Denise's threats were,
Yeah.
and it wasn't, I'm going to take your tablet away.
Am I too soft of a parent?
Denise, is
that what it is? Are we too soft of parents, Nick?
If culture in 2026 would allow us to threaten bodily harm to our children and then do it, wow, it's a different conversation.
Don't start nothing, don't be nothing.
Say the same thing to me every time we start the show.
It's going to be our new pre-show meeting. Don't start nothing, don't be nothing.
Dick and Dayton. Let's get a little Dick and Dayton here. Dick, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, Dick,
how you
have
guys
kids.
doing?
I know
Good
you have
to talk
kids.
to you.
Doing very well. Real quick, Dick. I want to real quick, Dick.
Okay.
I want to know: do you want an adults-only dining experience, or can you handle kids around?
I can handle kids around.
That's a good man, right?
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Didn't see that
Dick, you're
coming.
fun.
Didn't see that coming.
All right, real quick. What?
Go Cleveland sports, guys.
All right,
That's right.
nailed it.
That's right.
Good to talk to you guys. I love you up here.
We
love you, Dick.
Well, where are you at?
Oh, I'm just sitting here watching the news and, all my friends. I never did tell you guys my family was from Wellington, Ohio.
Oh, nice.
And I've been a sports fan since I was in high school.
Hell
I
yeah.
would go watch the Browns games on Channel 7 with Ken Coleman. And then when I was in college, I listened to Nev and Casey and I used to call Jimmy Donovan a lot, you know, and I'm known in Cleveland, aren't I?
Oh, people know Dick and Dayton. I'll tell you that
guys
right
are
now,
great
Dick.
people. I want to meet you guys sometime. I'll come up and bring the band.
All right, buddy. It sounds like there's a mariachi behind you. So be good, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Okay. Talk to you again.
All right,
Hey,
bye-bye.
Dick and Dayton there.
Looking forward to that meeting.
Sweet gentleman.
How I think you asked him where he was.
Well, no, because I heard what sounded like a mariachi band in the background.
I didn't know if you thought he maybe moved out of Dayton or something.
Well, no, the last time he also said up there.
Yeah.
But it sounded like he was up there, and I was like, well, how much up there can you get to Cleveland? Are you in the lake? And then the second thing was, when I heard the mariachi band, it was like, has this man broken out of he has a retirement home.
Yeah.
Has he broken out of that? And is this
containment.
Has this man gone to the local Mexican spot?
I'll
Because
tell you what, if I was breaking out of a retirement home, that's where I would go.
Oh, yeah. Good luck containing me, by the way. Once I get to be that, I'm stubborn now. Take away half of my brain. Take away half, like if I get to the point where there's dementia involved, oh my God.
They're not all like Ben Stiller and Happy Gilmore. Like you get to they do field trips. They do all sorts of different trips.
I don't like the way you're setting it up. Well, yeah, but they frown upon if you leave. And
But
good
Lisa's
luck.
grandma was in there. It was like they had like all sorts of schedules. They'd print them out daily and everything like that. And it's like, now we're going to the zoo today.
Yeah,
and
but
then
I'm
it was
going to
like
feel like you're oppressing
all
me.
sorts of trips and everything.
And
Now,
I'm a difficult person when that happens.
Sometimes the trips are pretty lame. Now I got to be honest. Sometimes it's like we're going to the chocolate store. It's like, okay, that's my one thing I get to do today.
In
The
fairness,
one thing is going to Mally's. Like that's not
at 92, you can just eat a butt ton of chocolates.
Is that right?
Because if it kills you, it kills you. You might even be a little...
The same thing you probably have for dogs, too, right? Like when dogs at the end of life, it's like you just give a dog chocolate. Who cares?
Well, I mean...
Is that the same principle that Jeremy was saying after he turns 80?
Oh, yeah. Everything's on the table.
Yeah.
In mass quantities, including chocolate. Wouldn't that be funny if the diabetes got him? He's about 150 pounds. It'd be funny if it wasn't the Colombian Bam Bam.
See, now that's a respectable way to go, though, is it not?
Diabetes?
Not death by clowns.
It started with clown, and then we grew to clowns.
Yeah.
I really think you get in the clown car and they accidentally murder you just because they keep piling on you. I think that's a really funny way.
Cleveland radio host dying from diabetes doesn't make the New York Post. Dying by a pack of clowns? Well, that's getting in there. That's getting in there.
Hey, if Ken Carman died of diabetes, that's going to be on the New York Post.
No chance.
Because Lima would do 4 hours about how it's finally his show. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board, yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Matt Corrali. JP, right there.
Right there, man.
Right there.
Right there. Had fun. Enjoy your weekend.
You as well, buddy.
All right, good.
We'll see you guys on Monday. See you June 1st. Maybe there's an NFL trade to talk about, but it's post-June 1. We'll see you guys on Monday.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.